Scratching. A scratching sound at the door woke Lin Fei, who was sleeping. Who is it? Can't you let people sleep in the morning? Lin Fei sat up from the bed, walked a few steps to the door, and pulled it open with force. Whoosh! A cold wind blew onto his face, and his body flinched. Standing before him was neither his parents nor his neighbor, but a monster. Its eyes were red and black veins appeared on its face, perhaps blood vessels. Its hair was disheveled, and its clothes were tattered, which might evoke sympathy. But now Lin Fei could not afford to pity it. This creature had a mouth full of fangs and green viscous liquid dripping from them. It was clearly a humanoid monster. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to avoid this sudden attack. Ding! At that moment a crisp sound reached his ears. Modifier activated successfully. Invincibility automatically activated. One-hit kill automatically activated. Bang! As the crisp voice just faded, the zombie lunged at Lin Fei, its fangs aiming directly for his neck, but it felt like hitting steel, all its teeth shattered. Lin Fei instinctively threw a punch. Boom! The entire zombie turned into fragments and scattered in the wind. Lin Fei stood frozen at the doorway. Everything had happened in a flash, the entire process less than a second. He needed a moment to recover. Only then did he see the world before him. It was not his hall, but a street empty of people with dry bloodstains and much garbage on the ground. Many cars were parked messily, as if something had happened, leaving owners unable to drive away. The weather was gloomy, the wind cold and piercing. Function automatically deactivated. The modifier's prompt sound brought him back to his senses. He looked left and right, confirmed no other danger, and quickly closed. This doesn't seem like my original world, he murmured, instinctively realizing that he had transmigrated into a dangerous world. Open modifier, Lin Fei thought silently. Sure enough, an interface appeared before him filled with gray text. Function 1, Invincibility. Status not activated. Function 2, Infinite Life. Status not activated. Function 3, Infinite Stamina. Status not activated. Function 4, Infinite Load Capacity. Status not activated. Function 5, Infinite Items, Infinite Objects. Status not activated. Function 6, Super Speed. Status not activated. Lin Fei saw clearly there were dozens of functions, including auto-aim, no recoil, X-ray vision, and even functions like one-hit destroy and one-hit kill. It really is a modifier. Lin Fei looked at the name of the list. Looking at the modifier before him, he finally confirmed that he had transmigrated. After calming down, he tried to activate a function. Invincibility activate, he thought. At the same moment, a cool sensation spread through his body, refreshing and clear. He felt his senses sharpen and his spirit lifted. He pinched himself hard. No pain. Then he punched the wall. His hand didn't hurt, but the wall was unaffected. This invincibility means I am immune to any damage, he immediately understood. He looked at the form again. Function 1 was already lit. Infinite Life activate. He murmured once more in his heart. Function 2 lit up. Can I enable multiple at once? Lin Fei's lips curled into a grin. Activate, activate, activate all. Now who can kill me? A smile spread across his face. The unease he felt upon arriving in this strange world vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of security. But for now I should first find a survivor camp, then look for firearms, preferably a rocket launcher. Lin Fei set this goal in his mind. With guns and ammunition, his abilities like infinite bullets, no recoil, auto-aim would come in handy. Even if he encountered stronger or more numerous zombies later, he wouldn't worry. What if there were powerful zombies that even the modifier couldn't handle? Gurgle. At that moment his stomach growled. Hungry. He glanced at the function list. There really was nothing to reduce hunger or sleep. This is enough already, he said to himself. He took off his helmet and prepared to leave the room, but as soon as he stepped forward, he shot forward like a bullet crashing through the wall. He stood outside, face covered in black lines. Super speed deactivate. Speed was fast, but he hadn't adapted, yet causing loss of control. He'll practice later. Now I need to find food. There was a faint metallic smell in the air. Walking alone on the street, even though many cars were parked there, it was still spacious. Lin Fei could hear even his own footsteps. It was too empty. He walked openly on the street. With the modifier, he no longer needed to be wary of this unfamiliar world. But Lin Fei didn't know the way. He wasn't from this world, so he pulled out his phone. Maybe the navigation's still. Opening the map app, there was no GPS. Lin Fei put away his phone. Now it was only good for checking the time, 7:13 a.m. The roadside had many food stores, cake shops, convenience stores, some fast food joints. Not just supermarkets sold food. But now the roadside shops were mostly tightly closed. X-ray vision activate. Lin Fei's eyes lit up and his gaze pierced through the cake shop's roll-down door, seeing everything inside. All the cakes were rotten. There were also zombies inside. I wonder how long this outbreak has been going on. I was hoping for some yogurt, Lin Fei muttered, walking toward the next shop. Near the intersection was a small supermarket. And in the hotel across from the supermarket, over a dozen people stood by the windows. Our food is gone again, a man in a suit said with a worried frown. He was an ordinary office worker. A middle-aged man with stubble stared at the small supermarket across the street, fists clenched. That supermarket down there must have plenty of food and water. But there's a brute bull inside, a woman frowned. I know, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth. But now the food in that supermarket is our last hope. The brute bull has a strong territorial instinct. If anyone gets near the door, it'll notice. So we need someone to lure it away. Hearing this, the rest changed expressions, lowering their heads slightly. The brute bull's speed and strength far exceeded ordinary humans. It had the speed of a car and the power of a wild bull capable of smashing. The initial distance gap would be closed in less than half a minute, leaving no escape. Everyone bowed their heads, none wishing to die. I know. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh. But as things stand, if no one steps forward, we will all perish. Still no one moved. The room was shrouded in a deathly silence. The middle-aged man glanced down at his young son beside him, who was already gaunt from hunger. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I'll go this time. Once I lure the brute ox away, take the food and water, and leave as quickly as you can." Several people raised their heads, their gazes falling upon him. Though reluctant, they offered no words of dissuasion. The middle-aged man harbored no complaints. No one was at fault. To be born in this apocalyptic era was misfortune enough, and everyone clung to the will to survive. But if he did not step out today, his son would starve to death. With a creak, the door, barricaded by debris, slowly opened a crack. The gaunt middle-aged man slipped out sideways, glanced left and right, and saw no other zombies. Only then did he swallow hard and stride toward the small supermarket across the street. Crossing the road, his pace slowed when he was still 10 meters from the supermarket. Over a dozen people in the hotel pressed against the windows, watching him. Not only the middle-aged man was tense, they were equally so, for this venture also hinged on their survival. Rumble. The small supermarket began to tremble faintly. "It's coming," someone in the hotel whispered, and everyone held their breath. The man in front of the supermarket turned and fled. Boom. The supermarket's entrance burst apart, revealing a figure nearly 3 meters tall standing before them. It was burly, with arms thicker than a man's thigh, its body pitch black, and eyes bloodshot. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. This was the brute ox, a fearsome presence even among zombie hordes. Its crimson eyes locked onto the fleeing middle-aged man, and with a guttural roar it charged. In that moment, the brute ox was like a rampaging tank. With a single swipe, it sent a car blocking its path, flying crashing through a wall. Rumble. The brute ox, using both hands and feet, gave chase swiftly. Hearing the approaching sounds, the middle-aged man's heart pounded wildly. A turn ahead. His eyes lit up as he spotted a bend in the road. The brute ox, charging recklessly, would surely slow down at the curve. But as he turned, he collided with something. The middle-aged man tumbled several times before stopping, falling at a full sprint left him. He remembered he was still being hunted. As he struggled to rise, he saw what he had hit, and his face turned as pale as paper. It was a zombie. Damn it, of all times. He scrambled to get up, but a searing pain shot through his knee. Looking down, he saw his knee bleeding profusely, clearly injured from the fall. As the zombie drew nearer, despair flooded his heart, and he instinctively crawled backward. "Stay away," he screamed. "I beg you, don't come closer. Don't touch me." But the zombie could not understand his words. Seeing the green viscous liquid dripping from the zombie's mouth, the middle-aged man's resolve finally shattered. He cried out, "Someone save me. Anyone, please. Come and save me." The moment he finished speaking, the zombie lunged at him. The middle-aged man kept his eyes tightly shut, but the anticipated tearing never came, so he slowly opened them. When he saw what was before him, his pupils trembled. He clearly saw a figure standing in front of him, reaching out to grasp the zombie's head. "Good thing I made it in time." Lin Fei squeezed hard, and the zombie's head split apart. He casually tossed it aside, and the corpse flew over 10 meters, rolling several times before lying still. He turned around, looked down at the disheveled middle-aged man, and said, "I heard your cries for help. You're safe now." Then he noticed the wound on the man's leg. "Can you still get up?" The middle-aged man finally snapped back to reality and quickly said, "I'm fine. My companions are in the small supermarket." "A supermarket?" Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll go fetch your companions." He turned and started to leave. But before he could take a step, he felt his right foot grabbed. Looking down, it was the middle-aged man. "I won't let you go." The middle-aged man finally remembered the minotaur that was hunting him. "There's a minotaur ahead. You can't go. You're my savior, and I can't watch you walk to your death." "What the hell?" Lin Fei was puzzled. "I'm going to find someone to save you." Of course, he couldn't admit he was mainly after food. "Benefactor, run. The minotaur is after me. I'm doomed, but I can't let you be dragged into this." "What minotaur?" "I'm very strong." Lin Fei stopped, turned to face the middle-aged man, and said, "Wasn't it you who just called for help?" This middle-aged man was truly strange. "I know you're strong, but the minotaur is stronger. If you run into it, you'll die." "Strong? Could he be stronger than a mutated minotaur?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to urge Lin Fei to flee, his pupils trembled again. He saw clearly that the minotaur had come around the corner, moving swiftly, and was now right behind Lin Fei. He trembled violently. This was the minotaur, the king among zombies. Just standing before it made his soul quiver, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. How could a human possibly be a match for such a being? He had once seen someone shoot at the minotaur with a gun, but the bullets couldn't even pierce its skin. It was harder than steel. This was the heavens themselves seeking to destroy humanity. The middle-aged man saw clearly that there seemed to be a faint smile on the minotaur's face. What was it smiling at? It It was smiling at the two insignificant humans beneath its feet, like mere ants. At that moment Lin Fei felt something behind him. He turned around and saw a massive pitch-black muscle. Pecs. He looked up. A three-meter turtle figure stood before him like a towering wall. The creature exuded a nauseating stench. It was certainly not human. Probably some kind of zombie variant. Brother, your timing is terrible. Lin Fei casually threw a punch. Boom. The Minotaur, as massive as a mountain, suddenly seemed to be hit by a train traveling at 500 kilometers per hour. Its body exploded, and a head the size of a bucket thudded to the ground. The ferocious grin on his face had not yet faded before it was frozen forever. The middle-aged man's mouth gaped open, a cry of run lodged firmly in his throat. Brute ox killed with a single punch. At that moment Lin Fei crouched down and looked at the middle-aged man. That brute ox you mentioned, was he strong? After all, he was unfamiliar with this world. What if the brute ox the man spoke of was an existence even the modifier could not handle? The middle-aged man finally snapped back to reality, looked up at the man before him, and swallowed hard. Couldn't see his face. Because Lin Fei stood with his back to the light, the middle-aged man could only make out his silhouette. It must be a very young and handsome youth. It's nothing, he said with difficulty. Was brute ox strong? The one you just killed with a punch was brute ox. He didn't know how to say it. The tank-like brute ox who terrified countless people was so fragile before this man. Was he a deity? You're a strange one, Lin Fei said, standing up and turning to leave. Benefactor. The middle-aged man suddenly called out loudly. Can I become as strong as you? Lin Fei paused in his steps without turning back. I don't know, but if even I could become this strong, you probably can too. A slow smile spread across the middle-aged man's stunned face. He looked up at Lin Fei's retreating figure, feeling that the light was so dazzling. Other survivors. In the small supermarket, the dozen or so people busy loading supplies all froze, instinctively stopping their movements when they saw Lin Fei. Did he have companions? Was he good or evil? Had he come to steal their food or to join them? Your companion is injured, waiting for you at the corner ahead, Lin Fei said. Our companion. They were taken aback, immediately thinking of the middle-aged man who had lured away brute ox. Are you kidding? A few of them glared at him. No one has ever survived brute ox. Lin Fei replied, I came from that direction, and I didn't see any brute ox you mentioned. They had held a faint hope. After all, it might have been an existence the modifier couldn't handle, but in the end they didn't encounter it. The dozen survivors exchanged glances. They had indeed seen Lin Fei walk over from that intersection, and he didn't seem anxious, yet he knew about their companion. So what he said might be true. Someone come with me to check, said the man in the suit. The rest of you keep loading, and as the suited man left, Lin Fei had already stepped into the small supermarket. He glanced around, picked up a backpack, and began stuffing things into it. He had no system inventory, so he had to carry things himself. Honey and a half-liter bottles of water, packed. Braised beef noodles, packed. Sealed butter cake, packed. Huh. Lin Fei was surprised to find that items disappeared into the backpack, yet he could take them out whenever he wanted. Is it because items are infinite? The next moment an idea struck him. He opened another backpack and found he could take out the very things he had just stuffed into the first one. What about the pockets of my clothes? Lin Fei tried, and it worked too. This way I won't have to worry about losing my backpack. Lin Fei murmured. What are you doing? Just then a woman grabbed his hand, glaring at him fiercely. All the food in this supermarket is ours. You'd better let go. Lin Fei said coldly. Though he had saved the middle-aged man, it didn't mean he was a good person. Newly arrived, he understood this was the apocalypse. Seeing the chill in Lin Fei's eyes, the woman trembled and instinctively stepped back. Wait until they return, a man beside her said, pulling her away while watching Lin Fei warily. The others remained silent, unsure if Lin Fei had allies nearby. His unflinching approach suggested he had a contingency. Surviving the apocalypse required caution. One misstep could mean death. What time is it now? Lin Fei suddenly asked, glancing at the production date on the food, March 17, 2048. The third month since the catastrophe, the man replied. Lin Fei nodded and said nothing more, silently packing food, taking one of each item. At that moment he had made up his mind. After securing food, he would head to the hospital for medicine, then to a clothing store for clothes. Do you know where the hospital is, Ellie? Lin Fei asked. North of the city, the man said. It's to your left. Did you come from another city? A dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Lin Fei. To have survived a journey from another city was no small feat. It required formidable skills. You want to go to the hospital and die? The man continued. The catastrophe hit the hospital hardest. Few escaped from there. According to other survivors, it's infested with brutes, vomiters, and lost ones. If you go, you'll barely be a mouthful for them. Lin Fei stuffed a bottle of soda into his backpack. Even if it's dangerous, I have to check it out. In the apocalypse, an untreated injury could be fatal. Though he might not need it, it was better to be prepared. How overconfident, the man sneered. If you want to die, we won't stop you. His gaze fell on Lin Fei's backpack. Despite all the items stuffed inside, it didn't seem to bulge at all. What was going on? But no matter what, I have to make him leave the backpack behind, the man thought. In the apocalypse, food was priceless. How could he just let it go? Just then the woman said, they're back. The man went out and saw the suited man helping the middle-aged man return. He actually survived. The 10 of them were stunned. Someone had lived through an encounter with a brute. The suited man's first question was, "Where's the young man? I told you to watch him. He was right here." The man turned back, but Lin Fei had vanished from the supermarket, as if he had disappeared into thin air. He was just here. His face paled as he began searching the store. "Forget it, he must have left already." The suited man sighed. "You didn't offend him, did you?" The man shook his head decisively, and said no. He had just been about to snatch Lin Fei's backpack. What happened? The man also sensed something amiss. "Brute is dead. He killed him," the suit-clad man said in a deep voice, still recalling the image of Brute's bucket. If the middle-aged man hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the youth had defeated Brute. He used just one punch. The dozen or so people, the woman felt a pang of lingering fear. What would have happened if she hadn't let go? The man also felt relieved, grateful that he hadn't made a move, or else he might not even. "If you run into him again, remember to thank him," the suit-clad man said. "With Brute dead, we have more room to operate around here." At that moment, Lin Fei was unaware of what had happened in the small supermarket. He was walking down the road, as usual, heading toward the hospital in the direction the man had pointed. "There's Brute and other monsters inside," Lin Fei murmured. "I should be careful, they might all be formidable foes." He still remembered the fear on the faces of those in the supermarket when they mentioned Brute. An existence that could terrify a group like that was certainly no simple matter. Perhaps even the Modifier couldn't handle it. "If only I had a gun," Lin Fei thought to himself. "I could shoot from a distance and wouldn't have to go right up to their faces to strike." It wasn't until dusk that Lin Fei finally reached the hospital. "So this is the city hospital," he said, looking up. The once clean and tidy building was now pitch black on the outside. It seemed a great fire had raged through here. Whoosh whoosh, the sky darkened and a cold wind began to howl. Lin Fei felt a chill and immediately headed toward the hospital's main entrance. The hospital door was tightly shut, covered in blood-red handprints that grew more horrifying the longer one looked. As Lin Fei approached, something suddenly wrapped around his neck. A rope. He instinctively reached out to grab it, but it wasn't a rope. It felt sticky. Lin Fei immediately activated his X-ray vision and followed the object to see a zombie over 2 meters tall, standing at a third-floor window staring at him. And what was wrapped around his neck was none other than the zombie's tongue. The creature looked down at Lin Fei by the door, a hint of a smile on its face. It had already killed over a dozen survivors this way. Watching them dangle flailing in panic always felt so delightful. How should it hang this one? But before it could find an answer, a tremendous force suddenly struck, and the zombie was hurled from the third floor. "This is too disgusting." Lin Fei's face contorted, having a tongue wrapped around his neck. He immediately grabbed the tongue, yanked hard, and watched the zombie fall from the third floor. Snap! He tore the tongue coiled around his neck, held the remaining piece in one hand, and dragged the zombie out of the bushes. The zombie that had ambushed Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Its tongue had been ripped off, and it was being dragged. That man didn't seem afraid at all. In fact, he looked angry. The zombie's remaining shred of intelligence told it danger. It immediately scrambled to its feet, trying to flee, but no matter how hard it struggled, the figure not far away stood as firm as a mountain. Defeated in strength by a human. "Didn't your mother ever tell you this is unhygienic?" Lin Fei dragged the 2-meter-tall, gaunt zombie before him and punched it in the stomach. With a thunderous boom, a hole was blasted straight through the zombie's abdomen. The gale of his fist tore its body into dust, smashed through the wall behind it, and made the entire hospital tremble. Lin Fei removed the tongue coiled around his neck, tossed it to the ground, and stepped through the broken wall into the hospital. The commotion immediately drew the attention of nearby survivors. In a residential complex across from the hospital, several survivors gathered in a room, staring bewilderedly toward the hospital. "What just happened?" a young man with yellow hair asked. His name was Huang Ling, the leader among these survivors. "No idea," the others shook their heads. "I think I saw someone walking into the hospital," someone said weakly. "What?" Huang Ling was startled. Had someone beaten them to it? He quickly asked, "How many of them?" "Just one." Huang Ling was taken aback. Only one person dared to enter the hospital. "Must be a survivor from another area. He doesn't know what's inside, so he's walking to his death," he sneered. "Should we warn him?" Bang! Huang Ling immediately smacked the speaker on the head. "Are you an idiot? Don't you realize the times we're in? There's only so much medical supplies in that hospital, and who knows how many survivors are in City A. Every single one is a competitor, and you want to warn an enemy." Huang Ling fumed. "I swear I'll kick you into that hospital myself and let you die." The man lowered his head, not daring to speak. "We'll stick to the plan and go in tomorrow during the day. Maybe this fool will fill up the brute's belly and we'll get all the medical supplies smoothly." Huang Ling sneered. Night fell. The deserted hospital was pitch black, not completely invisible, but visibility was extremely low. Lin Fei kept his X-ray vision active and surveyed the entire hospital. There are actually over 100 zombies here. He hadn't expected so many. Wall phasing activate. Lin Fei moved as if on flat ground, all obstacles in the hospital corridors unable to. He passed through a wall, and before the zombie could even react, he blasted it apart with a punch. His destination was the pharmacy. There's a huge zombie here too. Lin Fei spotted the brute guarding the pharmacy. But at that moment he still didn't know the giant zombie was the brute. He murmured, "I wonder how this zombie compares to the brute." As he pondered, he stepped through the wall in one stride, not giving the brute a chance to react, and sent it away with a single punch. Then he began collecting medicine. He took basic cold medicine, fever reducers. Most importantly, he grabbed some infection treatments. Lin Fei took only one of each item, nevermore, thanks to his infinite item ability. A single box of cold medicine in his backpack could yield countless boxes. After gathering everything from the pharmacy, he turned to leave. That was almost too easy. Lin Fei found it strange. Everyone said the hospital was dangerous, but it felt like nothing. He had expected a fierce battle with the brute. Just then Lin Fei suddenly heard a strange sound behind him and quickly turned around. A glob of green viscous liquid hurtled toward his face. Splat! The liquid burst, instantly corroding the surrounding walls and the floor beneath his feet. Lin Fei stepped back 2 paces. Fortunately, his invincible state prevented the sticky substance from adhering to him. He examined the corroded walls and floor. Is this sulfuric acid? The zombie, seeing its attack missed, didn't linger. It turned and vanished into the darkness. Spitting at me and thinking you can run. Lin Fei clenched his fist and gave chase. The zombie seemed to retain its intelligence, deliberately heading toward areas dense with other zombies. However, bang! An ordinary zombie was kicked aside by Lin Fei, its body shattering midair. An unusual chase unfolded in the dead of night. Suddenly the zombie halted. It turned back, opened its mouth, and spat another green venom arrow. Lin Fei's expression shifted slightly, for he found it utterly repulsive. He raised his hand, grabbed a nearby zombie charging at him, and held it up as a shield. After spewing the acid, the zombie turned and fled. It even knows kiting tactics. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It seemed this zombie possessed considerable intelligence. He would need to show some real skill. With his boundless stamina, he wasn't afraid to keep running. Even if the chase continued until the zombie dropped dead from exhaustion, he would be perfectly fine. He simply didn't wanna. Lin Fei activated super speed. With his ability to pass through walls, he didn't have to worry about damaging the hospital. Whoosh! With a single step, Lin Fei had already covered 100 meters. This was merely his normal walking pace, yet it already reached the speed of sound. The zombie, hearing no footsteps behind it, turned to look. Nothing there, and assumed Lin Fei had given up. But when it turned again, it was startled out of its wits. Lin Fei stood right in front of it. When had he arrived? It opened its mouth to spit another green venom arrow, then spun around to flee. Under the effect of super speed, everything before Lin Fei's eyes moved agonizingly slowly. He sidestepped to dodge the venom. Think you can escape? He sneered coldly and resumed the chase. When the zombie saw Lin Fei reappear before it, it was shocked once more. Could humans really run this fast now? Lin Fei prepared to strike. While waiting for the zombie, he had glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock at night, too late. He still needed to sleep. Boom. But just as Lin Fei was about to throw his punch, a thunderous crash erupted from the side, and a colossal bull came charging through splitting rocks and earth. Your timing is still off. Without even a second glance, Lin Fei swung his hand backhandedly. The 3-meter bull spun through the air and disintegrated mid-flight. Your turn now. His gaze fell upon the zombie before him. Witnessing the scene, even the virus controlling the zombie screamed at it to flee. Was this still a human? A backhanded slap had shattered the mightiest bull. Lin Fei casually picked up a stone from the roadside and tossed it lightly. Boom. The stone flew with a sonic boom. A gale swept through the entire corridor, cracking the walls. No matter how fast the zombie was, it couldn't outrun sound. Before it could even react, a fist-sized stone pulverized it. Was that even a stone? It was clearly a cannonball. I know nothing, Lin Fei muttered, gazing at the wrecked corridor. Feigning ignorance, he turned and walked away. Wah wah wah. In the hospital lobby, he heard a faint sobbing cry. The sound of a girl crying. Who would dare to cry in a hospital in the dead of night? Lin Fei found it odd. He glanced around and quickly located the source of the sob. It wasn't a girl at all. It was a zombie. Are zombies this intelligent now? Like a rattlesnake luring prey in with its call. Lin Fei walked over, stepping through the wall in one stride, and suddenly appeared before the zombie. The zombie froze momentarily, forgetting to cry. It simply hadn't reacted in time. How did this man enter without opening the door? Lin Fei casually struck out with a palm, and the zombie burst into dust on the spot, plunging the hospital into silence. Time to go back to sleep, he said. Today had been quite fruitful. He had food and water, though only dry rations. At least he wouldn't starve, and medical supplies as well. Tomorrow he'll look for clothes, Lin Fei murmured. If possible, I should still find some staple foods. Rice, flour, these were essentials. Eating nothing but bread and instant noodles would get tiresome. I can't do without pots and pans either. I also need to find a way to get hot water for a bath. Thinking this, Lin Fei suddenly felt how incredibly difficult it was to survive in this apocalypse. He wondered how others managed to get through such trying times. The next day, Lin Fei woke at the first light of dawn. There was no air conditioner, the heat had roused him. Only after waking did he remember he had cried. I kinda miss home. He got up, washed up, and after breakfast he shouldered his backpack and headed out. He still remembered the goals he had set the night before. Clothing stores lined the streets, and he wasn't worried about them spoiling as easily as food. That at least was a relief. Lin Fei picked and chose along the way. He didn't need many clothes after all. As a man, 2 outfits could last him half a year. but he still needed to grab winter clothes. Just then he stopped in his tracks, suddenly catching sight of a huge sign. A city garment center. He looked up, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, and he realized he had been walking for quite some time. He decided to go in and take a look. The main door of the garment center was wide open. Near the entrance, everything was in disarray, clothes stained with various bloodstains. But as he ventured further in, it became much cleaner. Roar! A zombie suddenly lunged from a corner, but Lin Fei caught its head with one hand and casually tossed it outside. Boom! The street shook. The zombie was embedded in the concrete pavement, impossible to pry out. Don't dirty the clothes here, Lin Fei remarked. Meanwhile, in a residential area across from the hospital, several survivors emerged from their rooms. You all remember your tasks, right? Huang Ling said in a low voice. Yes, they nodded in unison. He finally cracked a smile and led them toward the hospital, muttering, "We didn't see that man come out yesterday. He must be dead inside. He probably lured all the zombies into a dead end and fed them well. All the supplies in this hospital are ours." The smile on his face grew wider, his lips splitting into a grin. "With medicine we can trade with other survivors. Beautiful women and food, however much we want." The others joined in his laughter, beginning to dream of that day. But as soon as they reached the entrance, they sensed something was wrong. Was there always a big hole here by the door? They asked in bewilderment. Then a chilling thought struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. Could it be that the mad bull has escaped? Look, there's a severed tongue here. Someone stared at the ground in shock. Stay alert, everyone. Huang Ling's expression shifted as he grew wary. The hospital was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Though the hospital was brightly lit in the daytime, the group crept stealthily through a large hole, each step muffled, as if afraid to make the slightest sound. It's so quiet, someone couldn't help but murmur. In the hall and corridors, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Maybe they really have been lured away. A surge of hope filled Huang Ling's heart. Let's head to the pharmacy immediately. Their approach was unusually smooth. As they pried open the pharmacy door, the smiles on their faces could no longer be contained. We've struck gold, Huang Ling exclaimed excitedly. Wah! Wah! But just as they were about to gather the medicine, the sound of a girl's sobbing drifted from not far away. A girl. Huang Ling's eyes lit up. You guys grab the stuff, we'll go check it out. The others said nothing. Women after all. Since Huang Ling was now the leader, they could only hope that once he had his fill they might get a scrap or two. Following the cries, Huang Ling passed through a corridor. Suddenly the chaos before him made his heart skip. It looked as though some monstrous creature had rampaged through here. The walls on both sides were cracked, and the wall near him was splattered with a foul-smelling green liquid. This must be the Mad Bull, he thought. It must have been because a horde of zombies was chasing someone last night. Huang Ling pressed forward, the sound of crying growing nearer. Don't cry, little sister. Big brother is here to save you. He couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. If her crying was this pleasant, she must be a very pretty girl. But when he pushed open the door to the room, he was instantly frozen in shock. What followed was a scream that echoed through the entire hospital. The people in the pharmacy were startled, but before they could comprehend what had happened, their bodies stiffened. Because they all saw it clearly. Dozens of zombies were approaching the pharmacy from all directions. They must have caught our scent. A chorus of agonized screams suddenly erupted from the hospital, so blood-curdling that they terrified the nearby survivors. Meanwhile, as Lin Fei was picking out clothes in the apparel store across the street, a dozen people were watching him from a building. Someone just walked in. They clearly saw Lin Fei stride boldly into the store. Another one walking to his death. A man chuckled lightly and asked, "How many have gone in to die now? Who can keep count?" Someone replied, "Yesterday a 5-person team went in and none of them ever came out. They all fed the zombies inside." Are these people brain dead? Picking out clothes at a time like this? They'd be better off figuring out how to survive. The group burst into laughter. Maybe this is survival of the fittest. If fools never make it to the end. None of them believed Lin Fei could walk out alive. From this room, they had witnessed over a dozen people go in and never come out. Care to guess how long hell lasts? Half an hour, someone immediately ventured. Half an hour. Impossible, another man said. Yesterday's 5-man team didn't even last 3 minutes before the screaming started, and the sound was gone in less than 5. He'll start screaming in at most 2 minutes. The man's lips curled slightly, his tone utterly assured. Inside the clothing store. As Lin Fei ventured deeper, he noticed numerous bloodstains on the floor that had not yet coagulated. Left here recently, he murmured. It seems someone has been here lately, and was attacked. Just as Lin Fei reached this conclusion, a tall, gaunt figure suddenly appeared over 10 meters behind him. It was a zombie. Opening its mouth, it spat out a tongue over 10 meters long, aiming to coil around Lin Fei's neck. Yet before it could touch him, Lin Fei spun around and seized the viscous appendage. You again, get over here. With a sharp yank, Lin Fei sent the zombie flying toward him. After being ambushed in the hospital not long ago, he had developed the habit of activating his X-ray vision whenever entering a building. He had spotted this thing the moment he entered. The same trick won't work on me, Lin Fei. He flicked his wrist, wrapping the tongue around the zombie's neck, then pulled hard. Thud! The zombie's head hit the floor, severed and alone. It had always strangled others with its ambushes. Today, it was the one strangled to death. Without sparing the zombie a glance, Lin Fei casually tossed away the tongue in his hand. With his invincibility activated, the slime on the tongue couldn't even touch. He continued inward, walking as leisurely as if strolling through a market. Squeak! After stuffing over a dozen sets of clothes into his backpack, Lin Fei heard a strange noise coming from the corner ahead. Anyone else would have kept their distance. But Lin Fei approached with unabashed curiosity. Close now. A dark figure suddenly lunged from the corner like a predatory tiger, catching one off guard. But the ambush was useless against Lin Fei. You're already dead. He had already raised his hand, waiting for the zombie to pounce. When it was less than half a meter away, he punched. Bang! The zombie's head smashed into the ground. Its legs pointed upward, its skull buried in the floor, planted like a green onion in the earth. Lin Fei was about to turn and leave when he noticed fresh bloodstains on the floor. Could there be survivors? With this thought, he ventured deeper into the clothing store. Using his X-ray vision, Lin Fei indeed spotted a survivor in the store's basement. A warehouse, perhaps. Phase through walls activate. He walked through wall after wall, arriving in the warehouse, where he saw the survivor. But when he took a clear look, his body stiffened slightly, and his steps halted involuntarily. The survivor before him was a little boy. He appeared to be about 6 years old, leaning against the wall, his clothes tattered and stained with blood. What truly made Lin Fei stop was the boy's abdomen. It had been pierced through. Beside him lay 2 cold corpses. The boy was still alive. Lin Fei could sense his breath faint as a thread. Lin Fei strode over quickly. As he approached, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Lin Fei saw clearly a glimmer of light suddenly kindled in the boy's dim gaze. Big brother, run, the boy said. Just these words drained all his strength, and his voice was barely a whisper. Run? Lin Fei asked. Why should I run? There are zombies outside, the boy said with difficulty. They eat people. Lin Fei knew that the boy before him might not last another minute, so he took a deep breath. We don't need to flee because the zombies have been eliminated and humanity has triumphed, he said. The boy's eyes sparkled with light. Really? Really? Lin Fei turned around and strode toward the tightly locked warehouse door. Open your eyes wide and witness the power of humanity. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the boy instinctively widened his eyes, gazing at Lin Fei's retreating figure. He had 1 minute left. Bang! With a single punch, Lin Fei shattered the 10-centimeter thick steel door. Then with a forceful pull, he wrenched the entire iron door out of the concrete. The scene outside immediately fell into Lin Fei's view. Hundreds of zombies were all gathered in the corridor less than 100 meters long and 3 meters wide before him. No wonder it had been so quiet when he entered. All the zombies were here. The colossal noise drew their attention, and the moment the door was torn off, 3 zombies lunged at Scram. Lin Fei raised his hand and delivered a slap. Bang! The 3 zombies exploded into dust, vanishing into the air. The dying boy in the corner saw this, and the light in his eyes grew even brighter. 50 seconds left. Lin Fei walked forward resolutely, but with every step zombies blocked his path. But it was futile. With a mere wave of his hand, the charging zombies would explode, some crashing into the walls, their bodies half buried in the concrete, dead beyond death. 30 seconds left. 100-meter-long tunnel, hundreds of zombies. Lin Fei traversed most of it, as if walking on level ground. Behind him lay mounds of flesh and countless zombie corpses embedded in the walls and ceiling. Moo! A ferocious ox charged from the darkness, but Lin Fei merely raised his hand. Bang! The entire corridor shook. The boy saw clearly that the mighty ox, bursting with strength, was stopped by Lin Fei with a single hand. Even after charging over 10 meters, Lin Fei didn't retreat a single step. Lin Fei stepped forward. The ox staggered back a full step. It couldn't withstand it. Truly it couldn't. Die. Lin Fei spoke, his voice utterly cold. He grabbed the ox's arm and flung it. Bang! The ox's massive body slammed violently into the wall beside it, a gaudy flower of blood blooming, denting the wall 2 meters deep. The ox's corpse was pressed into the wall, impossible to pry out. The last second. Lin Fei had reached the end. Before him was a zombie wearing a safety helmet. Its screams summoned other zombies. It seemed to be a creature capable of controlling them. But now, no matter how it shrieked, no more zombies appeared. You're too noisy. Lin Fei struck down, and the zombie's head caved in, shrinking into its stomach. The stiff corpse fell straight to the ground. Lin Fei stood still for a moment. Behind him blood flowed like a river, but no one saw it, and the sole spectator had already closed his eyes forever. After a moment, he turned and walked into the warehouse. With a stomp, he created a 2-meter-deep pit, buried the 3 bodies inside, and then turned. It's been half an hour. Why haven't we heard any screams? In the restaurant room across from the clothing store, a group of people leaned by the window, looking puzzled. Yesterday, that group couldn't even last 3 minutes. How come this guy hasn't reacted after half an hour? Maybe he's long dead. Perhaps he didn't even have a chance to scream, someone said. That must be it. Another immediately agreed. Because no one had ever walked out of the clothing store alive. But the moment their words faded, their eyes widened in shock, for they clearly saw Lin Fei walking out of the store's entrance again. He's alive. Not just alive. His clothes aren't even dirty, as if nothing happened. Impossible. The group stood dumbfounded. Someone strolling out of the clothing store, as if nothing had happened, had never occurred before. Could it be that the zombies inside were all full and didn't touch him? They racked their brains, but couldn't fathom what had transpired inside. There's no such thing as being full, the leading man muttered. The only possibility is that the zombies inside are all gone. His name was Chuanhao, the leader of these survivors. Watching Lin Fei swagger out of the clothing store, a bold idea took shape in it. He immediately said, "Let's go down and take a look." If the zombies inside were truly gone, they could safely explore the store. Although clothes held little value, now no one wanted to wear the same outfit all day. And perhaps there would be food inside. So the dozen or so people went downstairs and entered the clothing store. It's so quiet. Once inside, they realized how eerily silent it was. "It seems there really are no zombies," Chuanhao said. "Two of you stay guard at the door and alert us if anything happens. The rest follow me inside. You two check the basement," he pointed at two men. But less than 5 minutes after they dispersed, a scream came from the basement. The others' faces changed dramatically. Were the zombies down there? "Come down and see." Then the same voice rang out again. The leading man entered first, asking, "What do you want us to see? What's so special about a clothing store's warehouse? Unless..." His words froze mid-sentence. The rest of his words stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. Because he saw a hellscape. Countless zombies lay dead here, blood flowing like a river. Some were even embedded into the ceiling or the concrete walls. That pit. That's bull. Everyone who witnessed this felt as if a hand had clenched their hearts, nearly suffocating them. Holy crap. The leader's head was hammered into his own chest. The group stood frozen for a long time before slowly coming to their senses. At that moment, they finally understood why not a single zombie was left upstairs. Because they were all dead here. It must be that man. They thought of Lin Fei. Yesterday those 5 died horribly, but today he's fine. It has to be because of him. He defeated all these zombies. He's more terrifying than the zombies. Chuanhao fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Let's go. Find him. Now go out and find him. If we do, we might still have a sliver of hope." The others looked uneasy. If they hadn't known Lin Fei's strength before, now that they did, they understood he was from a different world entirely. "We are asking for a favor, but there's no guarantee they'll agree," someone murmured. "All we need to do is show our sincerity," Chuanhao said. "Leave half the people at the hotel, and the rest of you take half the food to find him." They were all stunned. "Half the food? Moved?" Chuanhao said in a deep voice. "This is our chance to change our fate. We must seize the moment." Lin Fei walked openly down the street. After grabbing clothes from a shop, his target was kitchenware. If only I could find a supermarket. Just then Lin Fei heard someone calling from behind. He paused mid-step and turned around. Chuanhao, followed by 3 men, caught up. Survivors. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He was certain he had never seen these people before. Yet now they had suddenly appeared and were actively seeking him out. Something was off. "Thank goodness you haven't gone far, big brother," Chuanhao panted, hands on his knees. Afraid that Lin Fei might have wandered off, he grabbed the food and rushed out with the 3 men. Thankfully they caught him in time. "I'm not your big brother. I'm younger than you," Lin Fei said seriously. Chuanhao laughed awkwardly, thinking, "Of course I know you're younger, but you're far stronger. What else should I call you?" Then he said, "Don't dwell on it, big brother. You're not from around here, are you? Your accent doesn't match. I just arrived. You must be hungry. I happen to have some food." He immediately offered his food to Lin Fei. But Lin Fei didn't take it. "Just tell me what you want," Lin Fei said, having already seen through his ulterior motive. "I know of a large supermarket nearby." Lin Fei understood at once. They wanted him to go into the supermarket with them. So that was it. And since he had been looking for a supermarket himself, a guide had now appeared. He nodded and said, "I'll go with you." "Thank you, big brother. Well, split the food 50-50. Lin Fei said nothing. His modifier had the ability of unlimited items, unlimited supplies, so for him, obtaining just one of anything meant he would never run out. But the 3 men behind him looked uneasy. "Brother Chin, there are over a dozen of us. Taking only half the food is a raw deal. Besides, he's just one man. He can't possibly carry that much food." They whispered quietly. As for the scene in the basement corridor of the clothing store, they didn't believe Lin Fei was responsible. In their minds, how could a human possibly stand against zombies? Even ordinary zombies had to be dealt with utmost caution, let alone the rampaging brute that could destroy. "Shut up," Chuanhao snapped at them. "You don't know a damn thing." Then he turned to Lin Fei with an apologetic smile. "Big brother, I never go back on my word. He'll lead the way." He walked ahead with the 3 men and Lin Fei followed. After crossing 3 streets, Lin Fei indeed spotted a large supermarket by the roadside. Inside there would surely be the kitchenware he needed. Not just kitchenware. The food here will be far more abundant than in a small shop, Lin Fei thought, eager to step inside. But Chuanhao stopped him. In front of the supermarket, the street was swarming with zombies. "Big brother, there must be thousands of them here." Chuanhao pulled Lin Fei into a small room to hide. Walking out there would be extremely dangerous. He knew Lin Fei was no ordinary man, but before them stretched a street teeming with thousands upon thousands of zombies. Chuanhao believed Lin Fei possessed abilities far surpassing the average person, yet he still doubted that anyone could survive facing such a horde. Even if Superman stood here today, he would be overwhelmed by the zombie swarm. Chuanhao pulled a box from his backpack containing gasoline and empty beer bottles. We can use Molotov cocktails to cause a commotion and then seize the chance to dash across, he said, seizing a moment to hurl the firebomb with all his might. With a sharp crack, the Molotov cocktail burst, drenching the zombies in gasoline as flames erupted into a roaring blaze. Now's our chance. Chunhao's eyes lit up as he retrieved 2 garments stained with green blood from his pack, handing one to Lin Fei and draping the other over himself. This is zombie blood. It can confuse them. The other 3 men also donned the clothes and dashed out alongside Chunhao. Lin Fei followed immediately, but he did not put on the foul-reeking garment as it felt like it could suffocate him. Stealth activate. Lin Fei's presence vanished instantly. He did not truly disappear from sight, but concealed all his aura and minimized his existence. Even standing before someone, they would not notice his presence. Flames raged in the street, drawing many zombies toward them. The supermarket also disgorged numerous undead, all of which rushed past the group. Why aren't you wearing the camouflage coat? The 3 men glared at Lin Fei as he strode over so boldly, their faces dark with fury. Are you trying to get us killed? Lin Fei replied calmly. Don't worry, they can't see me. Of course they can't see you. One man rambled on. They can't see anything anyway. They only smell your scent. If you want to die, go far away and don't. Lin Fei glanced at the man, but said nothing, though he kept his distance from them. Now that he had found the supermarket, these people were irrelevant to him. Since they despised him, he was better off acting alone. Chunhao frowned at the scene, pondered for a moment, and then said, let's stop arguing. He turned to Lin Fei and added, brother, please don't mind him. His wife and child were killed by zombies lured by others, so he's a bit. Chunhao trailed off, but Lin Fei understood. I'm fine, he said. Brother. The man tried to speak again, but a glare from Chunhao silenced him, and he lowered his head. The 4 finally entered the supermarket. Countless zombies stood scattered throughout the building on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Every floor was filled with the undead. When the mutation occurred, many people didn't have time to escape. Chunhao remarked, let's grab the food now. But when they reached the snack shelves, they found all the food gone, with only torn packaging littering the floor. Did someone beat us to it? Chunhao frowned. He then went to the grain and vegetable section, which was equally bare. It seems someone got here before us. He glanced around and continued, let's head to the basement first. There will be the fewest zombies, and it's the safest. And that's usually where food is stored. Lin Fei noticed teeth marks on the wooden barrel that once held rice, suggesting something else had been there. On the way to the basement, Lin Fei asked, what happened during the mutation? He still didn't know how the apocalypse had arrived. The sky suddenly turned as crimson as blood, and then many people's bodies began to mutate, while many others fell dead. Lin Fei nodded and said, so it's not just humans that are mutating. Yes. Chunhao nodded. Mutated creatures have already escaped from the zoo, so no one dares to leave their houses. Being caught means death. These mutated creatures carry a virus. Even a scratch from them will infect you, and you'll eventually turn into the same kind of monster. Lin Fei nodded, now having a general understanding. This supermarket held not only ordinary zombies, but also mutated animals. He hated the unknown. So at that moment, Lin Fei activated his X-ray vision, instantly seeing through the entire supermarket. He spotted zombies in the basement, a towering wild ox, and dozens of rats the size of wild dogs. Such enormous rats. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the people beside him and offered a kind warning. There might be danger in the basement. Chunhao nodded. I figured as much. He looked at Lin Fei and said, so when the time comes, I hope you can help us out. If we can't take the food today, we'll all die. I'll do my best, Lin Fei said. Meeting these people might be fate, or perhaps they were not meant to die. Blood was splattered on the warehouse door. Something had clearly happened here. Though the door was tightly shut, Chunhao and the others were, something must be behind that door. You'll open it, Chunhao said earnestly. He understood that in this apocalypse, to ask for help one had to pay a price. Lin Fei remained silent, observing Chunhao's determination. This was the end of the world. People's intentions were hard to read. He didn't want to be used, nor could he afford to be. So if food was the goal, he would let Chunhao lead the way and stand in front. If Chunhao hadn't stepped forward, Lin Fei wouldn't have stayed. Click. With a soft sound, the door opened a crack. Everyone tensed up, immediately gripping their steel knives and iron bars tightly. Boom. With a dull thud, the heavy iron door swung open. A dark streak flashed toward them. Big brother, watch out. Before Chunhao could react, the man behind him dashed forward and struck the mutated rat with his blade. Lin Fei glanced at the man, the same one who had earlier told him to stay away. Harsh with words, but reliable in a pinch. Those are mutated rats. By then they all saw clearly. Over a dozen mutated rats were scurrying toward them at full speed. Thud, thud, thud. And heavy footsteps. A wild ox. When they saw the three-turtle figure, despair filled their hearts. A wild ox. The most formidable among zombies, capable of dismantling military tanks. How could one be in the warehouse? Chunhao's mind went blank. The intelligence we obtained was not like this. We have been deceived. His face turned deathly pale. Escape, run away immediately. Without hesitation, the two men turned and fled. However, another man stood before Chunhao, saying, brother, go first. He'll cover you. Then he turned to Lin Fei and shouted with righteous indignation, Aren't you supposed to be strong? Why don't you take action and defeat these zombies? Lin Fei glanced at him, finding his personality rather distasteful, and replied, I am just an ordinary person. I cannot defeat these zombies. I knew it. The man sneered, since you lack the strength, you shouldn't lie to others in the future. In the end, you'll not only doom yourself, but also those who believe in you. Brother, go quickly. He shouted. I knew this man was untrustworthy. He'll buy us time. Chun Hao looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression, his heart in turmoil. Before him, Lin Fei remained unmoved, even stepping back. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Would the tragedy of the past repeat itself? Brother, go, the man roared. Chun Hao's heart trembled, snapping him back to reality. With a conflicted look at Lin Fei, he turned and fled. The man looked at Lin Fei and said, You should leave too. The iron ox drew nearer and the rats pressed in. The man knew his end was near. His face was eerily calm. Perhaps this is the price. The cost of watching so many people walk into that clothing store to their deaths without stop. Back then we didn't warn you. But now I am warning you. Run. Go back to where you came from. The man stared at the approaching iron ox, let out a fierce cry, and charged forward. Die. He raised his long blade high and slashed at the iron ox. But with a clang, the blade couldn't even pierce the beast's skin. What? The man's pupils contracted, but before his mind could react, the iron ox casually swung its arm, smashing him against the wall. He lay on the ground, coughing up blood that quickly stained the floor. Lin Fei remained where he was, surprised that this irritating man could be so decisive. Facing an enemy many times stronger, he still dared to charge. Lin Fei saw clearly that the man tried to get up, but that blow had gravely wounded him, leaving his limbs powerless. I can't do it. I can't move. His voice carried a note of helplessness. It's impossible. I can't do anything. I only bring trouble to others. Why? Will I always be like this? In the haze, he seemed to see his child standing before him, smiling. It hurts, doesn't it? It's painful, isn't it? Can we still do something? The rats were scurrying toward him rapidly, and the iron ox was closing in. Damn you. At that moment, Chun Hao's voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Fei. A glass bottle spun past Lin Fei's head and struck the iron ox. It was a Molotov cocktail. Whoosh. Flames instantly engulfed the iron ox. Chun Hao darted past Lin Fei, rushed to the man, and helped him up, asking anxiously, Daniel, are you alright, Daniel? I'm fine. 2 streaks of blood tears stained the man's face, evidently from the severe injury that had just left him blind. It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. It's a bit cold. He was actually smiling. Daniel, hold on. Chun Hao hoisted the man onto his back and fled, knowing the Molotov cocktail could only stall the bull and the rats, not kill them. It's my fault. As he passed Lin Fei, Chun Hao left those words. Lin Fei saw clearly the coldness in Chun Hao's eyes. Not murderous intent nor hatred, but perhaps disappointment or maybe self-blame. They ran far away, but Lin Fei could still hear their voices. You'll be fine. Well, I'll get out of here safely. Lin Fei looked down at his own hands and said nothing. That man's personality was quite annoying, but he never expected him to be so brave. Bang. The bull strode before Lin Fei and threw a punch. Life, huh? Lin Fei sighed softly and punched back. Boom. 2 thunderous crashes echoed. The bull's fist, larger than a human head, struck Lin Fei's skull first, yet after the resounding impact, Lin Fei's neck didn't even budge. The second crash came as Lin Fei's fist pierced through the bull, the shockwave tearing through several rat bodies before blasting a massive hole in the warehouse wall. He withdrew his fist, and the bull's lifeless body collapsed weakly before him. You taught me a lesson. Lin Fei murmured, his gaze shifting to the remaining rats. Those rats which had been scurrying and closing in relentlessly now all froze. When Lin Fei's eyes swept over them, they even began to retreat. This human, unbelievably strong. These rats seemed to possess intelligence, knowing they were no match for Lin Fei, and turned to flee. Not one of you will escape. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he activated super speed, and time seemed to halt. It was because Lin Fei moved so fast, his reflexes enhanced, that everything before him appeared frozen. When time flowed again, Lin Fei had already deactivated his super speed. Not a single rat remained alive. He circled the warehouse, found no more danger, grabbed some food, and turned to leave. There wasn't much food left in the warehouse. The rats had gnawed through most of it, leaving only rice. He took 1 bag and left the rest for the survivors. Lin Fei walked openly up from the basement. Through his X-ray vision, he knew Chun Hao and the others were hiding in the first-floor restroom. But due to the blood trail, many zombies were heading toward the restroom. Wait. Lin Fei stood before the restroom and said, Your opponent is me. He deactivated his invisibility, and all the zombies spotted him at once. They surged into a frenzy, charging at Lin Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The entire supermarket trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Inside the restroom, the few people shivered, huddled together. Can we still get out alive? Someone whispered. Chun Hao said firmly, We can. We will definitely make it out alive. What about that guy? Another man asked, noticing Lin Fei had been missing since earlier. Forget him. Chun Hao said, This time it's my fault. I misjudged him from the start. He's not the one who can eliminate the zombies. The tremor in the supermarket was attributed to the bull, for only such a creature possessed that kind of strength. Yet within the supermarket, The floor cracked, shelves toppled one after another, and countless zombies lay on the ground never to rise again. Lin Fei leaped up, utilizing the super jump function to ascend directly to the second floor. Having cleared the zombies on the first floor, he began cleansing the second. His stamina and endurance were limitless, so fatigue was unknown to him. Casually picking up a long knife from the kitchenware section, he swung it down, and the blade's wind swept across 90 meters. A clear blade mark was left on the ground, and all zombies along its path were cleaved in two. The vast supermarket spanning 10 floors was completely cleared by Lin Fei. Within 10 minutes, not a single one remained standing. He gathered some kitchen utensils and tableware, then took a turn in the food section, picking up a good amount of provisions before stepping out of the supermarket. Outside, an oppressive pitch-black sea of zombies awaited. Bang! He closed the supermarket door behind him, facing the thousands upon thousands of zombies alone. Inside, silence reigned. The tremors had ceased at some point, and the few trembling people within finally gave in to curiosity. What happened outside? Why has it suddenly gone quiet? We'll go take a look. Finally, a man mustered his courage, walked slowly to the door, and opened it a crack. With that one glance, he froze in place. What's wrong? Chunhao asked him tensely. Come and see, the man exclaimed excitedly, flinging the door open and shouting, all the zombies. The others saw it too. The ground was littered with zombies, all motionless, because they were all dead. How is this possible? Chunhao stood up excitedly and rushed out to look. Though the stench was overwhelming, he was immensely overjoyed. They were saved. Who did this? He suddenly thought of Lin Fei. Chief, there's medicine here. A shocked cry came from the doorway. Turning around, he indeed saw several boxes of medicine by the door. It was him. He knew we were all hiding in the restroom. Chunhao shouted excitedly. Let's check the underground storage. Then they saw the bull's corpse pierced through the cracked walls and the ground littered with rat carcasses. In the vast supermarket, only they remained standing. Chunhao hugged Dinyo joyfully, saying, Dinyo, we're saved. It was him, he saved us. He defeated all the zombies. Then a wave of regret washed over him. We wronged him. Recalling the words he had spoken to Lin Fei, his heart filled with remorse. If he could turn back time, he would choose to believe in Lin Fei. But there was no going back. Grab the food. He snapped back to reality, speaking earnestly. This is our chance to survive. As they navigated the massive supermarket, they once again realized Lin Fei's might. Just how many zombies lay strewn across the floor? How did he do it? Is he a Superman? Yet the greatest shock came only after they opened the supermarket's main door. The entire street was devoid of a single standing zombie. Witnessing this, their minds went blank. Was this even within human capability? They vividly recalled that among these tens of thousands of zombies were many here ones, beings once thought and thank you. Chunhao stepped forward and shouted emotionally. Though I don't know your name, I am truly grateful. You saved us. We will never forget this great kindness. Chunhao's grateful voice echoed through the street. Now only they remained standing in the vast thoroughfare, as the zombies had long since fallen. No matter how loudly they shouted, they would not attract the zombies. They only hoped that Lin Fei could hear their voices, for they had misunderstood him from the very beginning. I hope we can meet again, Chunhao said. We owe him an apology. At that moment, Lin Fei was already far away and did not hear their words. He had obtained some items from the supermarket, a bag of rice, a set of cookware, and some tableware. I have the staple food, but am still missing snacks, vegetables, and Lin Fei murmured, a hint of regret in his tone. If only there weren't rats in that supermarket. Nearly 90% of the food had been ruined by those mutated rats. Lin Fei felt a pang of distress. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed a fine meal tonight. At noon, Lin Fei gnawed on a piece of bread and drank half a bottle of mineral water before finally making a decision. I need to find a vegetable market. Since the supermarket had none, his only hope lay in other supermarkets or the vegetable market. Finding another supermarket was just as difficult as locating the market. But if he could find the vegetable market, the chances of obtaining fresh vegetables were very high. While others struggled merely to survive, Lin Fei was the only one scheming to find fresh greens. It's too hard, Lin Fei said, pulling a bag of chips from his backpack. Surviving in this apocalypse is truly difficult. Without Chunhao and his group to guide him, Lin Fei once again got lost in this concrete jungle. Vegetable markets are usually near the docks, right? Lin Fei thought. That makes transportation easier. If I find the river, I'll find the market. With this in mind, he gained a flight activate. He activated the modifier, leaped into the air, and soared straight up 90,000 miles. Standing a kilometer high in the sky, Lin Fei finally spotted a vast Yangtze River flowing through City A. Without hesitation, he flew toward the riverbank. Approaching the river, Lin Fei once again saw countless zombies. The streets along the river were clogged with vehicles. A 30-meter-wide main road was completely blocked. When the catastrophe struck, these people had all scrambled to flee City A. But they failed. Many turned into zombies, while the abandoned cars completely sealed the road. Unless these vehicles were cleared away, it would be nearly impossible to leave for other cities. For now, however, Lin Fei's mind was set on finding the vegetable market. In his superspeed flight mode, he moved like a bolt of lightning, too fast for the eye to see. The dock. Lin Fei finally spotted something. There should be a vegetable market near the dock. He searched carefully and sure enough saw a massive canopy 100 meters away. That was the market. Lin Fei immediately descended and walked toward the market. He activated his invisibility. Although he wasn't afraid of zombies, a horde of them swarming him would still be troublesome. But as he walked along the street, he sensed something unusual. It was too quiet here. There were bloodstains on the ground, yet not a single zombie was in sight. Looking further ahead, he noticed that the vegetable market was surrounded by many cars. They weren't parked normally. Someone had deliberately arranged them as a barricade. It resembled a trench on a battlefield used to repel enemies. It seems someone has arrived here before me, Lin Fei immediately realized. Stop. As expected, when he was less than 20 meters from the market, a harsh shout suddenly rang out ahead. A head emerged from behind a vehicle. Lin Fei could see clearly that it was a somewhat obese, middle-aged man holding a steel fork in his hand and watching him warily. Don't worry, Lin Fei said. I'm a survivor too. Of course I can see that. I'm not blind. The fat man rolled his eyes and asked, what are you doing here? To trade for food, Lin Fei replied bluntly. Given the special circumstances, if he had simply asked for food, the other would never have given it. But if he said he wanted to trade, the chances of success were high. What do you have? The fat man swallowed as he asked this. Lin Fei noticed this and realized the other must be short on water, so he immediately said, water, bottled water. He saw the fat man's eyes light up. Upon hearing this, the fat man almost instinctively agreed. But he gritted his teeth and said, wait here. They'll go talk to our boss. Let me in first, Lin Fei said. What if zombies attack me out here? I said wait, so wait. The fat man said ruthlessly, secretly hoping Lin Fei would die outside. That way all the water in his backpack would be theirs. Lin Fei watched the fat man leave, feeling somewhat speechless. Inside the market, there were dozens of survivors, mostly men, gathered in a room discussing how to find water. We have plenty of food here, but we're short on water, Li Bo frowned. He was the leader of these survivors, originally a butcher in the market. After the catastrophe struck, he had managed to hack down 4 zombies, with a cleaver becoming the strongest among them. The water we have left can only last us 1 day at most. Someone reported to him. I see, Butcher Li said, feeling a headache coming on. He only knew how to slaughter pigs and had some skill with zombies, but finding water was beyond it. If only someone would bring water to our door, he thought to himself. Just as this idea crossed his mind, the fat man hurriedly squeezed in. Boss. Great news. There's a guy outside who wants to trade bottled water for our food. Hearing this, Butcher Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately rose from his chair. Is that true? Of course it is, the fat man assured, patting his chest. Truer than pearls. All right, let's go out. He was excited. Had heaven heard his wish just now? And sent someone to deliver water. Under the fat man's guidance, he saw Lin Fei. You're alone? Butcher Li asked. Yes, just me, Lin Fei nodded. Butcher Li's face fell with disappointment. How much water could one person bring? He glanced at Lin Fei's backpack, which wasn't bulging much, probably containing at most a case of bottled water. Just enough for a single day. But better than nothing, Butcher Li thought, then waved his hand to signal Lin Fei to come over. Lin Fei arrived at the vegetable market and glanced around, astonished to find the vast market surprisingly clean and orderly. You don't need to look anymore. Butcher Li said, we've stored all the supplies in the underground cold storage, vegetables and meat alike. He added slowly, to be honest, we're not short on water. That's why you can trade 2 bottles of mineral water for a bunch of greens or 10 bottles for a piece of meat. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly. He would have believed them if not for their parched, peeling lips. Feigning disappointment, he said, so you don't need water? Then I guess I want trade after all. With that, he turned to leave. Butcher Li panicked instantly. Damn the lie about not needing water. His throat felt like it was on fire. He had only been trying to deceive Lin Fei. Before Lin Fei could take a single step, a group of people blocked his way. Think you can leave? Someone sneered. Do you really believe this is still the pre-cataclysm market where you can come and go as you please, eh? If it weren't for the boss rule, he used to be a butcher and has his own code, never harming survivors, would have robbed you already. Lin Fei scanned the crowd. There were dozens of them. If not for that rule, they would have attacked. He found this group rather intriguing. 1 bottle of water for a bunch of greens, 2 bottles for a tail of meat, Lin Fei proposed. It was a fair trade. Deal, Butcher Li nodded. They weren't short on food, and how much water could Lin Fei's backpack possibly hold? Bring the tally board. The fat man immediately fetched a pen and a board with paper to record Lin Fei's exchanges. Lin Fei set his backpack on the ground and began pulling items out. 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. At first they remained composed. But when they saw 30 bottles of mineral water lined up on the ground before Lin Fei, their composure shattered. This is too slow. Lin Fei muttered, then pulled out a large 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water. Everyone around him froze, staring dumbfounded as he continued to retrieve more bottles from that seemingly modest backpack. The fat man's recording hand stopped midair. Wait, how can a single backpack hold so much mineral water? Butcher Li was dumbfounded. That's more than 2 cases, isn't it? Lin Fei shot them a glance and said, I use mineral water to shower at night. They were making a fuss over nothing. His words left Butcher Li and the others stunned once more. Shower with mineral water. How much water do you have? That's a criminal waste. Butcher Li exclaimed in anguish. Lin Fei offered no explanation. Gazing at the nearly 100 bottles before him, he said, "This should be enough to trade for a bit of everything you have." Butcherly nodded instinctively. It was more than sufficient. Ripping the paper apart, without hesitation the fat man thought, why keep tallying? Lin Fei could trade for everything, and still have plenty left. Meanwhile, a few people nearby stared at Lin Fei's backpack, their eyes gleaming. They were now certain that the backpack was no ordinary item. Since the cataclysm, the world itself had transformed. They believed that some objects had also mutated, like the backpack Lin Fei carried. We need to find a way to take it. At that moment, the same thought echoed in all their minds. Kill him, and that backpack will be ours. We'll never run out of water again. They stirred restlessly, their hands already tightening around their weapons. They only needed to wait for Lin Fei and Butcherly to head toward the warehouse, then strike from behind. A single fatal blow to finish Lin Fei off completely. Then the backpack would be theirs. Brother, follow. Butcherly was about to lead Lin Fei to the warehouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that very moment, a piercing alarm blared throughout the vast market. Those who were ready to make their move were startled. The alarm was their own setup. When a zombie drew near, it would trip the warning line and trigger the siren. Zombies are coming. The fat man cried out in terror, so many of them. His shout sent everyone rushing to the defensive line. Sure enough, a horde of zombies was approaching. What's going on? Butcherly's face darkened. That's at least 100 zombies. And of all times now. He glanced back at Lin Fei, then bellowed to the others, "Zombie attack. Prepare for battle." At his roar, all the women hurried into the underground storage. Meanwhile, dozens of men grabbed their weapons, mostly knives along with steel pitchforks and iron rods. "Here, take this for protection." The fat man handed Lin Fei a cleaver. "Every pair of hands counts." Lin Fei took it without a word. He had already killed far too many zombies today. Yet looking at the people before him, their faces showed little panic. Clearly they had prepared for this. And at that moment, those who had been about to kill Lin Fei saw the fat man hand him a cleaver, and a new idea dawned on them. Perhaps they could use the zombies to eliminate Lin Fei. Just then the zombie horde drew close. "Now!" Butcherly shouted. Immediately a dozen men hauled buckets onto the trucks and hurled them with all their might. Lin Fei saw clearly. They were filled with gasoline. The gasoline spread across the ground, soaking a wide area, as many zombies trampled over it. "Ignite!" The moment the command was given, a flaming arrow shot out from the market and set the gasoline ablaze. Whoosh! Flames erupted in an instant, engulfing dozens of zombies. Yet that alone wasn't enough to incinerate them. Gasoline was limited and couldn't cover every direction. Some zombies had already drawn dangerously close. Again, Butcherly roared once more. Another flaming arrow was loosed, striking a pre-placed oil drum. Boom! The drum exploded like a bomb, its blast shattering a dozen nearby zombies into pieces, while the gasoline splattered around, igniting another pack. In the blink of an eye, only 20 or 30 zombies remained. They scrambled over the vehicles crawling toward them. But as they climbed down, they all stumbled. Lin Fei noticed a rope had been strung up unnoticed. It had tripped every single zombie. "Pair up 2 against 1. Watch out for injuries, aim for the head." Butcherly shouted, charging forward first. He brought his cleaver down on a zombie's skull, splitting it open like a melon. After felling one, he lunged at another. "Don't just stand there," a man beside Lin Fei called out. "Let's take that one." Lin Fei was pulled along as they rushed toward a zombie. As they drew near, the man suddenly shoved Lin Fei forward with force. "Watch out," he yelled, yet a cold smirk curled upon his face. He intended to cause Lin Fei's death, to seize his backpack. "You are doomed," he thought, convinced no one could react in such a sudden crisis. "Once he's injured, I can kill him with clear justification." But the next second he froze. For he clearly saw Lin Fei raise his hand, slash down with a blade, and the zombie's head fell off. The man was startled. This shouldn't be happening. Was Lin Fei's reaction truly that swift? It must be a coincidence. He mused silently, vowing that next time Lin Fei would surely die. "Did you just push me?" Lin Fei looked at the man, still dazed. "No," the man immediately shook his head. Lin Fei said no more. His instincts were correct. The man had indeed shoved him. He had already marked the man for death. Though he was no villain, he was never a good man either. As the last zombie was slain, the alarm was finally lifted. Butcherly let out a long sigh of relief. "Everyone has worked hard." He smiled. Others laughed too. Yet the next moment their smiles vanished, for the alarm blared once more. They turned around, faces pale, for they clearly saw a pitch-black horde of zombies charging toward them. Moreover, they spotted special zombies, among them Bull Vomiter Leader Long Tongue. And there was more than one of each. "This is..." At the sight, everyone present turned ashen, murmuring 2 words in despair. A zombie tide. A zombie tide was a phenomenon where zombies surged like a flood, signifying an overwhelming number. It was a massive assault. "Damn it." Butcherly's face went white. "We've just exhausted all the traps." The next moment he gritted his teeth. Fleeing means death. Either way, we might as well fight to the death. The bull, being the fastest, was already upon them. The car barrier that had held back countless zombies was shattered, effortlessly sent flying by the bull. Then countless zombies poured through the breach into the market. Chaos erupted. People screamed, many too terrified to fight back at the mere sight of the tide. Yet there were brave souls who dared to resist. The bull stood before Butcherly, swinging a fist down to crush him. From the moment he saw the bull, despair had seized him. It was an existence beyond human might. In truth, when this zombie tide appeared, despair gripped everyone present. They were merely ordinary people, not soldiers lacking powerful weapons. Before such a tide, death was their only fate. Especially since this tide contained formidable high-level zombies. They were as fragile as ants before this onslaught. Yet at that moment a figure flashed before Butcher Lee. It was Lin Fei. Standing in front of him, he raised his hand and blocked the bull's punch. Boom. The bull's fist force exploded in an instant. The floor beneath Lin Fei cracked apart, and Butcher Lee was hurled backward, tumbling twice on the ground. Yet at that moment he seemed oblivious to his own pain, lifting his head in haste, his face etched with terror as he beheld the scene before him. He saw it clearly. Lin Fei had actually blocked the savage ox's punch with a single hand. Butcher Lee rubbed his eyes and looked again. The image remained unchanged. Lin Fei stood there, one hand raised effortlessly, halting the savage ox's massive fist. It was like a painting seared into Butcher Lee's memory, a sight he would never forget. And at this moment all eyes were fixed upon Lin Fei. Everyone was stunned, for someone had actually caught the savage ox's punch with their bare hand. Lin Fei's hand before the savage ox's fist seemed as fragile as a skiff before a tsunami. This was an event unprecedented in history, for it was utterly impossible. Now this impossible tableau unfolded before their very eyes. How could they not be shaken? How could they not be horrified? Your timing is poor, Lin Fei said. I've only just found this place and was about to trade. Do not disturb me. With that he struck back with a single punch. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted and the upper half of the savage ox's body exploded on the spot, vanishing into nothingness. Only the lower half of its torso remained standing. A gust of wind blew. Thud. That half-torso toppled backward, motionless ever after. Get behind him. Someone shouted, and everyone snapped back to reality, scrambling to flee behind Lin Fei, seeking his protection. They had been consumed by despair moments before, but now they saw hope in Lin Fei, the hope to continue living. Even the man who had earlier tried to kill Lin Fei couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. A single punch had shattered the savage ox. Was this even human? He could scarcely believe he had once attempted to end Lin Fei's life. Was that even remotely achievable? At this very moment, he too scrambled to take refuge behind Lin Fei, desperate for his protection. Lin Fei was now everyone's guardian. These people had lured all the zombies to Lin Fei's side. They'll be slaughtering until I'm sick today, Lin Fei grumbled, having just cleared a street of zombies only to face another horde. He swung the cleaver in his hand. Boom. The blade's wind surged forward, cleaving straight through the zombie horde, slaying count. A gash over a meter deep scarred the ground, and vehicles along the path were split in two by that single strike. Holy crap. Witnessing this, everyone was jolted into sheer terror. Was this still human? Another savage ox charged forward, but the moment it drew near, it exploded violently. Just like the first one. Its upper body was gone, as if Lin Fei had punched it too. Yet no one had seen him throw a punch. What had just happened? You again, you disgusting freak, Lin Fei said, recognizing the vomiter. He remembered how at the hospital it had spat sulfuric acid at him relentlessly. Disgusting. And it was especially fast, fleeing right after spitting. As the vomiter approached, ready to spew acid, Lin Fei hurled his cleaver without hesitation. The cleaver spun through the air, cleaving the vomiter in two, along with a vast swath of zombies behind it. Just then a tongue shot down from the canopy, coiled around a man behind Lin Fei, and yanked him upward with violent force. Help! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Lin Fei looked up and saw that the man caught was the very one who had earlier tried to kill him. Thus he pretended not to see him. Save me. The man was suspended in midair, struggling incessantly. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten his earlier attempt to harm Lin Fei. Seeing Lin Fei's indifferent expression, he mustered all his strength and shouted, "What are you doing? I told you to save me." Lin Fei merely cast a cold glance at him. He still made no move. Damn it, I said save me. What are you good for? Are you deaf? Below, a group of people shook their heads and sighed. This man was inherently rebellious and had conflicts with many. And now in danger, he was still commanding Lin Fei like this. Not only Lin Fei, but everyone else found it repulsive. Do you want me? Lin Fei finally spoke. Do I look like I'm joking? The man's face was already turning purple. Save me now, don't just stand there, are you stupid? Why should I save you? Lin Fei asked unhurriedly. Give me a reason to save you. Are you out of your mind? The man roared, come and save me now. Lin Fei just shook his head and said, if I remember correctly, you pushed me earlier intending to kill me. You wanted to get my backpack. The man's heart trembled upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to have discovered it. But at this moment he still shouted, yes, I admit it, but in the end you're fine, aren't you? How could anything happen to someone as strong as you? So save me now since you're unharmed. Hearing these words, a cold light flickered in Lin Fei's eyes, and he finally fell silent. He raised his hand, and a pebble flew up, piercing the long-tongued creature's head. The man fell to the ground. You know what's good for— The man gasped for air, celebrating his narrow escape. Don't misunderstand, Lin Fei said at that moment, walking over to him. He reached out, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. I brought you down only because dying like that would be too easy for you. What are you going to do? The man's face changed drastically. You can't do this. Are you the only one allowed to try to kill me? Lin Fei sneered. Just because I'm stronger than you must I accept your murderous intent. That's not how it works, young man. With that he hurled the man into the distant horde of zombies. Amidst a scream the man vanished completely. The zombie horde might have been terrifying to those behind him, but for Lin Fei it posed no threat. He alone was like a wall, no zombie could pass him. The vast horde fell entirely. Lin Fei stood on a sea of blood, and as the crowd gazed at his back, they felt a sense of solitude. It's over, he said. Let's continue the trade. The group snapped back to reality. Looking around they all swallowed hard. Had this man truly neutralized the zombie, he had cut through the horde. Was he human or a god? They could no longer think. Recalling how Lin Fei had continuously pulled bottles of water from a small backpack, they felt certain he was a deity. The trade. Butcher Li came to his senses. Right, the trade. Great one, follow me. Lin Fei followed them into the underground warehouse. It was a cellar chosen by Butcher Li and his group to store all their supplies as sellers could keep fresh vegetables preserved. Great one, take your pick, he said. We won't take anything from you. Even if he were to die of thirst today, he dared not ask for Lin Fei's bottled water anymore. It was not out of fear, but out of reverence. In their eyes Lin Fei was already a deity-like existence, and moreover their savior. No, Lin Fei said. It's a matter of principle. A deal is a deal. He selected a bit of every vegetable, not needing much, and then took various cuts of meat as well. Finally got vegetables and meat. Lin Fei sighed. It wasn't easy. Having obtained what he desired, Lin Fei prepared to leave, but just as he was about to depart, Butcher Li called out to him. Great one, since you're so powerful, why haven't you gone to the survivor settlement in City B? Lin Fei halted mid-step as if he had caught wind of some promising news. What survivor settlement, he asked. There's a sizable survivor settlement in City B, abundant with supplies. They say it has everything. The military is also there, hiring talented individuals. Lin Fei nodded. This was crucial intelligence. A survivor settlement would surely hold vast supplies, possibly even weapons like firearms and ammunition. Ever since he obtained the modifier, Lin Fei had yearned for a gun and a rocket launcher as well. With a rocket launcher, a single shot could clear a horde, and coupled with features like infinite ammo, no recoil, and no need to reload, he would be utterly invincible. When faced with a massive swarm of zombies, all he'd need to do was open fire. Thank you for telling me this, Lin Fei said, nodding. He bid them farewell and departed. Time flew, and by the time Lin Fei left the market, dusk had fallen, the sky turning a hazy yellow. Lin Fei was in good spirit. Today's haul was bountiful rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, eggs, vegetables, and pork and beef. Tonight, I won't have to eat instant noodles anymore. Surviving in this apocalypse is too hard. I'll cook a nice meal to reward myself. He found a restaurant in the city. His original shelter was already ruined, and he had traveled too far to remember the way back. For now, he could only stay in some hotel. In the apocalypse, all buildings lay abandoned, so Lin Fei could stay anywhere without paying. Suddenly, flames flickered to life on the stove in the kitchen. Seeing this, Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. The gas still works. He gazed at the half-meter-tall gas canister beside him, lost in thought. Should he stuff this into his back? A spare gas canister. Just as he resolved to cram the gas canister into his backpack, he noticed a large box nearby. Opening it, he found spare gas canisters. They were small liquid gas canisters similar in circumference to a bucket, but less than half a meter high, easy to carry. Without hesitation, Lin Fei abandoned the large canister and placed the small one into his backpack. It would look so awkward pulling a huge gas canister out of my backpack. Lin Fei quipped, a small one is much more reasonable. He took the kitchen utensils and cooked a decent meal. Fiery boiled sliced pork, glistening crystal clear braised pork, sweet and sour pork, exuding a tangy aroma, vibrant green stir-fried rapeseed, and mushroom-scented snow peas. One more soup. Radish and corn pork rib soup, paired with a pot of fragrant steamed rice. Gurgle gurgle. Lin Fei could hear the rumbling of his stomach. Wait, it seems that wasn't my stomach. Lin Fei paused, immediately activating his X-ray vision. Looking outside the kitchen, he spotted a young girl. Clearly the stomach growling just now had come from the girl. Lin Fei could clearly see that she had bright, large eyes. Although her cheeks were dirty and smudged, she must have been quite charming originally. Her clothes were tattered, and there were traces of blood on her, as if she had encountered something. Lin Fei glanced down at the dishes on his table, and without hesitation stood up from his chair and walked toward the girl hiding outside. The girl, seeming to notice Lin Fei approaching, panicked and turned to flee. Stop! Lin Fei called out, halting her. Since you're here, come in and eat with us. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Hearing this, the girl stopped. Partly because she had been hungry for too long, and partly because the aroma of the food made her hunger unbearable. At that moment, Lin Fei walked up to her and said, let's go. As if possessed, the girl followed him back. Sit down. Lin Fei pulled out a chair for her, took bowls and chopsticks from his backpack, and served her rice. Thinking she must have been starving for a while, he poured soup over the rice to soften it. Eat as much as you like, Lin Fei said generously, since he wasn't short of ingredients. The girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the temptation of food, could no longer hold back, and began to eat ravenously. Lin Fei had been busy all day and had only eaten a few dry pieces of bread during the day. Now he was also hungry. Seeing the girl eating, without worry, he started his own meal. The braised pork belly was rich, but not greasy, melting in the mouth. Lin Fei never imagined he could make such delicious food. Maybe it's because I've been surviving on bread for 2 days. The sweet and sour pineapple pork was tangy and appetizing, and the girl couldn't stop eating. That meal, Lin Fei had 2 bowls while the girl finished all the remaining rice, 4 bowls in total. She ate the most. After the meal, Lin Fei put everything into the sink. Whether to clean up or not didn't matter, the items he had risked his life to bring from the supermarket were all unlimited. Lin Fei wiped the table clean. Now that they were full, it was time to get down to business. The girl seemed to sense this, and became nervous, sitting on the chair with her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, and her head lowered. "Don't be nervous," Lin Fei said, rolling his eyes at her reaction. He wasn't going to eat her. "Answer a few of my questions." He asked, "What's your name?" "Yi Yushua." The girl answered obediently, perhaps because she had just eaten his food. "Why are you here?" Lin Fei asked again. This time the girl remained silent, as if she had something difficult to say. Lin Fei didn't press her, but asked another question. "Do you want me to take you home?" The girl didn't speak, but shook her head firmly. Lin Fei said nothing more, simply standing up. He understood that this was the apocalypse. Given the girl's disheveled state, he didn't need to think too much. Her parents were likely no longer alive. He intended to take the young girl to the adjacent hotel and let her have a proper bath. But just at that moment, voices of other people suddenly came from outside. "Are you sure you saw correctly that she ran here?" It was a man's voice. Lin Fei immediately activated his clairvoyance and looked outside, indeed spotting 2 middle-aged men standing outside the restaurant. "Absolutely," another man said. "I saw a man come out and lead her inside." Bang! The next moment, the 2 kicked open the glass door and strode in. The young girl seemed to have heard the voices of the 2 men, abruptly stood up and quickly hid behind Lin Fei. It appeared these 2 men were looking for the girl. "So she's here indeed." They soon located Lin Fei and the girl. "Who are you?" The 2 stared at Lin Fei, highly vigilant towards this survivor of unknown origin. "Isn't it basic courtesy to state your own name before asking someone else's?" Lin Fei said indifferently. "Forget it," the man waved his hand. "Hand over the girl behind you." "Why, oi?" Lin Fei said, "Give me a reason." He could clearly feel the young girl behind him nervously clutching the corner of his clothes. "She's one of us. What reason do we need?" The man glared at the girl. "Ask her if you don't believe me." The girl quickly shook her head. "It seems she doesn't know you," Lin Fei said. The man's face instantly darkened. "I advise you not to meddle. This is our business." "It's not a matter of meddling. It's that I happened to encounter her today, which means she needs my help. Are you trying to be our enemy?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Just then the other man suddenly wrinkled his nose, his eyes lighting up. "This guy has food on him. I smell the aroma of a meal." Hearing this, the other man's eyes also lit up. "Excellent." He looked at Lin Fei and commanded, "Hand over your food, and we'll pretend nothing happened today." Lin Fei gave a faint, disdainful smile and tossed his backpack onto the ground. "Take it." "Smart move." Both men laughed. Then they reached for the backpack, but nearly stumbled, for they couldn't lift it at all. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't budge the backpack a single millimeter. "What the hell is this, so heavy?" Unconvinced, they tried to pull the zipper, but were again astonished to find they couldn't move it. "What is this?" They couldn't lift it nor open it. "My belongings, without permission no one can take them," Lin Fei said with a light laugh. Not to mention that the backpack was locked by the modifier, even with the infinite items inside. Without weight nullification, who could possibly lift it? "You're messing with us." A ferocious expression emerged on the faces of the 2 men. "You're asking for death." The leading man charged forward in a single stride, throwing a punch straight at Lin Fei's head. Yet before he could even touch Lin Fei's face, he was sent flying backward himself. Up! He slammed violently into the wall, then bounced onto the ground, writhing miserably. His arm was twisted in a horrifying way with bone protruding. Lin Fei deactivated the one-hit kill. This was the result of a destructive blow. Any part struck would be directly obliterated, rendering all defenses useless. "Get lost," Lin Fei said. "I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to fight." The other man, upon seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils trembling. He hadn't seen a thing, and yet the man was sent flying backward, his entire arm shattered. Was this even human? "I'm sorry." He immediately helped the man up and fled with a strange cry. The restaurant fell silent once more. He glanced at the young woman, who was equally stunned. Without a word he walked. The young woman finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Lin Fei. She dared not get too close nor too far, trailing him all the way into a nearby hotel. Lin Fei pulled out a gas canister and began boiling water on the balcony. The young woman stared in disbelief as he retrieved it from his backpack. How could such a small bag hold a gas canister? And after putting the canister in, why did the backpack still look completely flat? "Sit," Lin Fei said, pointing to the sofa. The young woman dared not. First, because she was too dirty and the sofa looked clean. Second, because she saw the cold expression on Lin Fei's face and dared not approach. "Standing is fine too," Lin Fei said. "I hate it when people lie to me or keep things from me." He looked at the young woman. "If you want to sleep here tonight, you'd better tell me everything. Otherwise I'll personally throw you out." The young woman lowered her head. Without hesitation, she told Lin Fei everything. "They wanted me to lure the monsters into an old military warehouse so they could sneak in and grab weapons. Everyone I was with died. I barely escaped. They were trying to capture me and take me back. Lin Fei nodded. Since she was willing to tell the truth, there was no issue. However, he had also gleaned an important piece of information. You said an old military warehouse. Yes, the young woman replied honestly. But it's been abandoned for a long time. No one knows if there are any weapons inside. They just wanted to take a chance. But a parasitic monster guards it. As she spoke of the monster, her face turned pale and her body trembled slightly, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Lin Fei naturally noticed. But weapons. When he had faced those zombies today, he had longed for some ranged weaponry. Some zombies were simply too far away to engage, and creatures like the leaders and the vomiters, which harassed from a distance, could only be dealt with using ranged weapons. It would be great to get a gun, preferably a rocket launcher. He immediately asked, "Do you know the way to the warehouse?" The young woman nodded. "Take me there tomorrow," Lin Fei said without hesitation. The young woman's face went pale. Was this man going to use her as bait for the monsters in the warehouse, just like the other? "Don't worry," Lin Fei said, seeming to read her thoughts. "I won't let any harm come to you." The young woman wasn't entirely convinced. She had witnessed the terror of those monsters with her own eyes. They shimmered with an armor-like silver light, had razor-sharp teeth, long and powerful tails, and their hands bore vicious claws. Even a 10-centimeter thick steel plate could be easily torn apart by them. The girl knew that Lin Fei was no ordinary man capable of breaking a person's arm in an instant, yet he was still far from being able to defeat. That monster could tear a person apart in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she was scheming in her mind how to escape. But just then Lin Fei suddenly stood up. He glanced at the large pot on the balcony where the water was boiling vigorously. "The water is boiling." He looked at the girl and said, "Get ready for a hot bath." From his backpack, he pulled out a towel, a bucket, shampoo, body wash, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. This left the girl dumbfounded once again. How could that small backpack possibly hold all these strange items? Clothes, she mused. Earlier at the clothing market, he had only grabbed some men's clothes, not a single piece of women's attire. "You can wear my clothes for now," he said, casually handing her a shirt and pants. The girl seemed about 15 or 16, standing only up to his chest, so his clothes should fit her well. "I'll take you to get some clothes tomorrow," he said. After a moment's thought, he added, "You lead the way." Lin Fei realized that he truly was directionally challenged. He had even forgotten the way to the clothing market. The girl stood dazed, clutching a pile of items as she entered the bathroom. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, a toothbrush, along with clean clothes and a towel. These were unimaginable luxuries after the apocalypse. Lin Fei had given them to her so casually. And he even said he'd take her to get clothes tomorrow. She wondered if this was all a dream. The girl stayed in the bathroom for a long time. By the time night had fallen, both the room and the bathroom were pitch dark. Lin Fei took out a candle from his backpack and lit. "It feels like a power outage," Lin Fei thought to himself. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and the girl stepped out. In the flickering candlelight, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her. Earlier, with her face dirty, he had thought that if she washed up, she would likely be quite charming. Now, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she possessed an ethereal beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting under the radiant candlelight. "Yi Yushu," and noticed Lin Fei staring at her, and instinctively lowered her head. Back in school, many people had always liked to stare at her. Lin Fei snapped back to reality, and said, "You're very cute." This made the girl's cheeks flush crimson. He grabbed his clothes, and went into the bathroom to shower as well. A long-awaited hot bath. Since last night, he had washed with cold water. After showering, Lin Fei brought a chair to the balcony, sat down, boiled water to brew a pot of jasmine tea, and gazed at the night view. But what night view was there now? Lin Fei sat there partly out of boredom, and partly to let his hair dry before sleeping. His phone had no signal, so he couldn't play any online games, and he was already tired of the single-player ones. Tap. The girl also brought a chair, and sat down beside him. "Would you like some tea?" Lin Fei asked. The girl nodded. It was a bit cold at night, and hot tea would warm her up. Besides, jasmine tea had a soothing effect that helped with sleep. Now her heart was in turmoil. Should she still run away? In the 3 months since the apocalypse began, no one had ever been this kind to her. It had been so long since she last had a hot bath or a warm, hearty dinner. And this was the first time she had sat so comfortably on a balcony sipping tea. She felt that this was no longer the apocalypse at all. It was practically a vacation. "My name is Lin Fei," Lin Fei suddenly said. When he asked the girl for her name at the restaurant, he had not yet introduced himself. The girl nodded. Then she suddenly asked, "Can you really protect me?" Lin Fei took a sip of tea and said, "As long as you listen to me, I can keep you from harm." The girl fell silent. Now that she thought about it, even dying inside would have been worth it. Tonight the memories were beautiful. After their hair was dried and the tea finished, it was time to sleep. The girl's pretty face flushed red as if she had thought of something. The apocalypse, a hotel room, a man and a woman alone. "They'll sleep on the sofa," the girl immediately said. Lin Fei glanced at her and said, "Are you foolish? Why would you choose that narrow, hard sofa when there's a soft, fragrant, big bed?" Yi Yushue was speechless. "Wait." Lin Fei changed all the bed linens, then took clean sheets from his backpack and spread them neatly before finally showing us. The girl stared at this scene in a daze. She had lost count of how many times today she had found this backpack miraculous. It was like a treasure pouch capable of producing anything. The girl hesitated to speak, her heart burning with curiosity. Why was this backpack so miraculous? Others couldn't lift or open it, yet Lin Fei handled it with— It's simple, Lin Fei said as if reading her thoughts. You just need to compress things with immense force, and then you can put them inside. As for why I can lift it, it's because I'm strong. Yi Yushue rolled her eyes. Only a fool would believe that. Let's sleep, Lin Fei said, then lay down on the bed. The mattress was so soft it felt like it could melt a person. The girl nervously climbed onto the bed. If Lin Fei tried anything with her, should she comply? Or resist? Or put up a token struggle? But before she could find an answer in her heart, she heard the sound of his deep sleeping breaths. Lin Fei had been busy all day and was already exhausted. That night he had a dream. He was alone in the apocalypse, crossing a bridge toward City B when the river beneath suddenly began to boil. Boom. A deafening crash. A colossal tentacle shot up into the sky as if trying to pierce the heavens. Then it slammed down fiercely toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he threw a punch. Boom. Another thunderous roar. Lin Fei felt a tremendous force striking him irresistible, and he was sent flying backward. Even his instant kill and invincibility couldn't stop it. Just then several identical tentacles lashed out, binding him tightly and suspending him in midair. Then, Lin Fei woke up. Looking around, he realized he was indeed bound. The girl was clinging to him like an octopus, hugging him tightly with the blanket kicked aside. So it was you. Young as you are, your sleeping posture is terrible. Lin Fei pulled her off and went to prepare breakfast. There was no kitchen here, so breakfast had to be simple. Some oatmeal and 2 dry buns. Not long after the girl woke up, she smelled the fragrant oatmeal and immediately scrambled out of bed. Seeing Lin Fei sitting at the small table, she finally believed it wasn't a dream. Brush your teeth and eat breakfast, Lin Fei said. Once you get your clothes well set off. The girl nodded and immediately entered the bathroom. The oatmeal was sweet and fragrant, the bread soft and chewy. Yi Yushue felt this was the most delicious breakfast she had ever had in her life. For the first time in so long, she had slept peacefully and eaten her fill. She felt that even if she died now, it would be worth it. Lin Fei took her out. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fei found zombies already waiting there, seemingly drawn by the scent of humans, and gathered at the spot. Breakfast is done. Lin Fei threw a punch, and the doorway was instantly cleared. The girl standing behind him was stunned by a single punch, killing a zombie. Let's go, Lin Fei said. You lead the way. I don't know where the clothing store is. The girl snapped out of her daze and nodded vigorously. Perhaps he really could keep her safe in the old warehouse. After witnessing Lin Fei's strength, a glimmer of joy rose in the girl's heart. She pointed out the direction and clung close to him. Instead of taking him to the garment district, she found a large clothing store nearby. She picked out a full set of clothes for herself and handed them to Lin Fei with a flushed face. Lin Fei casually stuffed them in. He had no interest in the girl's clothes. His mind was entirely on the military's old warehouse. The weapons. The girl led the way, and after more than an hour of walking, they arrived at the suburbs. From a distance, Lin Fei spotted a dilapidated military base, where smoke was still rising continuously. Returning here, the girl grew tense, pressing close to Lin Fei, and several times trying to grasp his arm. Lin Fei noticed, and took her hand proactively. Don't worry, I keep my word. Lead the way. The girl felt much more, then she led the way. Strange, there used to be a lot of zombies here. Why can't we see a single one now? As they crossed the square, Yi Yushue found it odd. But she didn't dwell on it. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived before a cave. It's inside, the girl said earnestly. The cave was pitch black, making it hard to see even in broad daylight. Lin Fei took out a flashlight and handed it to the girl. As for himself, with his X-ray vision, he could see clearly even in total darkness. The terrain inside the cave was complex, and Lin Fei felt that without the girl guiding him, he would surely get lost. Someone's in there. The girl frowned at a fresh pool of blood on the ground. It might be them. Let them be, Lin Fei said. We'll find what we need, they'll take what they want. Water under the bridge. They're not easy to deal with, the girl said. We'll see when the time comes, Lin Fei replied. They walked further ahead. It's just up ahead, the girl said. Just then Lin Fei pulled her back as he saw several people running back in panic, as if fleeing from something terrifying. But Lin Fei saw nothing chasing them. Run! Voices came. Then several figures scurried past Lin Fei and the girl in disarray. They also noticed Lin Fei and the girl. Lin Fei didn't recognize them, but when they saw the girl, they hesitated for a moment before fleeing. What are they running from? Lin Fei found it strange as he saw no enemies. The young girl, however, seemed to realize something, her face turning pale as she tightly gripped Lin Fei's arm, hesitating before saying, We should go too. Why, oi? Lin Fei asked curiously. We've come this far, the weapons are just inside. There's a monster inside, the girl said nervously. If you're scared, you can go out by yourself, Lin Fei said. The girl immediately fell silent. If she had to go out alone, it would be even more dangerous. She might encounter peril halfway. Now she had no choice but to brace herself and follow Lin Fei inside. As they entered the warehouse, a musty smell hit them. Lin Fei waved his hand to clear the air, finally getting a good look at the scene. Around them were countless boxes. They were likely used to store weapons, but most had been opened, revealing nothing inside. Lin Fei examined them carefully and finally spotted a locked box. It was the only one left unopened. I hope it's a gun. Lin Fei didn't use his X-ray vision to peek inside. It felt like a lottery. He took 2 steps forward only to be pulled back by the girl, as if she was, "What's ahead?" he asked immediately. All he saw was a corpse. It seemed fresh, likely belonging to one of the people who had just fled. "The monster is inside that corpse," the girl said, her face pale. She remembered clearly how the monster had burst out from the body, unstoppable, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed through the silent warehouse. Her pretty face turned as white as paper, her eyes fixed nervously on the corpse, for the sound had come from within it. Lin Fei's gaze also fell upon it. A monster crawling out of a human body. He had never seen such a thing. Could it be something even his modifier couldn't handle? Crack. Another crisp sound, like something breaking out of a shell. The next moment a claw pierced through the corpse's chest, and with a tearing sound the entire chest cavity split open. A half-meter-tall monster slowly crawled out. It was drenched in human blood, as if it had climbed straight out of hell, and a stench of gore immediately filled the warehouse. "Yuck, that's disgusting," Lin Fei remarked. The monster seemed to notice him, but it didn't charge. Instead, its body began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it went from half a meter to 1 meter, then 2. Within just a few breaths, it was as tall as the warehouse itself. It even had to hunch over. Its body turned black, as if covered in a layer of shiny armor that glinted with silver light. The girl, pale and frozen, hid behind Lin Fei. "Don't let it catch you. It lays its eggs inside human bodies," she said fearfully. "Not bad," Lin Fei said. "This thing defies biology, growing so fast and so huge." Just then the monster finally moved. With a thunderous rumble, it charged, making the whole warehouse tremble as it barreled toward Lin Fei like a small vehicle. The girl was terrified. Yet at that moment Lin Fei raised his hand and blocked the charging monster. With a swoosh, the monster swung its claw, slashing toward Lin Fei. However, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he pushed his right hand forward. With a thunderous boom, the monster, as if struck by a massive truck, was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the wall and exploding on impact, splattering black blood all over the warehouse. "Is it dead?" The young girl was stunned at the sight. How could something she had always feared be so fragile in front of Lin Fei? A mere push, and it exploded. Yi Yushua saw it clearly. That creature was truly obliterated by just a gentle shove from Lin Fei. Was this really the same monster that possessed immense strength and could easily tear through steel plates? At that moment the young girl felt dizzy, as if in a daze, doubting whether she was dreaming. Yet holding Lin Fei's hand, the warmth it conveyed told her that this was indeed not a dream. Time to open the prize. Lin Fei pulled the girl over to the crate. As for the monster, just now, he truly found it unremarkable. No different from those ordinary zombies, since none could withstand even a single blow from him. Perhaps the only differences were its appearance and height. He activated a single destructive strike to shatter the lock on the crate, then slowly opened it. A gun come forth. The crate opened. Inside lay a bow quietly resting. It's a compound bow. Though disappointed by the absence of a firearm, Lin Fei considered a bow a viable ranged weapon and accepted it. He reached out and pulled the string, finding it robust and powerful. The compound bow seemed crafted from a special material, lightweight and hand-adorned with intricate patterns that emitted a faint metallic luster. Even the bowstring was made of a special material resistant to snapping. The bow allowed silent strikes, an advantage indeed. If he employed a one-hit kill technique, a single arrow might pierce through an entire street. In the same crate as the bow were arrows. Lin Fei picked them up and counted. Only 20, all forged from special material. The arrowheads gleamed with a silver light, appearing exceptionally sharp. Lin Fei placed both the bow and arrows into his backpack, granting him an endless supply of bows and arrows. "Let's go." He had already surveyed the area with his X-ray vision. In this abandoned warehouse, the only weapon was this compound bow. The others had likely been relocated. Only this bow and arrows had been left behind. Lin Fei led the girl away, and it was only then that she snapped back to reality. The events that had just transpired overwhelmed her, and she began to doubt whether Lin Fei was even human. As they reached the entrance, she wanted to voice this question. But before she could speak, Lin Fei pulled her to a halt. The girl looked ahead and saw over a dozen people blocking the entrance, staring at them with hostile expressions. They were surrounded. Seeing these people encircling her and Lin Fei, Yi Yuxia's expression shifted slightly, for she recognized every one of them. She had once been part of this very group. "You actually managed to come out alive." Seeing Lin Fei emerge with the girl, everyone present found it astonishing. They had rushed over upon hearing that the girl was inside, not to rescue her, but to seize the opportunity to claim the weapons. The monster inside had a preference for young girls, because they liked to lay their eggs inside a girl's body, where the eggs incubated the slowest, granting them over 10 minutes to retrieve the weapons. This was precisely why they had forced Yi Yushua into the abandoned storage cave. Yet none of them anticipated that she would now emerge from within. "Ah, she's out." Lin Fei glanced at the group and said, "Have you come to welcome us?" "Welcome you." Hearing Lin Fei's words, the leading man sneered. "You're thinking too highly of yourself. Hand over the girl behind you, and then you can get lost." Lin Fei's smile faded. "Young people these days, they can't even take a joke," he sighed. "I heard you broke the arm of one of our useless lackeys," the leader said with a cold smirk. "Originally I intended to break one of your arms too, but But if you play smart today, they'll pretend nothing happened. Hand the girl over. Lin Fei replied, telling me that is useless. She's not an object. If she's willing to go with you, I won't stop her. The girl immediately hid behind Lin Fei. The answer was clear. The men's expressions darkened. Looks like you're tired of living. The leader's face turned icy. All together now, use your weapons, show no mercy. They brandished machetes and iron bars. At his command, they moved forward in large strides, closing in. They had all heard the rumors. The girl was protected by a formidable man who could shatter a person's arm with a single punch. But such talk naturally these men did not believe. How could anyone like that exist in this world? If such a man existed, why would there still be so many zombies? They trusted only the weapons in their hands. They were confident that if Lin Fei dared to stand in their way, there was only one outcome. He would die a miserable death. You really love meddling in other people's business. The leading man laughed. Her mother decided to send her into this warehouse to lure the monsters. Her own mother had no objection, so why does an outsider like you have to interfere? The girl lowered her head. Lin Fei's gaze sharpened. So there was this layer of truth behind it all. A rumbling sound echoed. But before they could take 2 more steps, they all froze. Their faces turned ghastly pale as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying, and they instinctively recoiled. Even the leader was no exception. His earlier bravado vanished. Now his face was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he retreated. For they all clearly saw in the warehouse passage a monster was rapidly crawling out. The very parasitic creature itself. It's out. Everyone was terrified. This was the monster that could easily tear through steel plates, and now it had escaped. In that instant, despair surged in their hearts. This creature moved swiftly and possessed immense strength, rivaling a wild bull. Most horrifying of all, it did not devour humans, but used their bodies to reproduce. Now that this thing had broken free, who could possibly stop it? Many felt their legs give way, collapsing to the ground in sheer fear. With a whoosh, Lin Fei and the girl were closest to the cave entrance, making them the monster's first target. It charged like a small vehicle, then lashed out with lightning speed, its claws aimed directly at the girl. But in the next instant, its razor-sharp claws could advance no further. Because Lin Fei had caught them. He had noticed the monster the moment it crawled out from the earth. It was only then that he realized the creature had been hiding within the earth, which explained why it was invisible at first. When the young girl saw the terrified expressions of the group, she guessed what had happened. Turning slowly, she saw the claw right before her eyes along with a hideous face. Ah, she screamed, genuinely startled. You scared her, Lin Fei said to the monster. But the creature could not understand his words. Seeing one of its claws caught it immediately, Lin Fei merely raised his hand and caught it as well. The group that had been about to attack Lin Fei stood dumbfounded, their minds filled with question marks. Was this not the same monster that possessed immense strength, rivaling a wild bull? How could this man casually withstand it now? The monster finally turned its gaze to Lin Fei. It opened its gaping maw, seemingly threatening him, and Lin Fei found the creature utterly repulsive. But in the next instant, whoosh, a tube suddenly shot out from the monster's mouth, aiming straight for Lin Fei's lips. Lin Fei's eyes widened. His super speed activated instantly. Everything before him slowed down 10 million times. He released the monster's claws and punched it in the face. He had already found the creature disgusting. He never imagined it could be this vile. It actually intended to. Time resumed its flow. Boom. The upper half of the monster exploded, leaving only its lower body standing. The same had happened to the wild bull Lin Fei had shattered earlier. At least my hands are clean, Lin Fei said, glancing at his palms. Then his gaze fell upon the young girl. Are you all right? She shook her head instinctively. She had been genuinely frightened, but fortunately she was unharmed. How is this possible? A scream echoed through the area. It was the man who had been so aggressive earlier. His face was now etched with terror. What had he just witnessed? The invincible monster had exploded right before Lin Fei. What did this imply? Lin Fei was more monstrous than the monster itself. The group trembled uncontrollably. They had been about to kill him. Could this man truly be defeated? When Lin Fei's gaze fell upon them, everyone was terrified, their souls fleeing in panic. Earlier only half had weak knees, and now with a single glance from Lin Fei all of them collapsed. Thump, thump, thump. They all fell to the ground, swallowing hard. Lin Fei had killed the monster. Was he now going to kill them? Please don't kill me. Someone cried out in fear, using all his strength to kneel and kowtow repeatedly to Lin Fei. Seeing this, the others followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing to beg for forgiveness. Earlier they had doubted that Lin Fei could break a man's arm with a single punch. Now they fully believed it. Even if they were told he could kill with one punch, they would never doubt. Even the man who had shouted the loudest was now on his knees. Lin Fei walked over, kicked him to the ground, and asked, You said earlier that Yi Yuxu's mother sent her to this cave. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood, but dared not complain at all. Hearing Lin Fei's question, he immediately nodded and cried out, I wouldn't dare deceive you. It's true. Her mother is inhuman, forcing her own daughter to do such a thing. Lin Fei glanced at him. The kick had been forceful. This man would likely need a long time to recover. Take me to your mother, Lin Fei said to the girl. Yi Yuxu looked at Lin Fei, their eyes met, and she nodded firmly. Only after they had walked far away did the man dare to cough violently. His voice hoarse, he said, What are you all standing there for? Take me back quickly. I feel like my body is shattered. The girl led Lin Fei back into the city. The place she had once stayed was not in the suburbs. Compared to the city, the suburbs were more dangerous. Outside, there were not only zombies, but also many unknown mutated creatures like the monster just now. No one knew what it had mutated from. Yi Yushua led Lin Fei to a hotel. They're inside, the girl said. Lin Fei nodded, then kicked open the hotel's main door and led the girl upstairs. He had already activated his X-ray vision and saw these people gathered on the top floor. There was no need for the girl to guide him now, as she only needed to follow. In the living room, many people had gathered waiting for those men to return. If they could bring back weapons, that would be ideal, as it would shift the balance of power. With weapons, they could deal with zombies more easily and acquire more resources. Sister Huang, that's your daughter. Only one person was seated, a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. She's not my biological daughter, the woman said indifferently. She's from her father's previous wife. Hearing this, the others finally understood. No wonder the woman had sent the girl to the warehouse knowing it was a suicide mission, yet felt no remorse. So she wasn't her own flesh and blood. I've disliked her for a long time. So young, yet already looking like a vixen. She would only become a menace sooner or later, so it's better to get rid of her now. Many men present felt a pang of regret. Though the girl looked dirty, she was still a female. In this apocalypse, women were scarce, and encountering one was a rarity. Why haven't they returned yet? The woman frowned, growing impatient. But just then, boom. The living room door suddenly exploded, startling everyone present. What's happening? All eyes turned to the doorway. Two figures slowly walked in, followed by a male voice. They won't be bringing anything back. It was Lin Fei. Why, you ask, he said coldly. Because I took all the weapons. Who are you? Everyone became alert. The woman sitting on the chair immediately spotted the girl behind Lin Fei. Yi Yushua? She was. Who are you? She frowned. Why is my daughter behind you? Lin Fei laughed. Your daughter? That's not what you said just now, Lin Fei remarked. The woman's face darkened. She hadn't expected Lin Fei and the girl to have overheard everything. Upon learning the truth, the girl felt no sorrow. Instead, a look of relief spread across her face, as if an immense burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Why did you bring her here? The woman asked. I had plenty of things to do, Lin Fei said. But now that I know you're not her mother, there's nothing left to say. He walked over slowly and smashed the table with a single slap. I'm taking her with me. If you want to come for her, first think about whether your life is harder than this table. Lin Fei's words resonated with unwavering conviction, echoing through the spacious room. The young girl was momentarily lost in thought, gazing at Lin Fei's silhouette, a faint glimmer flickering in her beautiful eyes. The woman's expression, however, was exceedingly grim. To be threatened like this. Yet the power Lin Fei had displayed left them both awestruck and trembling with fear. Shattering a table with a single palm strike. Was this a power attainable by humans? All eyes fell upon Lin Fei, and he seemed nothing short of a monster. But with his strength so evident, they could only swallow their pride and remain silent. As Lin Fei's words faded, the hall fell into utter stillness, with no one daring to oppose him. Let's go. Since no one objected, Lin Fei said no more and turned to leave with the girl. After exiting the hotel, the girl lowered her head slightly and said, Thank you. You're welcome, Lin Fei replied. What are your plans for the future? The girl's movements stiffened slightly as her mind began to race with wild thoughts. Was he asking this to imply that she should leave? She bit her rosy lip and said, I need some time to think. Lin Fei nodded. You know, a person must have dreams, or they'll just become a salted fish. The girl didn't know how to respond. At that moment, realizing that Lin Fei might ask her to leave, she felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. But upon reflection, she understood. This was the apocalypse after all. No matter who it was, survival was extremely difficult. Resources like food and water were precious, and no one would willingly share them. What will I do from now on? Meanwhile, Lin Fei was oblivious to where her thoughts had wandered. He had merely asked casually. He was simply curious about her aspirations. Wait. Suddenly Lin Fei reached out and stopped the lost-in-thought girl. What's wrong? The girl's heart leaped in fright. Was Lin Fei about to send her away now? Watch the road. He pulled a compound bow from his backpack, knocked an arrow, and let it fly. Boom. The specially crafted arrow suddenly whipped up a gale, transforming into a tornado that shot straight toward the rooftop of a nearby restaurant. A zombie had just poked its long tongue out, poised to ambush, but it was instantly pulverized by the arrow. Quite handy, Lin Fei remarked with some surprise. This specially made bow and arrows could maintain a flat trajectory within 1,000 meters, allowing for pinpoint accuracy. This was far more precise than throwing stones. With stones, Lin Fei could only guarantee a hit within 5 or 6 meters, but this bow ensured a hit even at over. Only then did the girl realize that Lin Fei had spotted the zombie. How did he see it? She found it strange. The zombie was on the rooftop over 10 stories high, and she only noticed it at the moment of its explosion. But Lin Fei had seen it long before. Let's go. Before she could figure it out, Lin Fei walked on. He checked his phone and saw that it was already 4 in the afternoon. They had been busy for so long. It's getting late. Let's find a place nearby to rest. They eventually entered a villa. The poor owner had already turned into a zombie. Lin Fei personally put him to rest, as if offering a final solace. The villa was clean no less so than the unoccupied rooms in a restaurant. Lin Fei used the kitchen here to prepare a delicious meal, as he hadn't eaten anything since noon while in the warehouse. Now that he had come to his senses, he felt ravenously hungry. Tonight's dinner consisted of golden crispy roasted ribs with seasonal vegetables Redan white spicy, mixed tofu, and emerald green sweet heart leaf. Finally there was a fragrant and steaming mushroom and 3 delicacies soup. Enchanted by the irresistible aroma, Lin Fei felt his appetite surge. Perhaps tonight he could devour 3 large bowls of rice. However, during the meal Lin Fei noticed that the girl who had wolfed down her food last night seemed to have lost her appetite, eating far less enthusiastically than before. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Fei asked. "No," the girl shook her head, but she was wondering if tonight would be her last meal here. Lost in these thoughts, she had little heart for eating. After hastily finishing a bowl of rice, she declared she was full and went to the kitchen to boil water. Lin Fei had already brought out the gas canister and other supplies, so even the girl could cook and heat water on her own. Women are truly incomprehensible, Lin Fei thought to himself as he lowered his head to continue eating, his appetite sharp after a day of hunger. Yet in the end, he found he couldn't finish all the rice in the pot. "I thought she'd eat a lot today, but she only had 1 bowl. Maybe she doesn't like these dishes," Lin Fei speculated inwardly. He decided to save the leftover rice for tomorrow's congee. He'll make a vegetable and lean pork congee in the morning. But the next day Lin Fei never got to prepare that congee, because when he woke up he found the girl in his arms burning with fever. Her temperature was unnaturally high. Looking down at her face, he noticed her cheeks were flushed crimson and she wore a pained expression. He reached out to touch her forehead. It was a fever, Lin Fei realized instantly. He immediately got out of bed, tucked the blanket securely around her, and retrieved some fever medication from his backpack. It might be because she was overtired lately, accumulated exhaustion. Now that she's relaxed, it all erupted at once, striking so suddenly and fiercely, Lin Fei speculated. Lin Fei was only half right. After giving her the medicine, he intended to get a wet towel to place on Yi Yuxia's forehead. "Don't leave me." But just then the girl's sleep-talking halted Lin Fei's steps. Turning around, he saw that her hand had somehow slipped out from under the blanket, reaching toward him. "I'm not leaving," Lin Fei said gently, pushing her hand back under the covers. "I don't want to go," the girl murmured as if trapped. Lin Fei wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "If you don't want to leave, no one can force you." As if she heard his words, the girl's brow relaxed slightly, and she fell into a deep sleep. She curled up in bed looking small and somehow adorable. Lin Fei went to the bathroom to get a towel and placed it on her forehead. Even now he remembered a certain story, and after reading it he had always wondered why he didn't have a lively, clever, and adorable little sister. What a tremendous regret. The girl was ill, and Lin Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to learn more about this world's background from her. "Moi." Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, as he had been using his clairvoyance to keep watch for any zombies approaching. But this morning, instead of zombies, he spotted uninvited guests. 2 men crept stealthily into the villa from outside, moving with extreme caution, apparently intent on stealing something. "What are you doing?" Lin Fei appeared at the doorway, gazing calmly at the 2 men. "So you're here." When they saw Lin Fei, instead of showing surprise, they actually breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. "Were these 2 men here for him?" "Join us," one man said directly. "If you join, you'll have a safe place to stay and food." Without a second thought, Lin Fei replied, "But I lack none of what you've mentioned." The 2 men were taken aback. What times were these? This was the apocalypse. If Lin Fei had claimed he didn't lack food 3 months ago, they might have believed him. But now, who would buy? They assumed Lin Fei was just saving face. But before they could continue, Lin Fei asked, "So who are you? Have we met?" The 2 men stiffened, dumbfounded. They had stood beside Sister Huang just yesterday. How could he have forgotten them in a single day? Or had Lin Fei never even looked at them? Were Sister Huang's men, they confessed. At that, Lin Fei's expression turned cold. He might have been polite to others, but not to these people. "Leave," Lin Fei said. "Don't bother inviting me again. There's only one answer, impossible. Don't be so absolute." One man said, "No one can escape the law of true fragrance." Lin Fei sneered, "A woman who would betray her own kin. What about outsiders like you? Instead of preaching that law to me, you'd better worry about yourselves. One day you might wake up and find you've been sold out." Hearing this, the 2 men frowned. Bang! At that moment, Lin Fei slammed the door shut. The 2 men's faces darkened. To be turned away like this. "Do as Sister Huang said. If he refuses, kill him," one man said in a low voice. The other nodded in agreement. They knew they were no match for Lin Fei. They vividly recalled how he shattered a table with a single slap. So they had come with a plan from the start: use zombies to eliminate Lin Fei. Not ordinary ones, but high-level zombies. After all, their group already had a grudge against Lin Fei. If they couldn't make him an ally, they couldn't afford to let him become an enemy. They left the yard and retrieved a bucket of blood they had prepared earlier. It was animal blood, useful for attracting zombies. "Once we splash it on the wall, he's done." Their faces twisted with malice. Splash. Without hesitation, they doused the entrance with blood, and the stench soared into the air, spreading in all directions. It was sheep's blood, strong in odor. Within 10 seconds, noises stirred all around. "Zombies are coming. Let's go." They donned clothes stained with zombie blood and fled the scene. Lin Fei, drawn by the howls outside the villa, looked out. and saw the entire compound surrounded by zombies. Then he caught the scent of blood in the air. Indeed, he had been too merciful yesterday, Lin Fei mused. Once the girl recovered from her illness, he would go check on them again. For now, though, he had to deal with the hundreds of zombies surrounding the villa. With a single glance, Lin Fei spotted a familiar figure. It was those high-level zombies again, the long-tongued, the vomiter, and the massive one whose name— in truth, Lin Fei cared little about their names or special abilities, for these peculiar zombies, like their ordinary counterparts, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He retrieved a compound bow from his backpack and loosed an arrow. With a thunderous roar, the arrow whipped up a storm, instantly carving a 3-meter-wide passage. The zombies, packed over 30 meters thick, were pierced clean through by that single arrow. The high-level zombies along its path exploded on the spot. Even those merely grazed by the fierce gale couldn't withstand it and burst apart. Lin Fei leaped down. With his invisibility ability active, no zombie attacked him as he knocked another arrow. Nearly 1,000 zombies were annihilated in less than 3 minutes. This bow is truly remarkable. In the past, it would have taken at least 5 minutes. Lin Fei stowed the longbow with satisfaction. He picked up the girl. The villa was now surrounded by corpses, utterly uninhabitable. He would have to find another place. After flying for a while, Lin Fei found another villa. He settled the girl in and used his super speed to eliminate all zombies within a kilometer radius. Just as he was pondering what to have for lunch, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. A thunderous boom shook the very earth. Then the sky turned a deep crimson. Standing by the window, Lin Fei looked up in bewilderment. He had heard that during the initial cataclysm the sky had turned blood red. Now the sky is scarlet again, he murmured, realizing this is the second cataclysm. Just then he heard the girl stirring in her bed. Turning, he saw a red light enveloping her. He instantly understood that she too was undergoing a transformation. The first cataclysm was a selection, he speculated. The unqualified mutated, leaving only a few. Now this second cataclysm enhances those survivors. Lin Fei felt he had stumbled upon something monumental. Would he be silenced? He glanced down at himself. There was no red light around him. He looked at the sky and asked, "Hey, why do they get it, but I don't?" No sooner had he spoken than a flash of red light darted toward him, only to vanish the moment it touched him. "You're too weak," Lin Fei scoffed. "Pathetic." At that moment the world was bathed in blood red, as if transformed into a hellscape. Amused, Lin Fei took out his phone and snapped dozens of photos. The cataclysm lasted an hour. The girl lay in bed, her clothes soaked with sweat along with the sheets and blanket. She let out a soft moan as her delicate brows fluttered, then slowly opened her eyes. The fever had broken. "Strange," she murmured, examining her hands. "How do you feel?" Lin Fei asked curiously. Though he had witnessed the transformation firsthand, he still didn't know what effects it would have on the human body. "I feel better than ever before. And it seems I can control ice." As she spoke, the bed was instantly covered in a layer of frost. The girl was taken aback, and Lin Fei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Freezing one's own bed with an ability. This was a first. "I'm sorry." The girl quickly stood up, dispelling the ice in haste, and said, "This is my first time. I'm not very skilled yet." "I know." Lin Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing at the now-soaked bed, he mused that they had just moved to this place, yet they would have to relocate again, before even half a day. "Could you not drive me away?" the girl ventured, biting her lip. "I have an ability now. I can be useful." Lin Fei nodded. "I wasn't planning to kick you out in the first place. If you leave, there'll be no one to talk to and it'll get boring." He said, though his primary motive was to learn more about this world's background. He was utterly unfamiliar with this place and its people. "Really?" The girl's face lit up with joy. It was the first time she felt needed, and a wave of happiness washed over her. "Since you're awake, we should head out," Lin Fei stated. "To look for food," the girl immediately responded. "I feel much stronger now. I can help you carry things." "Then help me with this." Lin Fei casually tossed his backpack in front of the girl. She looked at it, recalling how 2 men had struggled to lift it. Even could she lift it now? "All right." She took a deep breath. "I can carry things for you from now on." She reached down to lift the backpack. She strained with all her might, but couldn't budge it. "I can't do it." The girl said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "I still can't lift this backpack." "Don't be disappointed. No one but me can lift it." Lin Fei tried to console her, but his words only made her feel worse. She waved her small fist in frustration. "I will lift this backpack someday." Lin Fei smiled, turned, and leaped off the balcony. The girl reacted quickly and followed. She jumped down as well, landing without a scratch. It seems that red light not only granted people abilities, but also enhanced their physiques. But compared to the modifier, that red light was utterly pathetic. It didn't even deserve to appear. "Weak. What are we going to do?" the girl asked. Knowing Lin Fei wouldn't abandon her had lifted her spirits considerably. "To settle a score," Lin Fei replied. Earlier he had held back because the girl was ill. Now that she was not only recovered, but stronger, it was time to seek retribution. "Take me to those people," Lin Fei said, confident she understood who he meant. "I understand." The girl grasped his intention. Though she didn't know why he wanted to find them, now she knew her role was simply to obey. On their way to the hotel, Lin Fei noticed the streets were swarming with even more zombies. "There are more of them," the girl observed, noting the change. twice as many as before. It's fine, Lin Fei said. Just then the zombies spotted them and lunged forward in a frenzy. Previously, these ordinary zombies had always staggered toward their targets. But now they were crawling on all fours like spiders using both their hands and feet. Their speed had also increased significantly. It seems the mutation has made these zombies stronger, Lin Fei murmured, feeling as though he had stumbled upon something extra. Watching the zombies rapidly approaching, a cold glint flashed in the young girl's beautiful eyes. Ice crystals coalesced around her, and with a wave of her hand, with a series of sharp whistles, over a dozen fist-sized ice shards shot forth, striking the zombies' heads and piercing right through. The zombies collapsed on the spot dead. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The girl's move was quite impressive. There are more and more zombies, Yi Yushua said, frowning. They seemed endless, and as she continued using her ability, she began to feel dizzy. If you can't fight them all, then don't, Lin Fei said. They hadn't come out today to fight zombies, but to settle scores. There was no need to waste energy on the road. He reached out, wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist, and leaped into the air. Lin Fei said. At this moment the girl was stunned. She had thought Lin Fei was merely immensely strong, but she never imagined. She looked behind him. There were no wings. So was he walking on air? A true powerhouse. The girl felt she understood Lin Fei less and less. Just how powerful are you? The girl asked curiously. Moi. Lin Fei replied. I'm already invincible. Invincible? The girl rolled her eyes. Fine, don't tell me then. How could anyone in this world truly be invincible? Everyone fails, there's no true invincibility. Lin Fei was speechless. He had told the truth, but she didn't believe him. He really was invincible. The kind of invincible where all attacks against him were rendered useless. Guided by the girl, Lin Fei soon arrived at the hotel. The door he had kicked in was still unrepaired. He led the girl inside. It was the same hall. Everyone was gathered there, their faces beaming with joy because they had all awakened their abilities. Some could control wind, others fire. Each person's power was different. But without exception they had all awakened. Just then Sister Huang frowned and said, "How is he still alive?" No sooner had she spoken than Lin Fei and the girl walked in through the entrance. Seeing everyone there, Lin Fei grinned. All waiting for me. At the sight of Lin Fei, everyone's expressions changed in unison. They were astonished that he was still alive. Their gazes fell upon the two men who had previously sworn they had dealt with Lin Fei. How are you still alive? The two men asked, their scalps tingling under the scrutiny. Because I killed all the zombies, Lin Fei replied matter-of-fact. Even if there were 1,000 times more, they'd all be freebies. Arrogant nonsense, the two men snorted. So have you thought it over? Come to join Sister Huang's side. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Did they take him for a fool? These people had just tried to kill him, and now they expected him to join them. I'm here to settle the score, Lin Fei stated bluntly. It seems you think your lives are harder than that table. Settle the score now. At these words, many in the room burst into laughter. I'm not the only one with remarkable abilities now. The man sneered, white electric light crackling in his hand. Perfect chance to test our powers on you. Many people laughed. The girl stood beside Lin Fei, ice crystals forming in the air as she remained wary of everyone. Are you sure you won't consider joining us? At that moment Sister Huang asked. What's there to consider? Lin Fei replied without a second thought. A green light suddenly flickered in Sister Huang's eyes and objects around them began to float slowly as if gravity had ceased to exist. And now, as she said, superpowers? Lin Fei had never seen superpowers before, but his answer remained unchanged. Enough talk. Let's fight. Go. Sister Huang waved her hand, giving the order. Since Lin Fei had no intention of joining them, there was no need to keep him alive. This man was already an enemy. Let me go first. The man with electric light blazing in his hand strode toward Lin Fei and laughed. Call me the Thunder Emperor. But after only 2 steps his body froze. A layer of ice encased him, and even the smile on his face had yet to fade. It was Yi Yushua who struck. She gazed coldly at everyone present, and said, Who dares to make a move? Interesting. A man stepped forward, flames roaring in his hand. Let the Flame Emperor test you. A confident smile spread across his face, for it was an age-old belief that fire could overcome ice. Now facing the girl who wielded the power of ice, he was brimming with confidence, certain of victory. Yet after just 2 steps his smile too froze. Because he too was encased in ice. The crowd was speechless. Such a result was beyond belief. Without even a chance to strike, he was frozen. Useless. Sister Huang spoke coldly, then raised her hand. Boom. The ice binding the 2 men shattered instantly. This was her superpower, the ability to control everything from a distance, a truly rare gift. The girl's delicate brows furrowed. With a thought, the dozen or so ice shards around her shot forth. Futile. Sister Huang raised her hand, and all the ice shards exploded a meter before her, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Do you see? This is my power. You have no way to resist. She wore a condescending expression. In her eyes, Lin Fei and Yi Yushua were nothing but ants. Back when Lin Fei could shatter a table with a single palm strike, she could now do the same, without even lifting a finger. With just a thought, the table would explode. Lin Fei was speechless. This power seemed utterly fragile, didn't it? It was far less impressive than the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Though those were all garbage in his eyes, at least they were flashy and somewhat pleasing to behold. Flashy was enough. You've offended me. Go to hell and repent. Sister Huang prepared to act, intending to use her superpower to snap, but at that moment the living room window suddenly shattered and a pitch-black figure flashed inside from outside. Who? Sister Huang's mind instantly locked onto the figure, and her expression shifted slightly. Because she saw clearly, the intruder was a strange zombie. At that moment the others also reacted, turning to look at the black shadow. In an instant, all their eyes widened. Because they clearly saw that the black shadow moved at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye it had reached the man who controlled the flames. A piercing scream abruptly ceased. His head was bitten off in one gulp. The creature was not large, equal in size to an ordinary human, but its limbs were robust, its teeth like serrated blades, and its face hideous and terrifying. The sudden attack startled the group, and the one who commanded lightning acted immediately. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the creature, only to be mercilessly Lightning was ineffective. Impossible. The man was stunned. At that moment the creature's attention fell upon him. Before he could react, a black shadow flashed, and he was tackled to the ground. Another scream was abruptly silenced. Blood spurted from the man's throat, startling everyone present. The girl beside Lin Fei trembled, her face turning pale. After all, she was just a girl who had recently acquired an ability. Where in her life had she ever witnessed such a bloody scene? This must be a new type of zombie, Lin Fei thought to himself. He had never seen one so ferocious before, with skin so tough that even lightning could not penetrate it. After killing 2 people in succession, the creature's gaze fell upon a new target, a somewhat overweight man. Damn it! The fat man's heart leaped. This thing devoured people, and its hide was thick. Ordinary methods were useless against it. Whoosh! In an instant the creature leaped again, charging at the fat man. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The fat man steeled himself and opened his mouth. In that moment his head seemed to swell, and his mouth became an abyssal maw. He swallowed the creature in one gulp. The girl quickly hid behind Lin Fei. This man was also a monster. He had actually managed to devour a man-sized creature in a single bite. Seeing his success, the fat man's face lit up with a joyful smile, and he explained to the stunned onlookers, "This is my ability. I can eat anything." He had originally thought this ability was useless, but now it seemed incredible. No matter what monster he encountered, he could simply swallow it and turn it into his own nourishment. After hearing the fat man's explanation, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment they had feared he had turned into a monster himself. But their smiles did not last long, as the fat man suddenly showed signs of pain. He clutched his stomach, his face pale. "Are you alright?" Someone nearby reached out to pat him, but then, boom, a dull explosion. The fat man's belly burst open, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. The creature leaped out and lunged at the man beside him. The scene left everyone petrified. This creature is also mutated. They finally understood, one person's ability alone cannot defeat it. Calm down. At that moment Sister Huang spoke. Her voice was cold, as if she had anticipated everything. As soon as they heard her words, they saw the surrounding debris slowly levitate, and then hurl itself violently. The monster let out a roar, attempting to evade, but it seemed as though an invisible giant hand had seized it. The creature floated in the air alongside the debris, struggling incessantly, yet impressive. Sister Huang. Upon witnessing this, the others could not help but cry out. Just moments ago the monster had been wreaking havoc, leaving them helpless and despairing, especially after witnessing the gruesome scene of it bursting forth from a belly. But now, with Sister Huang restraining the monster, they saw a glimmer of hope, believing victory might be possible. A smile graced Sister Huang's face as well. Yet in but an instant her smile froze, gradually faded, and was replaced by a look of strain. For she discovered that the monster was resisting her supernatural power, its strength growing ever greater, until she could barely hold it any longer. "Watch me." A man approached the monster with a hearty laugh. Seeing it suspended in midair, they assumed it had lost all ability to resist, and so advanced without caution. Whoosh! Wind coalesced in his hand, as if he had grasped a long blade. "Die!" With a cold shout he swung down at the monster's head. However, crack! The monster suddenly raised its head, biting through the wind blade in one snap. Then, stretching its limbs, it broke free from Sister Huang's power, landed in an instant, and leaped to tear off the man's head. In but a fleeting moment, countless people were stunned. Even Sister Huang's power can't handle it. This time true despair set in. Sister Huang's face turned pale, drenched in sweat. Gone was her former composure, replaced by anxiety and terror. For this monster had actually broken through her supernatural ability. How terrifying! Who else could subdue it? Mere human strength was impossible, unless they all joined forces. She glanced at Lin Fei and the young girl standing by the door. "You two join in too." Sister Huang commanded Lin Fei, "Freeze it with your eyes first, then strike with all our might in that instant. Perhaps we can win." The girl instinctively looked at Lin Fei. She would only agree if he nodded. Hearing Sister Huang's command, Lin Fei merely smiled and said, "You make a good point." A flicker of a smile appeared on Sister Huang's face. If they joined forces, victory might be possible. Moreover, this would drain much of the girl's and Lin Fei's strength, allowing her to recover and easily kill them both afterward. But in the next second her proud expression froze once more. For Lin Fei said calmly, however I refuse. What? Sister Huang was taken aback, never expecting Lin Fei to refuse at such a critical moment. Did he not want to live? She immediately scolded, are you insane? Don't you understand the situation? Only by joining forces now can we have a chance to survive. But even as her words faded, the monster set its sights on Lin Fei and leaped without hesitation. Slap. The monster clung to the ceiling with its limbs moving swiftly like a spider, heading straight for Lin Fei. It drew near. The monster was about to strike. Yet in that instant it met Lin Fei's eyes. A gaze so indifferent as if he had already seen through everything. The monster instantly grew wary, sensing that charging in would mean death. So it leaped like a bolt of lightning to the wall behind Lin Fei, and before he could turn around, lunged. This time it was truly close. The creature successfully landed on Lin Fei's back and bit down. Clang. All its sharp teeth shattered instantly. Without even glancing at the creature, Lin Fei reached back, grabbed its head, and smashed it onto the ground before him. Boom. A dull thud echoed. The creature's head crashed through the floor, its limbs pointing skyward, stuck upright and motionless. Lin Fei had killed it outright. In an instant, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Fei, utterly terrified by what the invincible monster had been casually tossed to its death by Lin Fei. Its corpse stood embedded in the floor like a straight green onion, completely still. This creature had slain 5 people. How could it be so fragile before Lin Fei? You went through all this trouble for something like this? Lin Fei turned to Sister Huang, puzzled. What did you just say? I was focused on this thing and didn't catch it. Say it again. Sister Huang snapped back to reality. Nothing. She was at a loss for words. The monster that could easily break free from her superpower was so feeble in Lin Fei's hands. At that moment, even if she were foolish, she fully understood that Lin Fei was far stronger than the creature. What kind of being have I offended? This question arose in her mind. When Lin Fei had kindly advised her, she hadn't listened. Watching him approach, she felt both fear and regret. If given a second chance, she would never entertain the thought of eliminating Lin Fei. I was wrong, she said. You realize that now? Lin Fei looked at her coldly. I gave you a chance before, but unfortunately you didn't seize it. Perhaps you were too foolish. Lin Fei continued. There was no room for leniency with this woman. She confessed quickly, now putting on a pitiful expression, but Lin Fei found it utterly insincere. The method of splattering sheep blood at the door to lure zombies must have been her idea. If not for his modifier, he would have died long ago. Remember, don't narrow your path in your next life. Lin Fei ended her life with his own hands. Many people were around, but none dared speak, barely even breathing. Those involved in the plot, step forward yourselves, Lin Fei said. They're all dead, a man whispered, cautiously afraid to provoke Lin Fei. The participants were all bitten to death by the monster. I see. Lin Fei nodded, then glanced at them. Don't follow your leader's example. She was too narrow-minded. Her path was the group nodded frantically. Lin Fei left with the young girl. On the way, he noticed she was unusually silent. Was it because of that woman? After all, they were once family. What are you thinking? Lin Fei asked. I hope she'll be a good person in her next life, the girl replied. You don't blame me for killing her. Lin Fei pressed. The girl rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? She nearly got me killed, and you saved me. How could I blame you? It was all her own doing. Lin Fei smiled. What do we plan to do next? The girl asked. Head to City B, Lin Fei said. I've heard there's a survivor settlement there, and we might find some decent weapons. The girl cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fei. Most people seek out survivor settlements to stay alive, but you're only going for better weapons. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm invincible. You wouldn't understand. Invincibility was such a lonely state. Not a single monster could withstand even one of his blows. Perhaps only the unknown tentacles in his dreams could match him in battle. Yi Yushue fell silent. She had seen it clearly moments ago. The monster bit down on Lin Fei's neck only to shatter its own razor-sharp teeth. How could a human be that tough? She suspected Lin Fei was a deity incarnate descending to save the world now that calamity had befallen humanity. But I don't know the way, Lin Fei suddenly said. I'll need you to guide me. The girl immediately smiled. Sure. Suddenly she found this deity rather endearing. However, Lin Fei didn't set off immediately. He glanced at the sky. It was already getting late. In the morning, the girl had been ill, wasting much time, and then came the world's transformation, which consumed even more. Calculating the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Fei noticed that the days here grew dark unusually fast, perhaps due to the catastrophe. Though he could travel at night, he still needed to eat and sleep. Let's find another villa. Lin Fei said. I've never been in a villa before. Now that we can stay for free, I shouldn't miss the chance. The girl couldn't help but laugh. In the end, they found another villa. This time, without Lin Fei lifting a finger, the girl took the initiative to clear out the zombies inside. My ability seems to be more than one, she said. I think I can sense where some zombies are hiding. Impressive. Lin Fei praised without reservation. I wish I had that ability too. Though he lacked such perception, he had X-ray vision. No zombie could escape his sight. The girl blushed at the compliment, looking adorable. After clearing all the zombies from the villa, she volunteered. They'll cook tonight. Fine. Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. Cooking was always exhausting, and he just wanted to laze around like a couch potato. A person must have a dream, or what's the difference from a salted fish? My dream is to be a salted fish. He took out cooking utensils from his backpack along with plenty of vegetables and meat. We only have pork, lamb, and fish, Lin Fei sighed. Too limited. When we reach the survivor settlement, they'll definitely stock up on more variety. The girl pursed her lips. It was fine for him to say this in front of her, but if others heard they'd be furious. This was the apocalypse where every scrap of food was precious. With so much food, Lin Fei still found it insufficient. Just yesterday she finally understood where he got the water for bathing. It was all bottled water poured out one bottle at a time. In this era of water scarcity, using mineral water for a bath. Could there be another person in the world who, when she saw it, she was truly stunned. Her heart ached. Seeing this only reinforced her belief that Lin Fei was a deity descended from heaven. How else could his backpack be so miraculous? It seemed capable of containing the entire world. In fact, this backpack truly could hold the whole world, or rather anything that could be stored. Lin Fei could store the world within it. The young girl carried vegetables and pork into the kitchen, meticulously washing the greens with mineral water, regretting that they would later be used for flushing the toilet and such. Yi Yushue had been cooking since childhood, possessing exquisite culinary skills. At home, she was always the one to prepare the meals. She enjoyed cooking. When her mother was still alive, she had told her that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. It was just that after the apocalypse, she had never had the chance to cook. She first made a simple verdant plate of garlic stir-fried lettuce, followed by a fragrant steamed yellow croaker and sweet and sour spare ribs. She had intended to stop there, but ever since her awakening she had felt an intense hunger. Glancing at the remaining ingredients, she decided to continue preparing a colorful twice-cooked pork and a glistening red braised pig trotter. Let's make one more soup, she thought, and then made a fish head and tofu soup before finally stopping. I wonder if we can finish all this, she murmured softly. When she brought the dishes to the table, Lin Fei's eyes lit up immediately. The presentation of these dishes was even better than his own. The aroma was also more enticing. This is incredible, Lin Fei thought to himself. It seemed he had brought back an exceptionally talented chef. Give it a try, she said. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson. This was the first time she had cooked for a boy, and she felt a little nervous. Lin Fei picked up a spare rib, took a bite, and immediately gave a thumbs up. Amazing, he exclaimed. This is the best sweet and sour spare rib I've ever tasted. That's good to hear, she replied, her face breaking into a happy smile at the favorable review. She served rice for him, and then for herself. In the end, she devoured 80% of the food. She had been feeling constantly hungry, having barely eaten the previous night, fallen ill in the morning, and then undergone another mutation. If you're still hungry, you can cook more, Lin Fei said as he was not short of ingredients. No, it's fine, the young girl replied, her cheeks flushing. She had eaten almost an entire pot of rice herself, and felt a bit embarrassed. Being able to eat is a blessing, Lin Fei mused. I envy you people who can eat so much without gaining weight. The young girl smiled and quickly said, the water is boiling. I'm going to take a shower first. She fled the room. In the bathroom, she glanced at her rather flat chest and fell into thought. If only I could gain weight. Lin Fei sat on the sofa, full and content. He felt that the best decision he had made since arriving here was to keep the young girl by his side. So what if she was incredibly powerful? The monsters couldn't withstand a single blow from him anyway. The main thing was the delicious food she cooked. I can finally be a carefree layabout with a clear conscience, Lin Fei thought, his mind drifting further. Maybe I could take her home and introduce her to my parents. Thinking too far ahead, Lin Fei shook his head. The next day, the young girl got up early to prepare breakfast. When Lin Fei woke up and walked into the living room, breakfast was already laid out. Go wash up and come eat breakfast, the young girl said with a smile. Her cheeks were flushed, because when she woke up this morning she found herself tightly clinging to Lin Fei. How embarrassing. How could she have done such a thing? After breakfast, the two of them set out. Lin Fei's plan was to leave this place and head to City B, as it was time to find a survivor stronghold. Perhaps we could fly over, Lin Fei said. Can we not fly? The girl asked weakly. I discovered last night that if you defeat zombies with your ability, your power increases. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. So you can actually become stronger? That's right, the girl nodded. How wonderful, Lin Fei remarked. He had been invincible since the start and possessed no ability, so he couldn't experience the joy of leveling up. I'm truly unfortunate, he sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, he heeded the girl's words and refrained from flying, choosing instead to walk alongside her. The girl could easily handle ordinary zombies, but when it came to more advanced ones she struggled. Her usual ice attacks were insufficient to instantly kill them. Some zombies were as swift as the wind, making it even harder for the girl to withstand their assault. Let me help you, Lin Fei said, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, activating his one-hit destruction ability. Super aim activated. No recoil activated. With a single arrow, the legs of the wind-swift zombie were crippled, causing it to fall awkwardly to the ground, where the girl easily finished it off. How could you hit it when it moves so fast? The girl asked curiously. Because you weren't looking with your heart, Lin Fei replied. Lin Fei spouted nonsense with a straight face. Sometimes you can't rely solely on your eyes. You have to see with your heart. See with my heart. The girl fell into contemplation. Lin Fei watched her ponder, not disturbing her since he was just making things up anyway. I understand. The girl's eyes sparkled. You get it. Lin Fei put on an air of profound mystery. I get it. Thank you for your guidance, master, the girl said with a joyful laugh, the term master being a playful jest. After walking down a street, the girl encountered the wind-swift monster again. I don't need your help this time. Oh, I can handle it, she declared, stepping forward as the zombie glacial freeze. Yi Yushue cried out, and the ground within 10 meters instantly froze, trapping the swift zombie in the ice. It was frozen into a sculpture. The girl shattered it with an ice arrow. She turned around smiling and said to Lin Fei, I understand now. If my speed can't match its, it'll just seal its movements. Lin Fei, so this is what you gleaned from what I just said? The girl nodded emphatically. Perhaps this is what a genius is like. Lin Fei looked at the girl and said, you remind me of a story. What story? The girl asked, curious. Once upon a time, there was an invincible sword saint. One day he comprehended the true essence of the sword, so he cast aside his blade and picked up a shield. The girl burst out laughing. Yi Yushue grew rapidly through battle. By midday, her glacial freeze, which could originally only freeze the ground within 10 meters, now covered 20 meters. Many powerful zombies appeared along the way, but they were all dealt with in a single arrow. Super Aim was truly invincible. The two finally arrived at the bridge, only to discover that many people had blocked it off. What's going on now? Lin Fei wondered. He led the girl forward, only to be stopped. This area is off limits for now, a man said. Why? Yi Yushue asked. Because there's a monster in the river, the man explained. This is a crucial route to City B, but since a monster has taken up residence under the bridge, passage is forbidden. A monster in the river. Lin Fei recalled the dream from days past. The only enemy who could match him in battle. Could it be real? What are they doing over there? The young girl noticed several people gathered nearby, seemingly engaged in discussion. The adults are preparing to eliminate the monster here. As he spoke, the man's face beamed with pride. They have all awakened extraordinary abilities and can easily rid us of that creature. The girl asked no further questions. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If defeating zombies could enhance one's powers, then what about vanquishing a formidable monster? Do you want to join? Lin Fei asked. Off. The girl was taken aback, then replied without hesitation, no. Forget it then. Lin Fei found it regrettable. Perhaps it could have made the girl stronger. Yet on second thought, no matter how strong she became, she would never surpass him. All she needed to do was cook well. Then well, wait until they've cleared it all, Lin Fei said. Battles of this caliber aren't something just anyone can join. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the man who had stopped them scoffed disdainfully. A bunch of random abilities aren't worthy of participating in combat. He wore an expression of reverence. I awaken power enhancement. I can amplify my strength for a short time. Compared to those esteemed adults, I'm far too inferior. What's that supposed to mean? Lin Fei said. I'm actually very strong. You? Strong? The man sneered contemptuously. Then tell me, what ability did you awaken? Lin Fei paused for a moment. I haven't awakened any. The man couldn't help but burst out laughing. You dare call yourself strong here without even awakening an ability? Go wait on the sidelines and witness the brilliance of those adults. Lin Fei fell silent. So the world's mutation was too pathetic to even grant him an ability. In the end, was it his fault? How enviable, Lin Fei remarked, then pulled the girl aside. A considerable crowd had gathered here. It seemed several groups had converged, all fixated on the bridge, eagerly awaiting the moment when the young elites would make their move. The girl was puzzled. Why don't you show your true strength? If it were you, you could easily subdue that monster. Lin Fei shook his head. You're still young, so you wouldn't understand. Battle only brings emptiness. The girl. She couldn't comprehend. The adults are making their move. At that moment, the crowd erupted into excitement. Lin Fei and the girl immediately looked toward the bridge, where three young men strode confidently toward its center. They possessed fair, radiant faces with sharply defined, cold features, deep, dark eyes shimmering with an alluring luster, thick brows, straight noses, and perfectly shaped lips. Every detail exuded nobility and elegance. Perhaps due to their powerful awakened abilities, their demeanor was ethereal and otherworldly, drawing all eyes as they walked across the bridge. Pretty boys, Lin Fei scoffed. The girl shot him a glance. He himself was far more handsome than them, yet he dared call them pretty boys. What did that make him? The ultimate freeloader. As they were about to reach the middle of the bridge, the surrounding clamor instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching everything on the bridge. They had reached the middle. A rumbling sound echoed as the bridge suddenly began to tremble violently. The river below seemed to boil, churning endlessly. Whoosh. In the next moment, a tentacle over 10 meters wide shot up from the river, slamming fiercely toward the three figures at the center of the bridge. This tentacle stretched 100 meters long, appearing almost majestic. Scatter! Zhang Long's eyes glinted as he gave the order. Instantly, three figures dispersed from the spot, darting in three different directions. As they scattered, they launched their attacks. One man walked on air, his feet generating wind and condensed energy into a blade in his hand. From 100 meters away, he slashed down with his sword. With a squelch, blood splattered from the 10-meter-wide tentacle. Yet the strike failed to sever it. Another man's hand shimmered, and a spear of light materialized. He hurled it with force. With another squelch, the spear of light nearly pierced through the tentacle, but it fell short, only causing blood to gush forth. At that moment, flames erupted from Zhang Long, their intense heat distorting the very air. "Rise," he bellowed. The flames coalesced around him into a fiery dragon. With a push, the dragon charged straight ahead. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the dragon collided with the tentacle. The onlookers then saw a severed section of the tentacle spinning through the air, crashing heavily onto the bridge and shaking the ground. Incredible! The crowd erupted in cheers. Truly the Lord's prodigies of heaven. Together they are invincible. Lin Fei, however, shook his head. It took 3 of them just to sever one tentacle. "They're doomed," he whispered to the young woman. The young woman nodded in agreement. On the bridge, before the trio could catch their breath, 2 tentacles suddenly burst forth from beneath the water's surface. These 2 tentacles were even larger and longer than the previous one, over 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. As they came crashing down, the reinforced concrete bridge was shattered instantly. The man soaring on the wind was caught off guard. A tentacle struck him, splitting his body open. He plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing wretchedly onto the bridge, blood gushing out as if it cost nothing. Not good. The man with the light-based ability sensed danger and turned to flee. But as he turned, he froze. A tentacle had already landed on the bridge, sweeping toward him. It was over 20 meters high. Even with their supernatural abilities, they couldn't evade it, especially with the tentacles moving so fast. Thud! A dull sound rang out as he failed to dodge the sweeping tentacle. His body was shattered, blood spraying everywhere. Up! He screamed, his body spinning away as battered as the previous man. In an instant, only Zhang Long remained on the bridge. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. The crowd, which had been cheering moments ago, fell silent. They all stared in horror at the bridge. In a flash, 2 had been defeated, leaving only Zhang Long. On the bridge, Zhang Long stared in terror at the 2 seemingly colossal tentacles before him. He had thought this would be a simple fight, one he could easily end with his ability. Little did they expect that it would be them who were effortlessly finished. He had come here today with a purpose, aiming for fame from the very start. When the anomaly struck once more, it signaled the dawn of a new era. Only the prestigious and mighty could endure. Thus he aspired to become such a person. But now he might die here, and he was not ready to perish. Rumbling, the tentacle was about to crash down upon Zhang Long. "No!" He cried out in terror, then turned and fled without hesitation before the eyes of over 100 onlookers. Boom! The tentacle slammed down once again, smashing the bridge, and Zhang Long, caught in the shockwave, was hurled through the air, rolling dozens of times on the ground. It was only thanks to the mutation that had strengthened their bodies that they did not die. Yet now Zhang Long lay gravely wounded, unable to move a single limb. His face was swollen and bruised, and several teeth had been knocked out. "I can't die." Zhang Long pressed his body against the ground, using every ounce of strength to crawl toward the distant crowd. At that moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, the 3 formidable warriors had been defeated. Just 2 tentacles, and it's this powerful. What kind of monster is this? It's enough to destroy this entire world, someone cried out in despair. Despair spread through the hearts of all. Even the mightiest among them were as insignificant as ants before this creature. What could they possibly do? No matter how many they were, they would only be feeding the monster. "This thing is invincible, no one can defeat it," someone wailed in terror. Zhang Long crawled painfully across the ground. Though he dared not look back, he could still sense the tentacle rising once more behind him. If it struck now, he would surely die. No, he couldn't help but scream, "Someone please save me. I don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me?" Zhang Long's voice was filled with utter desolation. At this moment, who could possibly rescue him? As the tentacle descended, many immediately shut their eyes. Even Zhang Long did the same. But moments later, the anticipated pain never came. He slowly opened his eyes and froze in astonishment. The distant crowd was equally stunned, for they clearly saw a handsome young man standing before Zhang Long. He raised one hand, and in that hand was the colossal tentacle. Everyone's jaws dropped wide enough to hold an egg. He caught that tentacle with just one hand. They were utterly terrified. At that moment, Zhang Long was also dumbstruck. Lin Fei looked down at the battered man before him and said with a faint smile, "I heard your cry for help, so all is well now." "You ask why? Because I am here." Lin Fei exerted force with his hand and pushed the tentacle upward. Crack! The tentacle could not withstand the pressure and snapped cleanly. Lin Fei shrugged and casually tossed the Tinsoften's weight into the river. If not for his flight, the bridge would have collapsed long ago. "You're still far too weak compared to it." With this single move, Lin Fei realized that this creature was vastly inferior to those in his dreams, a gap as vast as an entire universe. He had hoped for a worthy opponent to test his strength, but as it turned out, such an adversary did not exist. When an octopus is in danger, it can sever its tentacles to survive. This was exactly the situation now. As Lin Fei's lethal strike was about to land, the octopus sacrificed one tentacle to buy itself a slim chance of survival. But it was futile. With a thunderous roar, another tentacle swept across. It traversed the bridge like a colossal wall, rolling forward to crush everything into pulp. Previously, one person had already fallen to this very attack. The tentacle was a full 20 meters wide, and no one could leap that high. But Lin Fei could. Yet now he simply stood his ground, raising his right hand with indifference to block the sweeping tentacle. A rumbling boom echoed as the entire bridge shook violently. Impossible. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. They clearly saw Lin Fei still standing in place, and the enormous tentacle had been caught by him once again. You never learn. With a flex of his hand, Lin Fei severed the tentacle. Oh my god. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this still human? A single tentacle had been powerful enough to gravely injure 3 experts, yet now this mysterious young man had broken 2 of them with just one hand. Gurgle gurgle. At that moment, the river's surface began to churn as if something was about to emerge. They'll give you a hand. Lin Fei chuckled lightly, then leaped up and dove into the river before everyone's eyes. What the hell is he doing? Those who witnessed it were startled. Why would Lin Fei jump in recklessly? Is he trying to get himself killed? The water is that monster's territory. Going in is suicide. It's over. He's overconfident. The hope that had just risen was extinguished in an instant. Everyone believed that Lin Fei jumping into the water was suicidal, for the river was the monster's domain. In the past, the underwater world had always been shrouded in mystery, and no one had ever fully explored it. Now, after the mutation, it had become even more enigmatic. No one knew what had happened beneath the surface. Perhaps it was teeming with such monsters. Zhang Long stared at the scene in a daze. When he came to his senses, he roared and pounded the ground with all his might. I should have stopped him. Zhang Long vividly remembered the figure that appeared in his moment of despair. Lin Fei was his savior. Yet now he had watched helplessly as Lin Fei plunged. That was no placid river. It was an abyss. He knew Lin Fei was powerful, but the river was the monster's turf. Even with great skill, it would be hard to fight there, while the monster would only grow stronger. Damn it. Zhang Long hammered the ground in regret, wishing he had done everything to hold Lin Fei back. But at that moment in the river, bubbles gurgled. Lin Fei found the water terribly murky. Even with his eyes wide open, he could barely see a few meters ahead. X-ray vision. Now he could see clearly. 100 meters away, there was a giant octopus, a full 100 meters in size. Never mind how a sea octopus ended up in a river. What did it eat to grow so big? Lin Fei swiftly closed in on the colossal monster. At that moment, the octopus detected Lin Fei plunging into the water and launched a frenzied assault. As those above had surmised, the aquatic realm was its dominion. 3 colossal tentacles, sharp as swords, thrust toward him, aiming to shatter him on the spot. Yet Lin Fei neither dodged nor flinched. The tentacles failed to budge him even an inch. You're not enough. With those words, Lin Fei tore the tentacle apart. Only the octopus from his dreams could truly rival him. Just as Lin Fei intended to approach the octopus, a clattering sound echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw a dense swarm of piranhas. Each piranha was as large as a bull, with razor-sharp teeth visible even in the murky water. They crept up silently, then sank their fangs into Lin Fei. But without exception, their teeth shattered upon impact. Lin Fei glanced around and realized the sheer number was uncountable, at least 1,000. This was no land, but water, where Lin Fei could hardly leverage his strength. Facing 1,000 piranhas, he couldn't annihilate them all in an instant. Fine, just wait. He'll remember this grudge. Lin Fei snorted coldly and soared out of the river. He's out. The moment he reappeared, the crowd, who had been anxiously watching the river's surface, spotted him. He seems unharmed. What about the monster? The river's color remained unchanged. Perhaps he hadn't found it. What a relief. Seeing Lin Fei again, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just then the crowd saw Lin Fei land near the bridge's edge, where a strikingly beautiful girl stood. Yet his target was not the maiden. He opened his backpack, drew out the compound bow, and leaped once more. This time he soared 100 meters above the river. Die. He drew the bowstring and loosed an arrow. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the arrow, like a meteor from the heavens, split the Yangtze River apart. A massive crater was now starkly visible to all. Along with the cascading water fell countless fragments of piranha corpses. Rumble. For a full 10 seconds the parted river surged back, filling the enormous pit. The water burst 1,000 meters into the air, raining down like a... Before anyone could recover, Lin Fei leaped again, plunging back into the water. This time, however, silence fell over the crowd. Earlier, ignorant of the situation, they had worried for Lin Fei. But now they almost pitied the monster. Encountering such a man who could split a river with a single arrow. Was that even human? The river was now even murkier. Yet this did not hinder Lin Fei's penetrating vision. He instantly spotted the giant octopus, its body already split open, likely caught in the aftermath of that arrow. This time no piranhas interfered with him in the water. Super speed. Lin Fei moved through the water like a streak of lightning, catching up to the fleeing octopus in an instant. With a light flick of his index finger. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in the octopus head, and it immediately lost all signs of life. Lin Fei hoisted the octopus corpse with both hands, then hurled it with force. The onlookers outside watched as the creature's body flew from the river and crashed heavily onto the road beside the bridge. The violent tremors of the ground lifted everyone off their feet for a mere instant. "My heavens!" exclaimed all, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the 100-meter-long octopus corpse. Had this horrifyingly monstrous creature been slain so swiftly? Lin Fei had been submerged in the water for less than 10 seconds. He must be a deity. All gazes involuntarily fell upon Lin Fei, who had just leaped out of the river. To instantly annihilate the octopus and then hurl its carcass out was such a feat truly within human capability. His clothes seemed completely dry. Someone immediately noticed this detail. Good heavens, he is absolutely a god. They instantly affirmed their conviction. How could a mere mortal achieve such a thing? The three most formidable experts had been utterly powerless against this octopus. "Is it over?" The girl lifted her head to ask, having felt a moment of tension herself. "It's over." Lin Fei picked up his backpack, gazing at the colossal corpse with a hint of melancholy. Life is such a fragile thing. Battle brings no joy, only solitude. The bystanders were astounded, mentally noting every word for future reference. So this was how the great master thought. Among the crowd, one man was particularly shocked, for he had earlier blocked Lin Fei's path. At this moment, witnessing Lin Fei's might, he was rendered speechless with terror. "And I even mocked him." He swallowed hard, genuinely fearing that Lin Fei might appear before him in the next second. That invincible monster which had forced three powerful figures to retreat in defeat had been effortlessly slain by this very man. It was evident he had acted with ease, not unleashing his full power. He seemed like a deity incarnate. At this thought, the man's legs gave way, and he nearly fainted. In truth, however, Lin Fei had not taken this incident to heart. He was never one to hold grudges, and the matter had already slipped from his. "Let's go." Lin Fei was unaware of the immense shock his recent actions had inflicted upon those around him. To him it was all quite. To be honest, when I heard there was a monster in the river, I felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping to find a worthy adversary, Lin Fei remarked as he walked alongside the girl. "Alas, I overestimated it." The girl inquired curiously, "Why do you seek an opponent?" "The loneliness of invincibility." Lin Fei sighed. The girl grew even more puzzled. "Wait." A voice suddenly called out from behind them. They halted and turned around. There they saw Zhang Long drenched in blood crawling towards them. Lin Fei immediately said, "Brother, stop crawling. You're gravely wounded. This is too pitiful." Zhang Long paid no heed, his gaze resolute. "Please, great master, accept me as your disciple." The girl's expression sharpened instantly. Lin Fei pondered for a moment, then replied, "I don't take disciples." "Why?" Zhang Long was taken aback. "Is it because I fled earlier?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Of course not. To be honest, knowing you couldn't win and choosing to leave is perfectly normal. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm is human nature. As for why I don't take disciples, it's simply because I don't wish to. I don't know how to teach." Hearing this, Zhang Long felt a pang of disappointment. Yet in the next moment he still asked, "Can I become as powerful as you?" "I don't know," Lin Fei said without hesitation. "Off." Zhang Long was taken aback. But Lin Fei hadn't finished yet. He continued, "However, if someone like me can become this strong, someone as talented as you should be able to as well." A smile finally spread across Zhang Long's face. "I will definitely work hard." Finally, he asked earnestly, "Master, may I know your name?" "Why not?" Lin Fei said calmly, "My name is Lin Fei." With those words, he walked away. Zhang Long stared blankly at the retreating figures of Lin Fei and the girl, his gaze eventually turning resolute. Beyond the bridge lay a vast plain. Crossing the bridge did not mean they had arrived at City B. They were still hundreds of kilometers away. "Let's fly over," Lin Fei suggested once more. The girl nodded. In the desolate wilderness, the zombies would surely be neither as formidable nor as numerous as those in the. Lin Fei reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, soaring toward City B. Whoosh whoosh. The wind roared past their ears, yet Lin Fei shielded her from it all, leaving the girl feeling only a gentle warmth. She glanced up at his face. Ever since meeting this man, the apocalypse had seemed different. As long as he was by her side, she felt an infinite sense of safety. The apocalypse no longer felt so terrifying. If they continued on together, would they eventually get married? Unknowingly, the girl's thoughts wandered far, and her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple, utterly adorable. Lin Fei, of course, had no idea what was running through. "What is that?" He suddenly spotted a dark speck in the distance. It drew closer. Lin Fei finally saw it clearly. A monstrous bird over 10 meters wide, its body covered in purple, rotting flesh riddled with holes. Ugh, how disgusting. Lin Fei acted swiftly, obliterating the monstrous bird in an instant. From the bird's beak, however, he retrieved a fruit. It was the size of a fist, transitioning from green to yellow, as if only half ripe. "What is this?" Lin Fei wondered. Could that monstrous bird have been a herbivore? Had he killed the wrong creature? The girl also saw the fruit in Lin Fei's hand. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she quickly said, "This fruit seems to contain a vast amount of supernatural energy." Oh. Hearing this, Lin Fei understood immediately. That creature was definitely not a herbivore, had been holding the fruit, because of the supernatural energy within, waiting for it to ripen before devouring it. Since it was carrying this, there might be more nearby, Lin Fei speculated. "Let's go down and take a look. Perhaps we can find more." The girl nodded. She wanted to grow stronger, and these fruits could save her a great deal of effort. This. She kept staring at the fruit in Lin Fei's hand. It contained an immense amount of supernatural energy, and she coveted it intensely. You can't eat it yet. Lin Fei refused without hesitation. It's not ripe. He'll hold on to it for now, and we'll see when it's ready. They landed, and he placed the fruit into his backpack. Let's search nearby, Lin Fei said. Before long the girl spotted a village, and called out, Lin Fei, there's a village over there. Let's check it out, Lin Fei replied. The village was eerily quiet. As they walked along the main road, the silence felt oppressive, devoid of any signs of human life. Anyone here? Lin Fei wanted to know the whereabouts of the ability fruit. Perhaps he could ask the survivors here. However, no one. Bang bang. Moments later the village suddenly became lively. Hundreds of zombies crawled out from the houses. They were different from those encountered before. They crawled faster, and their eyes were green. Let me handle this. The young girl stepped forward in front of Lin Fei and eliminated all the zombies. By now she had grown much stronger. As long as she didn't encounter height-ear zombies, she could handle 100 or 200 on her own. Any more than that, and she would feel dizzy, because her ability was running low. Lin Fei saw her fair face turn pale and knew she couldn't hold on much longer. So he took out his bow and shot arrows, taking down a group with each shot. Within a dozen seconds, all the zombies were cleared. The girl shook her head and said, the zombies here are stronger than those in the city, which means there might be an ability fruit nearby. Lin Fei agreed with this view. Let's search around this village, Lin Fei said. Then 200 meters away from the village they found a grove surrounded by zombies. Countless zombies with green glowing eyes. At least 1,000, Lin Fei estimated. It should be inside, the girl said. It was already abnormal for so many zombies to gather near this grove. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Fei led the girl forward. Rumble. When they were still 100 meters away, both of them suddenly felt the earth tremble. Was it an earthquake? There's a large zombie inside, Lin Fei said, activating his X-ray vision to see clearly into the grove. That zombie was entirely red, 5 meters tall with thick limbs, its arms and legs equally massive. It resembled the big brute they had seen in the city. Lin Fei thought that this monster must have evolved from that big brute. Behind this high-tier zombie stood a yellow fruit tree. The tree was only about a meter tall, radiant and golden, bearing 2 fruits identical to the one he had just obtained. However, the green on these 2 fruits was rapidly fading. In a few more minutes, they should be ripe, Lin Fei said. As if sensing the impending ripeness, the 1,000 zombies charged toward the fruit tree. The big brute was trying to block them. The earthquake was caused by the big brute's attacks. It slammed its fist into the ground, causing the earth to explode and sending a dozen zombies spinning through the air. Wait here, Lin Fei said. If he attacked now, the collateral damage might affect the fruit tree. So Lin Fei planned to go and take the fruits himself. Okay, be careful, the girl said, understanding his intention. Having witnessed his power, she didn't hesitate. Lin Fei activated his invisibility and quickly reached the fruit tree. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and he immediately plucked the 2 fruits, stuffing them into perfect, infinite ability fruit. Lin Fei felt satisfied. As the 2 fruits vanished, the radiant golden tree instantly dimmed. At that moment, all the zombies stopped. They stared blankly at the direction of the tree. Where had the fruits gone? Lin Fei returned to the girl's side, deactivated his invisibility, drew his compound bow, and shot an arrow. Boom. A swarm of zombies disappeared. In less than a minute, not a single zombie remained in the grove. Even the mutated big brute was shattered by the arrow. After the gale dissipated, an eerie silence fell over the entire forest. The zombies that had once stood there were now gone without a trace, all swept up by the fierce wind carried by that arrow and effortlessly shredded. That 4-meter-tall behemoth was a height-ear existence among the zombies, its skin harder than steel. Ordinary artillery fire could no longer affect its body. But now, merely touched by the wind of that arrow, the brute had directly exploded. Lin Fei glanced over. The fruit tree remained, perhaps when it bloomed and bore fruit next time a destined one would encounter it. Did you get the fruit? The girl couldn't help but ask. Lin Fei nodded, smiling. You can count on me. Then he took 2 glistening, translucent ability fruits from his backpack, washed them with mineral water, handed one to the girl, and ate the other himself. Thank you. The girl happily took the ability fruit. Lin Fei took a bite of the fruit. It was tender, juicy, and tasted somewhat like a peach. Did this fruit contain a vast amount of ability energy? He took another bite, but felt nothing. Maybe I'm just too weak, Lin Fei thought to himself, and finished the fruit in a few bites. Then, burp, he let out a satisfied burp. Comfortable. Just then he heard an unusual sound from the girl beside him. Turning to look, Lin Fei noticed a faint blue light flowing around her body. Lin Fei watched curiously. The blue fluorescence carried a chill, and snowflakes were actually falling around the girl. He realized that the girl was evolving once again. This fruit really does contain a vast amount of ability energy. Lin Fei finally believed it, though he himself could. It must be because he wasn't an ability user himself. The icy aura was dissipating, and Lin Fei noticed that the girl seemed to have changed. She had always been cute, but now there was a touch of aloofness in her cuteness. Her long silky hair that reached her waist had now turned a faint blue at the tips. If she becomes even stronger, will her hair turn completely blue? Lin Fei speculated. At that moment the girl's evolution came to an end. She immediately shared the result with Lin Fei, delighted. I seem to have become much stronger. Before using freeze 10,000 miles once would make me feel a bit dizzy, but now I think I can use it 4 or 5 times in a row. That's incredibly powerful, Lin Fei said. I'm dying of envy. Upon hearing this, the girl rolled her eyes at him. You're just being perfunctory. You're far more formidable than I am. There's nothing for you to envy, she said. That's the truth, but I'm still envious, Lin Fei said as he took out his phone to check the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. They had wasted too much time at the bridge in the morning. Searching for this ability fruit in the wilderness had also taken a considerable amount of time. The sky was already overcast, and it would soon be completely dark. We need to find a place to sleep quickly, or we'll be sleeping under the stars tonight, Lin Fei said, picking up the girl. After they had flown for a while, the girl suddenly noticed something. There's a village down below, the girl said. There are lights inside. It seems like someone's there. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Fei. He noticed that the sky in this world seemed to darken a bit quickly. It was only a little past 5, yet stars were already visible. The two landed at the entrance of the village. They didn't see anyone nearby, but lights were indeed flickering within the village. Lin Fei activated his X-ray vision and saw that many houses had people inside. They were not zombies. We might be able to spend the night here, Lin Fei said. He looked around, and there wasn't a single zombie in the village. Perhaps the villagers had driven them all out. They'll follow your lead, the girl said softly, never contradicting him. Lin Fei then led her to knock on a door. Excuse us, he called out. After a moment, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man of towering stature, over 2 meters tall, nearly reaching 3 meters. He stood before them like a wall. What is it? Lin Fei looked up at the giant and smiled. We're passing through, and it's getting dark. Could we stay here for the night? The man merely glanced at Lin Fei, then his gaze lingered on the girl, his eyes brightening. Of course. There are many empty houses outside. Pick any. Lin Fei thanked him and left with the girl. Those empty houses must have belonged to people who turned into zombies, Lin Fei speculated. By the time he found a relatively clean room, darkness had fully fallen. With the global power outage, Lin Fei took out candles he had prepared earlier, dispelling the gloom. They'll cook dinner, the girl said softly. Lin Fei handed her the ingredients, tidied up the bed, and lay down to laze about. Soon the aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. The girl hummed happily as she prepared the meal. This was her happiest time of day. A dish of minced meat with beans vibrant with red and green was quickly finished. Since awakening her powers, the girl's appetite had grown considerably, and a single dish was far from enough. Blushing, she prepared more dishes. Stir-fried cauliflower with tomatoes, also a medley of red and green, wafted a tantalizing fragrance. There was also braised eggplant, richly aromatic. Even more enticing were the pork stewed with chestnuts and grandmother-style braised pork, each dish more fragrant than the last. Lin Fei, smelling the food from outside, grew hungry. Only after bringing out the final dish of pork rib soup did the girl smile in satisfaction. Lin Fei, come eat. Coming. Lin Fei, drawn by the aroma, felt more than ever that taking in the girl had been the wisest decision. As they ate, a knock came at the door. I'll check it out. Before Lin Fei could speak, the girl set down her chopsticks. She opened the door to find the man. Is something the matter? The girl asked. Oh, nothing. The man replied, glancing at her several times before peering into the house. Just wanted to see if you're settling in comfortably. The girl smiled. There's no such thing as comfort or discomfort. We don't have much choice. The man chuckled. Well said. Having dinner. I could smell it from Yes, she said. Would you like to join us? No, the man laughed. Enjoy yourselves. He'll be off. With that, he turned and left, leaving the girl utterly bewildered. What was that all about? It was that uncle from before, she said. Yi Yuxue returned to her seat and recounted the incident to Lin Fei. Maybe he really was just concerned about us, Lin Fei said, unconcerned. At this moment, however, the middle-aged man harbored quite different thoughts. What a lovely girl. I wonder if she's still pure. I haven't touched a woman in 3 months. He rubbed his hands together, a sinister grin spreading across his face. They can even eat. How fragrant. That man's backpack must contain more food. I have to find a way to get it. Lin Fei had no idea he was being targeted. After the meal, the door sounded once more. The young girl who was about to wash the dishes immediately said, he'll go see who. Opening the door, she found an unfamiliar young man. Gather at the small square. The leader wants to brief tomorrow's plan. Leaving behind this cryptic remark, the man turned and walked away, leaving the girl utterly perplexed once more. She abandoned the dishes and promptly informed Lin Fei. Somewhat nervously, she asked, could there be something wrong with the people in this village? Let's go out and take a look, Lin Fei said. These people probably aren't from this village, they're outsiders. The original villagers must have turned into monsters and were eliminated by them, which is why this village is so clean. Their gathering here suggests they have some plan. Then why did they come to fetch us? The girl wondered. They probably didn't expect us to be outsiders, Lin Fei replied. They saw the light in the house and came over. This also proves what I just said. They're a group. In the end, Lin Fei led the girl outside, and sure enough, everyone had emerged, all gathered in the square. A quick count revealed over 20 people. In the center of the square stood 2 tables upon which a very young man was speaking. You all understand your duties, don't you? Yin Ting declared in a loud voice. I don't want anyone to screw up during tomorrow's operation. If you do, even if the zombies don't kill you, I will personally take you out. As he spoke, snow-white lightning crackled in his hands. He was yet another lightning-wielding esper. Lin Fei still remembered the last one. A bolt of lightning striking a monster had proven utterly useless. The lightning had simply been deflected. He wondered how formidable this one was, as surely he must be powerful, otherwise he wouldn't be standing up there leading the crowd. Yunting droned on and on from his podium, but Lin Fei didn't catch a single word. What did he just say? Lin Fei asked the girl beside him. The girl answered obediently. They have a plan tomorrow to retrieve a spirit fruit from 2 li away. But it's guarded by a powerful monster, so they've divided the tasks to ensure they get it. So that was it. Lin Fei finally understood. Just as Yunting was about to dismiss the gathering, Lin Fei spoke up. Wait. Lin Fei called out. Is there something else? Yunting frowned, slightly wondering if his explanation had been unclear. I'm just a passerby. Since they were going after a spirit fruit, Lin Fei became interested. Though he already possessed one, perhaps this was a different variety. But as Lin Fei's words fell, a sudden deathly silence descended. Everyone's gaze fixed upon him. What did you say? Yunting's eyes narrowed as well. Now that he looked closely, he truly didn't recognize this person. And the girl beside him. He didn't recall having such a beautiful girl in his team. I said we're just passing by. Lin Fei replied. Then you've heard something you shouldn't have. Yunting moved his foot and crossed over 10 meters to stand before Lin Fei, saying coldly, maybe you're not just a passerby, but someone from another team here to spy on me. Lin Fei said, no, you're overthinking. But Yunting interrupted him, saying, tomorrow you'll join the assault group. The girl stays with me. I haven't awakened any powers, Lin Fei said earnestly. The place had been quiet, but his words sparked a burst of laughter. He actually said that with such confidence. Is he trying to kill me with laughter? Using the bravest tone to say the most useless thing, ooh damn, he's a genius. Mostly mockery. In this world there are people who can't even awaken powers, probably useless. If he's so worthless, why didn't he turn into a zombie when the mutation happened? The girl's face grew cold at the jeers. Lin Fei held her back, and said all people are born equal. Maybe you've awakened powers, but to me you're still ordinary. After all, they'd all be defeated in one hit. Ordinary. Yunting laughed, standing before Lin Fei, with arcs of electricity dancing over his body. He chuckled, if I touch you now, would you die? Before Lin Fei could answer, he added with a smile, just kidding. I won't kill you. You're one of us now. Remember to assemble with the assault group tomorrow. With that he turned and left. The others dispersed too, their faces still wearing smiles as they walked away, saying how ridiculous. Someone still believes in equality. The tall, middle-aged man wore an even more sinister grin. So he hasn't awakened any powers. Soon only Lin Fei and the girl remained, and the girl was puzzled and felt indignant for Lin Fei. You're so strong. Why didn't you strike back just now? If they saw your power, they'd shut up. How dare they laugh at you? Lin Fei ruffled her hair and said there's no point in caring. It's not worth quibbling over these people, or you'll be angry to death one day. I don't care, the girl said. They went too far. None of them can fight. I just want a good night's sleep tonight, Bill said. The girl refused. They say a gentleman doesn't let a grudge last overnight. I can't stand it. I'll go beat them up now. Lin Fei laughed. I'll raze this village to the ground right now, and then we can count the stars together. The girl hesitated. Come on, let's go back, shower and sleep. We've been fighting monsters all day. As for these people, they're just clowns. Tomorrow we still need them to lead us to the ability fruit. Lin Fei secretly hoped the ability fruit would be banana flavored this time, so he could have it as a dessert after meals. The girl said nothing. The next day, just after they finished breakfast, there was another knock at the door. It was Lin Fei who went to open the door this time. It's time for us to set out. Standing at the door was the middle-aged man, a smile now gracing his face. After learning that Lin Fei had no superpowers, he had been elated for half the night. Until now, he was the only one who knew Lin Fei had food. When the time came to kill Lin Fei, that food would be his. And with food, winning over this girl would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Let's go, Lin Fei said. The sooner we get the superpower fruit, the sooner I can attend to other matters. The man was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fei's reaction, then his smile turned cold. He thought to himself, still putting up a brave front even now. When he sees the zombies, he'll be the first to be scared out of his wits. The young girl followed them out and cast a glance at the middle-aged man. She now held no goodwill towards anyone here. She had lain awake for a long time during the night, several times tempted to go out and give these people a beating. The group assembled once again in the square. You didn't run away. Though you're an ordinary person, your courage is commendable, Yunting said with a smile. The others joined in the laughter. Lin Fei said calmly, if we don't set out soon, the fruit will be eaten by then. Yunting replied, I've calculated the time. It won't ripen until noon today. That's good to know, Lin Fei said. Moi. Yunting asked, puzzled. You seem determined to get that fruit. Don't you know we distribute according to contribution? I know, Lin Fei replied. All right, then I won't shatter your illusions. Yunting chuckled and began leading the way. The entire group marched out of the village in a grand procession. After walking for a while, Lin Fei felt the surroundings looked familiar, as if he had been here yesterday. We passed through here before, the young girl reminded him. The two of them had expended considerable effort searching for the superpower fruit yesterday. So that's it. Lin Fei nodded, and as he gazed at the increasingly familiar scenery, a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that the superpower fruit they're looking for is the very one I picked yesterday? When Lin Fei saw that village once more, he was certain of it. Everyone be careful, Yinting said, instantly alert at the sight of the village. The zombies in this village have inhaled pollen, making them much stronger than normal. Be extremely cautious and avoid getting hurt. Assault team, take the lead. Everyone became vigilant and serious. Only Lin Fei and the young girl looked at the group before them with speechless exasperation. There's no need to be so tense. Lin Fei said calmly, the zombies in this village have all been dealt with by me. Shut up, Yunting immediately barked. Everyone quiet now. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fei and sneered. You think you can fight mutated zombies? The unspoken implication was clear. He held Lin Fei in utter contempt. Lin Fei didn't bother to argue. After cautiously making their way halfway through the village, the group finally sensed something amiss. It seems there really are no zombies in it. Many people broke into relieved smiles. This is incredibly lucky. The goddess of fortune must be on our side. We're definitely getting that superpower fruit today. As for what Lin Fei had just said, they had already forgotten it. What a joke. An ordinary person who hadn't awakened could wipe out an entire village of mutated zombies. If that were true, they could just as easily annihilate every zombie in the world. The tall man beside Lin Fei felt a pang of regret. Otherwise, they might have been able to finish Lin Fei off right here in this village. You're lucky to be alive, he thought to himself. Yinting continued leading the way. When Lin Fei saw the familiar forest, he finally confirmed that these people's target was indeed the fruit he had taken yesterday. Lin Fei. The girl wanted to warn him. I know, Lin Fei said helplessly. It was a wasted trip. Before them lay the familiar woods. Huh. Lin Fei suddenly remarked in confusion. The zombie corpses are all gone. Only then did the girl notice this detail. Could there be other zombies here? Probably, Lin Fei nodded. Everyone on alert. Yunting said loudly, assault squad takes the lead. Stay vigilant, and don't fall into the zombies' trap. Let's go. The tall man pushed Lin Fei, and the 8 of them entered the woods. Are you scared? The man asked Lin Fei. Why should I be afraid? Lin Fei said with exasperation. He had been here for so long and hadn't encountered anyone who could put up a fight. The only possible rival was the mysterious and unknown Savage Bull. He kept hearing that name, but Lin Fei had never encountered it once. Everyone who mentioned it wore an expression of despair, so Lin Fei figured the Savage Bull must be incredibly strong. If you're scared, you can cry out. He'll protect you, the man chuckled. Lin Fei instinctively moved farther away. That was a bit unsettling. Something's off. Someone noticed that there wasn't a single zombie here. The air was still rancid, but not a zombie was in sight. It was too strange. What's so strange about it? This is great. Someone immediately exclaimed excitedly. It was like this when we came. No zombies in the village, none here either. It means the goddess of fortune is on our side. He ran out excitedly. No zombies in the woods. Hearing this, smiles spread across everyone's faces. Excellent. Yunting's words were only halfway out of his mouth when they suddenly caught in his throat, because he clearly saw a towering figure appear behind this person. When had it come? The smiles on everyone's faces froze in an instant. With a squelch, the zombie's fist came crashing down, and in that split second, blood splattered everywhere, drenching the monster. This scene happened far too suddenly. Everyone stood rooted to the spot. It had been so calm just moments ago, and now a 5-meter turtle zombie had suddenly appeared. The only one who remained calm was Lin Fei. He had already spotted the zombie through his X-ray vision. It was 5 meters tall, somewhat like the big fellow from before. But a metallic glint shimmered on its skin. It must have evolved again after eating the corpses here, Lin Fei murmured. Vanguard squad. Yunting immediately shouted. At this moment, everyone snapped to action and quickly scattered. Huddling together in front of such a behemoth was a foolish move. Yunting struck first a bolt of lightning crashing down directly onto the monster, but it had no effect. The lightning was deflected. Impossible. Seeing this, Yunting's eyes went wide. The lightning that had always been able to cleave through everything was actually being deflected. The giant moved with incredible speed, almost teleporting. With a shift of its feet, it appeared before a person and swung its fist down again, sending blood splattering. Protect yourselves. Don't break formation. Yunting shouted loudly. Yet in truth, he was now terrified. His proud lightning had proven futile against this monster. What other means could he possibly employ to deal with it? At this moment, despair had seized Yunting's heart, and he yearned for escape. They are numerous enough. That should buy me time to Lin Fei observed everything. When they had set out in the morning, all were brimming with vigor and confidence. Yet now merely encountering an ordinary monster had thrown them into utter disarray. Truly nothing but a mob of rabble, Lin Fei mused. Now is the moment. Perish. In that instant, however, the man standing behind Lin Fei gave him a forceful shove, sending him hurtling straight toward the zombie. The zombie hurled a punch at the oncoming Lin Fei. A smirk had already spread across the man's face, as if he could envision Lin Fei being shattered into pieces. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. How could one withstand the punch of a colossal zombie? Yet boom! A thunderous roar erupted. A violent gale swept outward in all directions, snapping every tree in its path. The ground beneath Lin Fei's feet cracked apart, but he remained standing. He had raised a single hand and caught the zombie's fist. In an instant, everyone in panic came to a halt. They stared at the scene dumbfounded. They had all witnessed it clearly. This ordinary man who had never awakened had actually blocked the zombie's punch. Was the zombie too weak? They didn't think so. They had just seen with their own eyes how the creature had obliterated and awakened with a single blow. Even Yun Ting's lightning had been utterly useless against the monster. Yet now Lin Fei had caught the punch. And he appeared so effortless as if he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Is he really an ordinary person who hasn't awakened? In that moment many minds went blank. Who exactly was Lin Fei? The man who had shoved Lin Fei was now stunned as well. Even in his wildest dreams, he could never have imagined that Lin Fei would be able to catch the monster's punch. Step back a little for now. Lin Fei released his grip, turned to face the tall man, and approached him step by step. If I heard correctly, just now didn't you tell me to die? The man shook his head repeatedly. You misheard. I would never say such a thing. But you did push me, Lin Fei stated. It was an accident. The man continued to defend himself. That's easy to say. Before Lin Fei could finish his sentence, the zombie behind him moved, almost teleporting, appearing instantly at Lin Fei's back and throwing a punch. The monster's fist struck Lin Fei squarely on the head. Boom. In that instant, the ground beneath Lin Fei's feet exploded. Everyone stared in disbelief, because they could clearly see that Lin Fei remained rooted to the spot, seemingly unharmed. He had taken the monster's full-force punch with his head and emerged unscathed. Overwhelming shock made it nearly impossible for the group to breathe, as if an invisible hand had clenched their hearts. Last night, they had dared to mock such a being. Forgot you can't understand human speech. Lin Fei didn't turn around, but his words were directed at the zombie. The moment his voice fell, he clenched his fist and swung it back. Boom. Another thunderous crash. The five-meter monster was reduced to nothing but a pair of legs. Everything above had vanished completely, shattered into fine dust by Lin Fei's single punch. Boom, boom, boom. At the sight of this, everyone's legs buckled in terror, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale as they gasped for breath. The man trembled even more violently, already seated on the ground, having wet himself. I told you earlier that all men are created equal, but you didn't listen because you didn't believe it. So I can only conclude that you are no longer human. Lin Fei gazed coldly at the man. No, the man cried out. I am human. I am an ordinary person. No, you are not. Lin Fei threw a punch without further ado. Boom. The blow left a crater over 10 meters wide in the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The others witnessing this swallowed hard. His decisiveness in killing was absolute. Your turn now. Lin Fei turned to face the crowd, all of whom had their legs weakened by fear. We never intended to kill you, someone immediately shouted. Oh, Lin Fei replied. You all called me an ordinary person, yet you still made me join the vanguard team. Wasn't that an attempt to have me killed? No one could utter a word. Lin Fei appeared before Yun Ting in an instant, looking down at him, whose legs had given way. Last night you asked me what would happen if your lightning touched me. Now I can answer you, I would be completely unharmed, but you would die. If you don't believe me, I'll give you the chance to try right now. Yun Ting was too terrified to speak, merely shaking his head incessantly. Lin Fei also shook his head, crouched down, and slowly extended his hand. Tell me, if I touched you, what would happen? No. Yun Ting finally cried out in fear. I know I was wrong. You know now? Lin Fei said with a faint smile. What were you up to last night? Knowing I was an ordinary person, you still assigned me to the vanguard team and tried to keep the girl by your side. What was your intention? Yun Ting shook his head continuously. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. Lin Fei said. Let me guess, if my hand touches you, you will die. As Yun Ting's eyes filled with utter horror, Lin Fei ended him with a single punch. And I thought you actually knew the whereabouts of other ability fruits. What a waste of my time. Lin Fei stood up and dusted off his hands. I know I was wrong. Someone finally fell to their knees in desperation, kowtowing repeatedly. Please don't kill me. The others quickly followed suit. Lin Fei merely smiled and said, if you want me to spare you, it's simple. Slap yourselves 100 times loud enough for me to hear. With each slap, shout, all men are created equal. Without hesitation, they complied. Instantly, the crisp sound of slaps filled the air, accompanied by repeated cries of, all men are created equal. In the end, every one of them was bruised and swollen from their own slaps. A few had even fainted from the self-inflicted blows. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction and left with the girl. From now on, even in their dreams, they won't forget those words. The girl let out a chuckle, then grew somewhat angry. I never thought that man could be so wicked, actually trying to harm you. Earlier she had called him uncle, but now she referred to him as that man. A complete 180-degree shift in attitude. The weather was fine. Lin Fei, carrying the girl in his arms, finally arrived at City B by noon. This was the city rumored to have a survivor gathering. Let's find a place to have lunch first, then we'll search for the gathering, Lin Fei said as he had been flying all morning and was already hungry. The girl nodded. Having eaten nothing but dry bread for several consecutive lunches, she too felt unwell. Continuing like this would surely ruin her health. So the two found a villa and prepared a sumptuous lunch. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Lin Fei took the girl out to begin searching for the survivor gathering. B City is so vast, the searching like this is futile. Perhaps we can gather information from other survivors. Lin Fei carried the girl as he flew through the air, hoping to encounter other survivors if luck was on their side. Lin Fei, there's a supermarket down below, the girl in his arms suddenly said. Huh. Lin Fei looked down and indeed saw the entrance to a supermarket. Generally speaking, such places were the most likely to have survivors, because there was ample food here. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Fei said. For one thing, there might be survivors who knew the location of the gathering, and for another, he wanted to see if there were any other resources inside. Although he had a variety of vegetables and 3 kinds of meat, he had no fruit, nor did he have other staple foods like flour or noodles. This was a critical shortcoming, because the girl had once told him she could make many delicious dishes including noodles and some steamed buns. Let's go in and have a look. Lin Fei saw some ordinary zombie corpses at the supermarket entrance and guessed there were survivors inside. Finally, he used his X-ray vision to scan the area and indeed spotted 3 survivors on the 3rd floor. I hope they know the whereabouts of the survivor gathering, Lin Fei murmured. However, he didn't go straight to them. Instead, he took the girl straight to the food section, but it was completely empty. Lin Fei sighed. We're too late. I was really looking forward to tasting the noodles you make. The girl smiled to comfort him. There's plenty of time ahead. He'll make them for you eventually. It's not like I'm going anywhere. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed, so he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps the survivor gathering would have flour and noodles available for trade. Let's go find the people on the 3rd floor, Lin Fei said. How do you know they're on the 3rd floor? The girl was astonished. She looked up but saw only the ceiling, no sign of anyone. She listened carefully but heard no others. Because I can see them, Lin Fei replied. He held the girl and leaped using his super jumping ability to clear 3 floors in a single bound. Lin Fei saw the 3 individuals carrying large bags, presumably having collected quite a haul from the supermarket. As he approached, the 3 suddenly stopped. There are footsteps nearby heading this way. A grown man and a young girl. One man suddenly said, his ears twitching slightly. All the information had come from his head. Be careful. The 3 became alert. Moments later, Lin Fei and the girl appeared in their line of sight. It was just as he had said. But were they friend or foe? Stop. The leading man stepped forward, signaling for them to halt. No need to be tense, Lin Fei said with a smile. We mean no harm. We just want to ask for directions. Do you know where the survivor gathering is? The wary expressions of the 3 finally eased considerably. Of course we know where the survivor settlement is, said the man at the lead. And we're heading there too. Lin Fei replied, perfect timing. Could you tell us the location? You're not from around here, are you? The man studied Lin Fei closely. Your accent gives you away. Since you don't even know where the settlement is, telling you the name would be useless. Better to follow us. Roaming around now is dangerous. Lin Fei thought to himself that made sense. Even if they gave him a street name, where would he even look? The girl had visited this city before, but she wasn't a local either. She only knew the locations of a few landmarks. Then we'll trouble you, she said. Lin Fei smiled. You came at the right time, the man said with a grin. Help us carry some of this stuff. There's too much for us to handle easily. With that, he set a burlap sack on the ground. Lin Fei nodded and picked it up. Since they were willing to take him to the survivor settlement, this was a favor to him. Carrying a burlap sack wasn't difficult. He casually lifted it and asked, you trust me that much? The group he met yesterday had tried to exploit him ruthlessly. Now in this apocalypse, everyone was fighting to survive, even if it meant using others. The man immediately laughed. Because you're no match for us. Even if we let you help, we're not worried you'll trick us. What abilities have you awakened? Lin Fei asked. And you, they countered. I haven't awakened any, Lin Fei said calmly. That's rough. All 3 men were taken aback. They studied Lin Fei closely, sensing no trace of awakened power, and believed him. Still surviving this long without any ability. That's impressive. The lead man smiled. But you don't have to worry anymore. We'll get you to the settlement safely. Thank you, Lin Fei said. Before long, he learned the names of the 3 men and their respective abilities. The leader was named Shui Long. Before the apocalypse, he was a black belt in Taekwondo. Later, he awakened a physical enhancement ability that could amplify his bonus power more than tenfold when activated. The second one they called Shunfeng Air because his ability was in his ears. He could hear movements from over 100 meters away. The third they called Hei Tan. He wielded a powerful flame ability that could burn zombies to charcoal, hence the nickname. I have an ice ability. Yi Yushua finally revealed her own power. Interesting. Hearing this, Hei Tan cast a glance at Yi Yushua. Since ancient times, fire had always countered ice, and he felt a desire to test it. We'll make it to the settlement without a hitch, Shui Long said, brimming with confidence in his own ability. Few zombies could withstand a full-force punch from him. How much farther to the settlement? Lin Fei asked. Hard to say, Shui Long replied. It might take 3 days on foot, but only 1 day if we find a vehicle. So we need a car, Shunfeng Air said. There were plenty of cars on the street, but none would do. Either too small to fit 5 people or blocked in by traffic. If it's a van, that might barely work. This supermarket has been completely looted by us. It's time to leave. As the team leader Shui Long said, we still have some time before dark. Let's find a gas station first, and then settle down near. The car won't last a whole day, so we need to stock up on plenty of gasoline. Lin Fei nodded. Although Shui Long was young, his considerations were quite thorough. All 3 were locals. Shun Feng'er, who used to drive around frequently, knew the locations of several gas stations. I know there's one nearby, Shun Feng'er said. Eventually the five of them settled in a hotel opposite the gas station. There are no advanced zombies in that gas station, just ordinary ones. Shui Long and Shun Feng'er were observing the gas station from the window. Then it should be a sure thing. Hearing this news, Shui Long felt relieved. If all went smoothly, they could get gasoline tomorrow, find a vehicle set off immediately, and reach the gathering point the day. The zombies in this hotel have all been dealt with. Heitan came down from upstairs. We only need one room, Lin Fei said. You? Hearing Lin Fei's words, the three of them looked surprised, sizing up the pair. The girl's cheeks flushed pink because his statement was too ambiguous. A man and a woman sharing one room. What else could it mean? Don't worry, you'll turn off my ability at night. Shun Feng'er vowed. If I overhear anything I shouldn't, may lightning strike me. You're overthinking it. The girl glared at Shun Feng'er. We won't do anything. The three just chuckled. This time, even her ears turned red. Lin Fei naturally understood what they implied, but for the sake of the girl's reputation, he had to clarify, she's my sister. Absolutely not an excuse, because he just thought of some forbidden romance. The three were taken aback. Shun Feng'er instantly changed his expression, saying earnestly, then you'll be my brother-in-law from now on. Actually, the moment I saw your sister, I knew we were destined to be family. Get lost, get lost. Lin Fei rolled his eyes at him. She's mine. I'm counting on her to cook for sister obsessed. Shun Feng'er remarked. You have no love in your heart, so how could you understand a sister con? Lin Fei retorted. Shui Long and Heitan both laughed. Only the girl took everything to heart. Was Lin Fei really a sister con? Let's eat early and rest, Shui Long finally said. He took 5 cups of instant noodles from the burlap sack Lin Fei was carrying, then had Heitan boil a large bottle of mineral water. The 5 of them would have instant noodles for dinner. Food is too scarce, Shui Long said. Instant noodles are already a luxury, Lin Fei replied. The fact that these 3 were willing to share their noodles showed they were decent people. After eating, Lin Fei and the girl returned to their room. Want me to make you something more to eat? Lin Fei asked, as he usually saw the girl eat a lot. Just noodles wouldn't fill her up. It's fine, the girl shook her head. Then have some more bread. Lin Fei took out a few loaves and handed them to her. Women always say one thing, but mean another. Fine often meant the opposite. The girl didn't refuse and took them. While boiling water on the balcony and nibbling on the bread, she suddenly asked, Lin Fei, are you a sister con? Lin Fei, who was drinking water, immediately spat it out. No, Lin Fei said firmly. It was truly a fatal question. Onaikan. The girl tilted her head, revealing an adorably dazed expression. Cut out all that fancy nonsense, let's get down to real action. Lin Fei showed no fear. The girl's pretty face flushed pink once more. How disgusting. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Fei and the girl were awakened by a knock on the door. When the girl saw herself curled up in Lin Fei's arms again, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly scrambled away. Lin Fei opened the door to find sharp ear. Don't worry, I didn't hear anything last night, he said as his first statement. Then he added, we should get going. Don't these people even eat breakfast? Lin Fei could only wash up briefly with the girl, then follow the 3 of them as they left. Today Lin Fei was also carrying a large bag of stuff. The gas station was just across the street. Charcoal, leave all the zombies in here to me. Your ability isn't suitable for this environment, so watch the outside and prevent any zombies from coming out. Sharp ear, keep an eye out and don't let other zombies sneak up on us. Got it, the 2 replied. Yushui, you have ice abilities, so you can come in with me. Lin Fei, you come in too, you can help carry things. Near the gas station, there were many zombies. But they were all the most ordinary kind, and Charcoal could handle them alone. Roar of flame. He muttered in a low voice, and flames gathered in his hand. In the next moment, the fire surged outward like a tsunami. Before the zombies could even get close, they were all sent flying, their bodies igniting and crackling as they burned. The ones inside are yours to handle. He effortlessly cleared the zombies outside. Piece of cake. Stay close to me, Water Dragon said, then strode into the gas. The zombies inside had already noticed these people. Enhance. Water Dragon whispered, and in an instant the muscles on his body bulged one by one, becoming incredibly solid. Even his height reached 2 meters. So powerful, Lin Fei admired. Water Dragon fist. Water Dragon shouted, throwing a punch that directly pierced through a zombie's head. Bring on more. Water Dragon even laughed. Lin Fei watched as Water Dragon dispatched zombies as easily as slicing vegetables. Strong certainly, but there was always a hint of madness in his smile. A bit terrifying, Lin Fei said honestly. He not only dealt with the zombies in the gas station, but also charged into the convenience store, taking down 2 more zombies with a few punches and kicks. Until there were no more zombies left, Water Dragon's body returned to its original form, and the mad smile vanished from his face. He said to Lin Fei, let's hurry and load the gasoline. Leave this to Sharp Ear and Charcoal. In the end, Lin Fei successfully retrieved 3 barrels of gasoline from the basement. There's another bottle here. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This bottle contained 5 liters of gasoline. Not a lot, but not too little either. He directly packed it into his backpack. He'll take 2 barrels, Water Dragon said. They were half-tall iron barrels filled to the brim with gasoline, each weighing a ton. but water dragons simply hoisted them up. At least cars haven't been phased out, Lin Fei remarked. The world he had transmigrated to had relatively advanced technology. He had seen many vehicles that had no wheels beneath them. They might be hovering. Many of them were certainly electrically powered. Electric and hovering vehicles are still too expensive, the girl said, but now with the apocalypse and the power outage such cars are useless. We'll put the gasoline in the hotel, then look for a car nearby. Many cars on the road were haphazardly parked, causing some congestion. Many people had turned into zombies before they could leave their homes, so they were trapped inside their vehicles. Thus finding a drivable car was not difficult. As long as a zombie was trapped inside, the car keys were there. With gasoline poured in, the car could be started. Find a van, Shui Long said. In the end, He Tan found a car shop on the street with brand new vans. There's an auto repair shop right across the street. We can modify the car, Shui Long suggested. Lin Fei and the girl knew nothing about modifications, so they watched the other three work. They replaced the front bumper as the original was too fragile and would break on impact. They installed a steel shovel instead so that when speeding forward they could ram zombies without damaging the vehicle. As for more complex modifications like changing the engine, they were helpless. It wasn't due to lack of knowledge but a limitation of tools. With the global power outage, many machines couldn't operate. If electricity were available, the mechanical systems here could automatically help replace the car's engine. Let's go. Shui Long had a driver's license, so he took the wheel. He determined the route and chose a less congested road to set off. The car had limited capacity, so they could only bring 1 barrel of gasoline. If we drive nonstop for a day, we'll arrive tomorrow. This is smoother than I expected. Shui Long laughed happily. The three of them relaxed a lot. With the car, they could safely reach the gathering. What will you do at the gathering? Shun Feng'er said. I heard the military is there recruiting talented people. They'll probably go. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same, Shui Long laughed. He Tan nodded. The three, still young and gifted, dreamed of making great achievements. Maybe we'll meet again, even serve in the same squad. What about you two? Shui Long asked Lin Fei and the girl. Me. Lin Fei smiled faintly. First they'll look for some good food, then find a gun. They'll stick with him. The girl said. Makes sense. Shui Long nodded. You haven't awakened any powers, so you really should get a gun. Speaking of guns, I recommend an M4 laser rifle. Shun Feng'er, seemingly knowledgeable, shared enthusiastically with Lin Fei. This gun has a special material with excellent heat dissipation, so it cools down very quickly. Plus it has low recoil. The laser it fires is half a meter long, easily penetrating 30-centimeter thick steel plates. The rate of fire is 30 rounds per minute, which isn't slow. Lin Fei listened attentively. A laser rifle. He hadn't expected this world to be so advanced. The only downside is the ammunition issue. Shun Feng'er said. The M4's bullets are unstable and prone to explosion, so they're hard to come by. Lin Fei nodded. In truth, he was not particular about firearms, for in the end, each shot would claim a life. The only factor that influenced their power was the rate of fire. The car had been driving for a long time. The group could only nibble on dry bread, and now they could not even enjoy a warm bowl of instant noodles. The sky gradually darkened. The vehicle was still within the city, but now the streets were increasingly filled with zombies. Are they all nocturnal? Shui Long frowned. The car had been jolting incessantly as zombies kept colliding against it. There are many zombies chasing us from behind. Shun Feng'er said. I know, Shui Long replied gravely. We must not stop now, or we are done for. But the next moment his expression changed abruptly. For Shui Long clearly saw a pile of vehicles ahead completely blocking the road. Not good. He cried out in alarm and immediately slammed the brakes. The van skidded in a circle before finally crashing into another car and coming to a halt. Boom. A thunderous roar. The car shook violently and gasoline spilled everywhere. Lin Fei instantly embraced the girl, shielding her in it. Stay in the car, Shui Long said as he leaped out. He'll go too. He Tan said. Outside, the zombies were growing more numerous, apparently drawn by the noise of the collision. Be careful, Shun Feng'er said. His ability did not enhance his combat prowess, so he always stayed in the rear, vigilant against ambushes. Enhance. Water Dragon Fist. Roar of fire. The sounds of battle erupted outside, followed by flickering flames. They'll help, the girl said. No need, Shun Feng'er replied with a smile. You're still young and not strong enough. You might only cause trouble. We've seen such scenes before and are used to it. He looked at Lin Fei and said earnestly, you know, when we first met Shui Long, he was fighting his way out of a horde of zombies. They say he slaughtered his way through an entire street to save his sister and get back home. But, he sighed, he was a step too late. That's why now when he kills zombies he feels a kind of exhilaration. You must have seen that eerie smile of his, right? He doesn't even notice it himself. Lin Fei and the girl fell silent. Too heavy a topic. Let's talk about something lighter. Shun Feng'er said with a laugh. But the next moment his face changed. Not good. He shouted. Run. There's a bull. The next instant he leaped out of the car, and Lin Fei followed, carrying the girl in his arms. In but a moment, boom. A tremendous crash. A massive figure descended from the sky, crashing directly onto the car, causing it to explode instantly. Flames soared into the air, illuminating the area brilliantly. The deafening explosion drew the attention of Shui Long and He Tan. When they saw a 5-meter turtle figure emerging from the sea of fire, their pupils contracted sharply. It's a bull. A bull. This name finally captured Lin Fei's attention. The mysterious existence that even his modifier might not be able to handle, had it finally appeared. Lin Fei's fists clenched tightly, his expression more solemn than ever as he gazed at the figure. Then, he froze. Why does this thing look so familiar? Hadn't he crushed one just yesterday with a single blow? I knew I was getting my hopes up for nothing, Lin Fei sighed. He had never encountered a worthy opponent, and the loneliness of invincibility was unbearable. Or rather, invincibility was loneliness itself. Run! Shunfinger, standing right beside Lin Fei, had barely risen to his feet before he shouted at the top of his lungs. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted from his spot. Get away from him now. At that moment, Xuelong and Haiten were also yelling, racing toward Lin Fei. The ordinary zombies had already been mostly eliminated by them. Just then the man Yo's attention fell upon Lin Fei. Watch out! Haiten struck a blazing firebird, screeching as it shot straight toward the man Yo. With a thunderous boom, the flames instantly engulfed the man Yo. Xuelong arrived in front of Lin Fei, shielding them both behind him. Haiten, get them out of here. They'll hold this beast off. You... Haiten hesitated. Stop wasting time, or none of us will make it out of here today. Xuelong's voice boomed. When my sister died before my eyes, I hated my own weakness. From that day on, I swore I would never let anyone die in front of me again. Perhaps that was why he had accepted Lin Fei. Don't worry about me. I won't die. I've already seen what true hell looks like. That eerie smile still lingered on his face. No, Lin Fei wanted to say, let me handle this. But before he could speak, Haiten grabbed his arm, dragging him and the girl away. Staying here will only hold Xuelong back. Come on. Xuelong watched as the man Yo emerged from the flames unscathed and utterly unharmed by Haiten's attack. Xuelong dark body fist. Xuelong roared, his foot shattering the floor as he shot toward the man Yo like a bolt of lightning. A thunderous impact followed. His fist slammed into the man Yo's chest with a deafening crash. With a sharp crack, the ground beneath the man Yo split apart, yet the man Yo's body didn't even sway. What? Xuelong looked up to see a cold, mocking smile spreading across the beast's face. It was true. The man Yo was laughing. A chilling, merciless grin filled with pure derision. What are you laughing at? Xuelong bellowed. The memory of his sister's death, though long past, still felt as vivid as yesterday. That day he had burst through the door to find another man Yo, and his sister broken. Dark body, frenzied, dragon fist. A crimson gleam flashed in Xuelong's eyes. In an instant he was standing on the man Yo's shoulder, unleashing a barrage of punches at its head. 17 strikes in a single second. Boom after boom echoed. Yet the man Yo's head didn't even tilt. Xuelong's fists were already swollen and red, the relentless assault taking a heavy toll on his body. But he had no intention of stopping. He leaped back, landing 3 meters in front of the man Yo, then took a massive step forward. The ground exploded beneath his foot, and the surrounding buildings trembled faintly. Another step. The earth burst again, the houses shaking violently. In 2 strides, Xuelong closed the distance, pouring all his strength into a single punch. Overlord. Charge fist. A deafening boom followed. This fist once again struck toward the chest of the bull demon. In an instant, a gale of fierce wind swept from behind the bull demon, tossing the abandoned cars into the air. Yet it was still futile. How is this possible? Xuelong's eyes bulged, for he clearly saw the bull demon open its hand and catch his fist. His full-powered punch had not made the bull demon retreat even half a step. At this moment he had no strength left to resist, for that punch was his all. If the enemy did not fall, then he would surely die. The bull demon still wore that eerie smile on its face. It clenched its fist and lifted Xuelong into the air. It's no use. I can't do it. Why? Despair filled Xuelong's heart. Why am I still so weak? Can I still do something more? I have witnessed hell. He murmured. Those who witness hell are also trapped within it. The sight of his sister being broken by the bull demon was the hell he had witnessed with his own eyes, and now it was finally about to happen to him. Yet in the next moment he began to laugh. Bang! The bull demon casually threw him to the ground. But to Xuelong it felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His whole body ached, as if his internal organs were shattered. The smile still lingered on his face as he reached one hand toward the sky. At least I bought them some time. Sister, I did it. No one died before my... Then he closed his eyes, waiting for death to descend. But in the next moment, Xuelong. 2 cries of alarm. It was Shunfeng Er and Haiten. Xuelong's eyes snapped open. He struggled to turn over from the ground and looked toward the source of the sound, seeing the 2 rushing toward him with panic-stricken faces. Why did you come back? He shouted angrily. Didn't I tell you to run? We're surrounded. Boom! A heavy sound of footsteps. Another bull demon appeared, and then more and more zombies gathered around. 2 bull demons, thousands upon thousands of zombies. So this place had already been a dead end from the start. Bang! Xuelong collapsed onto the ground weakly and began to weep. So our fate was already sealed. All bull demon, you planned well. I lose. Are you alright? Just then Shunfeng Er and Haiten ran over, and Shunfeng Er cradled Xuelong in his arms. Don't you die on us. At least we can die together. Xuelong smiled again. Haiten was silent. Shunfeng Er fell silent too. No. Shunfeng Air suddenly cried out in anguish. I've had enough. I don't want to do anything anymore. What good is there in this world? This world stained crimson and beyond. I don't want this. We never wanted a future like this. Splash. Rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, heavy drops pouring down relentlessly, washing the blood from Shui Long's body. Boom, boom, boom. The bull demon and the zombies drew closer and closer. A cold smile hung on the bull demon's face as it smashed its fist down toward the three instantly huddled together. Perhaps they wanted to die together, just as Shunfeng Air had said earlier. They had been through many scenes together. This also meant they had faced life-and-death situations many times. Bang! A dull thud. They did not feel the impact, instead they heard a familiar voice. You share such a deep bond. The three of them snapped their eyes open only to see Lin Fei standing before them. The blazing fire cast his silhouette in stark relief. He stood before the trio raising a single hand to catch the fist of the ferocious bull. Before the massive creature he appeared so utterly insignificant. Impossible. The three were frozen in place, unable to believe the sight before their eyes. At that moment Lin Fei continued. If I recall correctly, you spoke to me earlier about your future plans, enlisting in the military and such. Since you harbor such dreams, you cannot afford to stop here. The three stared in a daze as Lin Fei gave a gentle shove, sending the colossal ferocious bull staggering backward over 10 meters. The ferocious bull carved 2 deep furrows into the ground, struggling to withstand the force of Lin Fei's push. My friend, am taking these three with me. Am not a local. Without someone to guide me, I'd lose my way. Besides, they treated me to instant noodles. Such warm-hearted youths are rare these days. I cannot let you kill them. On the ground the three watched the scene unfold, their pupils trembling. Especially Shui Long. In that instant his mind went completely blank. The ferocious bull, which he had strained with all his might to push back even half a step, had now been forced over 10 meters away by Lin Fei's mere nudge. In response to Lin Fei, the ferocious bull charged forth, its colossal fist swinging. Lin Fei didn't even lift a hand. With a thunderous crash the bull's fist struck Lin Fei's face, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Not even a wisp of wind stirred. Lin Fei reached out, seized the fist, and slowly pushed it away. You have been nothing but slaughter, relentlessly pursuing battle and power. Lin Fei spoke calmly. Anything that lives you kill without mercy, crushing and destroying it. You lack reason. You lack a heart. With such a fist, who else can you possibly slay? As his words faded, Lin Fei threw a punch. Another resounding crash. From the ferocious bull's fist, destruction began to spread at an alarming speed. In an instant, half of its body had vanished. A terrifying gale swept outward, shredding the thousands of zombies behind the bull with the force of that single blow. Even the torrential rain came to a halt in that moment. The dark clouds in the heavens were affected by the punch, and in an instant the bright moon-shone stars filled the sky, brilliant and dazzling. Thud! The remaining half of the ferocious bull's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The three on the ground were utterly petrified. Shui Long felt his mind tremble. That ferocious bull, which he had struggled with all his might to harm even a fraction of, and now, it was obliterated with a single punch. One punch to clear the sky. Was this still human? Or rather, could any human truly achieve this? Another ferocious bull witnessed the scene and actually retreated. They had always charged forward, their immense power effortlessly crushing anyone in their path. But now, was this being still human? A single punch that could halt even a downpour. This was a deity. It turned and fled without hesitation. If caught by this man, death was certain. Lin Fei did not give chase. Instead, he calmly drew a bow and arrow from his pack, knocked an arrow, and released it. The shot pierced through the entire street. All the vehicles were lifted by the arrow's force, spinning through the air. Half of the zombies that had surrounded them were instantly annihilated. Now only a few dozen ordinary zombies remained nearby, easily dealt with by the girl. Judging by your state, you won't be able to travel tonight. Rest well, Lin Fei said. Let's use that hotel over there. As if nothing had ever happened. Follow me, said the girl, finally snapping the three who were clinging together back to reality. Shunfeng Air and Heighten helped Shualong to his feet, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped into the hotel. There's no need to be nervous. Lin Fei could naturally tell that the three of them now seemed somewhat afraid of him. I'm still me, I'm still Lin Fei, he said. The three nodded. You're injured. How do you feel now? He asked Shualong. I don't feel much. After a rest I should recover, Shualong said with a dry laugh, for his ability was tied to his physique, so his injuries healed far faster than normal. All right then, Lin Fei nodded. You've worked hard today. Then he turned to the girl and said, You Shui make something delicious tonight. For the past 2 days they had only eaten bread or instant noodles, never enough to satisfy their hunger. The girl nodded gently and went to prepare the kitchen. You still have food? The three widened their eyes in disbelief, for they had only ever seen Lin Fei with a single backpack. Even if it contained food, how much could it hold? Yet the next moment their eyes bulged as they clearly saw him pull out a case of bottled water from it. The three. So this backpack could actually hold a case of bottled water. Then Lin Fei took out some medicine and handed it to Shualong, saying, Treat your wounds to avoid it. Then he left with the backpack to bring the vegetables to the girl in the kitchen. You three rest for now. When the meal is ready, I'll call you. The three nodded instinctively. After witnessing Lin Fei's power, they dared not say much in his presence. With just one punch, the bull and half a street of zombies had been reduced to ashes. Who could withstand that? Why didn't he mention what just happened, said Haiten. Because he never even took it to heart. Shunfeng Air shook his head. He's far stronger than we imagined, I could tell. He wasn't using his full strength just now. Killing the bull was as easy as eating or drinking for him. There's no use in overthinking now. Shuilong was still somewhat worried. If Lin Fei found out they were speculating wildly, he didn't know what the consequences would be. He said, give me some painkillers, I feel like my internal organs are shattered. You should rest first, said both Shunfeng Air and Haiten. Tough, don't think him too fragile, yelled Shuilong. But as soon as he moved, his body ached. He fell silent. Among them only he knew just how powerful Lin Fei truly was. He had used all his strength and still couldn't force the bull back half a step, while the bull's casual strike had left him completely incapacitated. But as for Lin Fei, the bull had struck with full force, a fist as large as a water vat slamming into his face, yet it hadn't even made him stagger back a single step. He suspected Lin Fei could destroy the world. About an hour later, Lin Fei returned and said to the three, dinner's ready. Wash your hands with the bottled water and come. Okay. The three nodded, though they held little expectation for the meal. After all, this was the apocalypse. What gourmet food could there be? Most people had to make do with instant noodles. The fancier ones might cook them a little. But when they saw the food on the table, they were dumbfounded once again. What was that golden gleaming thing? It was egg fried rice. My heavens. All three of them swallowed hard. They could smell the aroma from 10,000 meters away. Looking to the side, it's twice cooked. Shuilong's eyes went wide. What's that? Shunfinger approached and was startled. Holy crap, it's braised eggplant. And beef stew with potatoes. And soup. In that instant, the three of them seemed to have turned into cavemen, exclaiming loudly at the sight of the table full of dishes. Are you going to eat or not? Lin Fei asked. Yes. The three immediately fetched chairs, served rice to the girl and Lin Fei, and only then filled their own. The three swore that this was the best meal they had ever had in all their time struggling through the apocalypse. The first time they had eaten until they were full. He'll go heat some water. After that rain, my skin feels sticky, the girl said. Although she had already dispelled the moisture with her cold energy, she still felt uncomfortable. There's hot water too. The three were stunned once more. They truly felt like cavemen. They exchanged glances, now wondering if they were even living in an apocalypse. Why did Lin Fei have ingredients to cook and hot water to use? Just small matters, Lin Fei said. I still need to figure out how to get electricity. Using candles for light all the time is too annoying. The three were left speechless with shock. Who exactly was this person before them? Shuilong sat on the chair, hesitating for a long time before finally asking. If you're so strong, why did you say earlier that you hadn't awakened an ability? Shunfinger and Haiten suddenly became serious as well. Huh. Lin Fei answered earnestly. I really haven't awakened any ability. Then how can you be so powerful? Shuilong asked with some agitation. That brute ox. I used all my strength and couldn't budge it an inch. Lin Fei fell silent. The question was too deadly. Was he supposed to say he had cheated? Even if he did, they wouldn't understand at all. Then he thought of something. He said, I rest on time every day, wake up on time, sleep a full 7 hours, do 1,000 push-ups daily, run 10 kilometers, drink 2 liters of water, and have warm milk before bed. The three listened dumbfounded. I kept it up for 5 years and eventually found myself like this. All three were stunned. Shuilong asked incredulously, it's that simple? Simple, eh? Lin Fei said, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, it's extremely difficult to persist at anything for 5 years, especially something as painful as physical. In the end, friends drifted away, scattered, got married, and only I remained alone. The others didn't realize Lin Fei was joking. They took him seriously. The girl sat beside him, and upon hearing this, her delicate fists clenched slightly. The price is too high, the three said, drawing in a sharp breath. Lin Fei nodded. You're still young, so you wouldn't understand. Being invincible is very lonely. Or rather, invincibility is loneliness. You still have me. The girl suddenly said, her expression very serious. Lin Fei was taken aback. Wait, this was just something I made up to fool these three youngsters. Why did you believe it too? Yet seeing the girl's earnest expression, Lin Fei felt a natural joy in his heart. Well, go take a bath first. The girl nodded and rose to leave. The three of them gazed at the scene before them, remaining silent for a long while Shuilong committed every word to memory. The next day, Lin Fei awoke naturally. Finally, no one came to disturb his sleep. It was rather pleasant. Opening his eyes, he found the girl in his arms had already gone, though the bed still retained her warmth, suggesting she had left not long ago. I'm starting to enjoy this kind of life. I need to find a way to lure this girl home and introduce her to my parents. Lin Fei. When he emerged from brushing his teeth, the girl had already returned. Breakfast is ready. Oh, I cooked some noodles, she said with a smile. But it's instant noodles, though. Lin Fei nodded, thinking to himself how wonderful it was to be a slacker. The girl had made a pot of noodles enough to feed 5 people. During breakfast, however, the other three discovered that Lin Fei had fished a poached egg out of his bowl. There are eggs. Their eyes lit up, and they eagerly searched their own, yet all they found was noodles, nothing more. Life is bitter, they sighed. But they weren't fools. Even the blind could see that the girl harbored special feelings for Lin Fei. As for the whole little sister business, they had never believed it from the start. After breakfast, it was time to hit the road. Lin Fei asked directly, "Where's the gathering?" "Over there," Shuilong pointed in a direction. "Got it," Lin Fei said, leaping down from the second-floor restaurant and grabbing a random car on the street. "Get in," he told the approaching group. Though Shuilong and the other two didn't understand his intentions, they obediently climbed into the car. "I'm not getting in," the girl refused. "Then I'll carry you on my back," Lin Fei replied, easily seeing through her little scheme. The girl giggled triumphantly. Inside the car, the three were curious. What is he planning? Haiten wondered. He might just throw us over there, Shunfinger speculated. Both Haiten and Shuilong were startled by the thought. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed as the car jolted violently. They felt as if the vehicle had taken flight. Rolling down the window, the three were dumbfounded. He can fly. Their minds went blank. Seeing a human fly for the first time. Say you're not a god. Following the direction Shuilong had indicated, Lin Fei flew for a minute before spotting the gathering. 100 li distance was but an instant under his super speed. We're here. Seeing the gathering, the trio's hearts filled with joy. With a bang, Lin Fei landed some distance away, and let's walk the rest of the way, Lin Fei said. The three didn't object and immediately got out of the car. This is where we part ways, Lin Fei said with a smile. Wishing you all the best. The three were taken aback. Upon reflection, they realized it made sense. Lin Fei's strength was so extraordinary that he belonged to a different world entirely. A separation was inevitable sooner or later. Still, they felt a pang of reluctance. After all, he was their savior. Yesterday they had enjoyed a warm meal and a hot bath. Such comforts made it hard to believe this was the apocalypse. With your power you could join the military. They would surely need you, Shuilong suggested. No, Lin Fei shook his head. I have many matters of my own to attend to. Holding the young girl's hand, he walked toward the entrance of the gathering and said, I won't say more about parting. If fate allows, we shall meet again. May your dreams come true. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. By the time they reached the entrance, Lin Fei had already left. Let us check if you have any wounds. After verifying that none of them were infected, the guard said, Go on in. Remember to follow the rules. We're here to enlist. Shuilong stated his purpose. We are all ability users. The inspector's eyes lit up and a smile spread across his face. We need young people like you right now. Let me guide you to the assessment. They had established an institution to test abilities and classify them by rank. The higher the rank, the greater the power, and the more generous the treatment. The gathering was bustling with people. It's so lively here. Lin Fei sighed in admiration. When he had arrived, he noticed the gathering was surrounded by wooden walls patrolled by soldiers wielding sleek laser guns. There wasn't a single zombie nearby, indicating it was very safe. The place was small. Lin Fei estimated it held only a few thousand people. Despite its size, it was fully equipped, even with a shopping street. Let's go shopping first, Lin Fei said. Water, alcohol, tobacco, and food were the most valuable currency here. Ordinary people could hardly afford any of them. But coincidentally, Lin Fei had all of these. He easily traded mineral water for flour and noodles, and found plenty of meat. A whole chicken, a whole duck, and duck eggs. Tonight's dinner is in your hands, chef, Lin Fei said, smiling at the girl. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted playfully. Phil cooked so much you won't be able to eat it all. But they soon ran into a problem. They couldn't find any guns. Weapons were strictly controlled here, and Lin Fei couldn't even get any information about firearms or ammunition. This is really tough, Lin Fei muttered. At noon, he took the girl to register and obtained a small house. It was only 25 square meters, a single room with no kitchen or bathroom. The kitchen and toilet were communal and located outside. Without a second thought, Lin Fei returned the house and left the gathering with the girl, finding a hotel nearby. There were no soldiers guarding it, so it was far more dangerous. But none of that was a problem for Lin Fei. He cleaned up a room on the top floor, had lunch, and then the two returned to the gathering. They hoped to get some information about weapons. Yet an entire day passed with no results. The only way to obtain a firearm was to enlist, which went against Lin Fei's original intentions. Time to eat, the girl said. Don't rush about the weapons. In truth, she didn't understand why Lin Fei, with his immense power, still wanted a laser gun. She didn't know that Lin Fei possessed features like no recoil, auto-aim, infinite ammo, and no need to reload. It would be a waste not to use a gun. Let's eat, Lin Fei said. The girl was right. Some things couldn't be rushed. Mealtime was what Lin Fei looked forward to most each day. What delicious dish would the girl make today? As he approached the dining table, he was instantly stunned. What was that golden crispy thing? Roast chicken. And there were also steamed buns, mapo tofu sweet, and sauerkraut d, sinsian, and pigeon soup. Lin Fei said with a serious expression, the best decision I ever made in this life was to keep you by my side. The young girl who was serving him rice blushed upon hearing this. Hurry up and eat. She placed the rice before Lin Fei, but her mind was occupied with other thoughts. She would turn 16 this year. When would she finally grow up? She sighed inwardly. The next day, Lin Fei and the young girl visited the gathering once more. Today, Lin Fei had a bold idea. Should he try to take one by force? Lin Fei. Just then, Lin Fei and the girl heard a familiar voice behind them. Turning around they saw, it was Shui Long and his two companions. What a coincidence, Lin Fei said. We meet again after just one day. Indeed it is a coincidence, Shui Long replied with a cheerful smile. What are you up to? Looking for weapons, Lin Fei said. A gun. Shui Long's eyes lit up. I know where to find one. We're recruiting now, so there's a mission board over here. Complete a mission, earn points, and trade them for supplies. I saw an M4 on the list. Lin Fei immediately asked, where do I sign up for mission? No rush, Shun Feng'er said. To take on missions you need to pass an assessment to determine your power level. Only then can you accept missions of the corresponding rank. So troublesome, Lin Fei mused. Still it was better than resorting to robbery. Earning things through his own labor would give him peace of mind. Where do I take the assessment? Lin Fei asked. They'll take you there, Shui Long said with a smile. The three of us also had to take the assessment to enlist. We all ranked B and are in the same. Congratulations, Lin Fei said. It's nothing, Shui Long replied in good spirits. If you go, Lin Fei, I'm sure you'll achieve the highest rank, SSS. You flatter me too much, Lin Fei said with a laugh. Under the guidance of the three they arrived before a building bustling with people. They held papers in their hands recording their rank information. Some were overjoyed, others dejected. I want to take the assessment too, the young girl said. She also wanted to help Lin Fei complete missions. With an extra person they could earn points faster. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally Lin Fei's turn. What's your name? The assessor asked coldly. Lin Fei. How old are you this year? 22. The questions were all very detailed. Finally the crucial question came, what ability have you awakened? I haven't awakened any ability. Lin Fei had lost count of how many times had been asked this. Huh. The assessor was taken aback, doubting he had heard correctly. Say that again. I have no ability. The assessor with a complicated expression jotted something down, and then said, go ahead and take the ability. Since they were in need of manpower, he didn't send Lin Fei away. He could always take on some errand missions later. In the testing ground. Originally an indoor basketball court, it had been converted into a testing site with many people undergoing assessments. The tester holding a spoon stood 100 meters away and said to Lin Fei, destroy it. Lin Fei. I cannot do it, he said. Asking me to act from 100 meters away, don't make things difficult for someone who hasn't awakened any powers. Damn it. The tester immediately lowered his head to jot something down. If you encountered a wild bull alone out there, what would you do? The tester asked him. It was a psychological evaluation. Punch it to death with one blow, Lin Fei replied earnestly. The tester was speechless, then lowered his head again to write something. Finally the tester closed the clipboard and said, your test is over. Go to the front desk to collect your data card. Lin Fei thought, is it over already? It seemed a bit too simple to him. Then he received his data card. Name Lin Fei. Age 22. Ability none. Power level E rank. Remaining points 0. Lin Fei was speechless. This was too miserable. Shui Long and the other two were B rank, while he was stuck at A rank. Life is bitter, he sighed. Surviving in this apocalypse is truly difficult. Just then the young girl also came to collect her data card. You've already got your card, the girl asked, her eyes sparkling. As expected of you so fast. Could it be SSS rank? Closed, Lin Fei replied, casually pocketing the card. It was too embarrassing, he couldn't let her see it. Go get yours now. The girl nodded. She collected her card, and upon seeing the contents she immediately broke into a smile and ran over to Lin Fei. A rank, she said. Stab. Lin Fei felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. He took the girl's card to look at it. It was resplendent in gold, looking far more premium than his own. That's wonderful, he said, forcing a smile. Let's see how many points the M4 costs, Lin Fei said, changing the subject. This ranking system was toxic. It was all about abilities, and he was in a tough spot. Just press here, the girl said, pressing the card. A virtual panel instantly popped up. There were many items available for exchange. Food generally cost 100 points per kilogram, and water was 100 points for 500 milliliters. An ability fruit actually costs 1000 points each. Finally, he found the M4 laser gun. It costs 500 points. Where do I look for missions? He asked the girl. It's right here, the girl said, swiping her hand across the virtual panel to reveal the mission interface. Eliminate 1000 ordinary zombies. Find 10 survivors. Points 100. Eliminate 1 long serpent. Points 1000. There were quite a few missions offering substantial points. By the way, I just learned about the power ranking system here, the girl said. The highest rank is SSS rank, but there's none here. However, there is one S rank. Then from high to low it goes A, B, C, D, and then E rank for ordinary people, which is almost negligible. Stab. Lin Fei felt as if another knife had pierced his heart. E rank, ordinary people, almost negligible. Someone like the wild bull is S rank, the girl said. So I can't handle them yet. I understand, Lin Fei nodded. He'll study this system tonight and find some missions to do. He was too embarrassed to take out his card in front of the girl. Compared to hers, his looked utterly worthless, didn't it? However, this matter could not be concealed at all. The girl had already grown somewhat suspicious during the day. That evening while doing laundry, she pulled a card from Lin Fei's pants pocket. Lin Fei, a rank. The girl suddenly froze. This was the level of an ordinary person. She took the card and went out to find Lin Fei. Did they make a mistake? How did you get that? Seeing the girl holding the card, Lin Fei felt embarrassed, but noticing her somewhat angry expression, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Because the test only measures superpowers. How could they do this, the girl said. I'm going to confront them. No need, Lin Fei said. To me this is nothing but just for show. Besides, I have you. The girl calmed down a bit, but still complained, their testing mechanism is too flawed. Never mind, I just want a gun anyway, Lin Fei said. He took the card, and imitating the girl, opened the task system. Then he paused. What are all these? What? The girl curiously leaned in. Patrol the gathering once. Points 10. Stop a fight. Points 30. All of them were trivial matters. Lin Fei casually tossed the card aside, now understanding that the system's tasks were also issued based on rank. He'll rely on you. The girl was silent. She felt somewhat angry that they would assign Lin Fei such tasks. Completing them all might barely earn a bottle of mineral water. In the end, she just sighed. Since Lin Fei was so indifferent about it, what else could she say? They'll take on the tasks tomorrow, the girl said. They'll go with you, Lin Fei immediately replied. Although only the girl could complete the tasks, that didn't mean Lin Fei couldn't accompany. He was still very worried about her safety. All right. The girl smiled, feeling that with Lin Fei by her side, all her worries vanished. The next day the girl woke up early. With flour she could make a more elaborate breakfast. She made dumplings, Lin Fei's favorite. Knowing that Lin Fei disliked celery, she added none. Thinking about going on the mission with Lin Fei today, she hummed a cheerful tune. Lin Fei woke up to the aroma. Dumplings. He walked into the kitchen where the fragrance was even stronger. 3 fresh dumplings. This was one of his favorite foods. I know you love them, so I made a lot. Go wash up first, it'll be ready soon. Lin Fei watched the girl busying herself in an apron. His heart stirred. She seemed more and more adept at managing the household. Was she starting to look like a wife? Lin Fei thought that from now on, he would have someone to take care of his meals. After breakfast, the girl began discussing with Lin Fei, what task should I take on? She handed the card to Lin Fei, letting him choose. Lin Fei glanced at the tasks listed. Eliminate 1000 ordinary zombies. Points 500. Find 10 survivors. Points 100. Eliminate a long serpent. Points 1000. There were over a dozen tasks in total. None of them are difficult. Accept them all. Today I'm going to grind out the M4 and bullets. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled. Too impatient, the girl said with a soft laugh. In the urban area not far from the gathering, numerous zombies roamed the streets. Lin Fei said, it's exhausting for you to handle 1,000 alone. They'll help. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and let it fly. The strike was devastating. A horde of zombies spun into the air, crashing awkwardly to the ground, limbs broken, yet not a single one was dead. The young girl immediately took action, relentlessly reaping the zombies. The card automatically scanned, recording everything into the mission. With a soft chime, the mission to eliminate 1,000 zombies was complete. There's a weapon shop here. Lin Fei suddenly noticed a dilapidated store. He walked in and found it sold. It's empty here. What a pity, Lin Fei said. There's a wooden sword here. The girl's eyes lit up as she picked up a wooden sword from the ground, complete with a scabbard. Give it to me, Lin Fei said. He used to fight zombies with his bare hands, but now with a sword he no longer had to get up close and personal with them. Moreover, the wooden sword was light and didn't need to be stored in the backpack. Very convenient. Next mission, find 10 survivors. Lin Fei activated his X-ray vision and flew through the sky with the girl. Soon they found survivors trembling in rooms. He kicked open the door and shouted, hands on your heads, don't move. Anti-pornography and vice sweep. The people inside were stunned. Behind him, the girl's body trembled slightly as she stifled a laugh. After taking a few deep breaths, she said to those still in shock, you're saved. They'll take you to the gathering. These people wept with joy. On the way to the mission, Lin Fei casually swung his sword. He had always dreamed of becoming a great hero. Now with a wooden sword and his strength, his dream had come true. One shouldn't be too rigid. That's boring, Lin Fei said to the girl. Learn to joke. You're actually very charming when you smile. The first part was fine, but at the last sentence her pretty face flushed. She said coquettishly, nonsense. A dozen or so missions passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only one defeat, a leader. The leader itself wasn't strong. Even a brank could handle it. But when it encountered humans, it emitted a strange roar that attracted countless zombies, making it very troublesome. Thus it was classified as a rank. When they accepted the mission, the card's virtual panel guided the girl and Lin Fei to the leader's location. The missions were issued based on the enemies observed in the vicinity. If it said there was one, no mistake. Most observation missions were completed by brank and crank individuals, so a rank and above were considered true combat power. Pity the ordinary level person. The leader is in the tavern ahead, the girl said. Since morning the sky had begun to darken, a day had passed unnoticed. All right, Lin Fei said. Let's finish the mission and go back for dinner. But before they could enter the tavern, a man's voice suddenly came from the darkness behind them. I didn't expect anyone else to take this mission. The two turned around and saw a two-person team, a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome and the woman was elegantly beautiful. But compared to Yushu's, she was far inferior. The woman also held a long sword, but it looked real with metallic luster shimmering on the scabbard. I am Yue, the man introduced himself. A rank with the ability to control fierce winds. Lin Lan, the woman, said coldly. A rank skilled with the sword. Lin Fei looked enviously at the two of them. How wonderful both were a rank the same level as the girl beside him. Yi Yushue a rank, the girl declared, unwilling to be outdone. I control ice and snow. And this brother? Yi Weiyue and Lin Lan's gazes momentarily fell upon Lin Fei. My name is Lin Fei. As for ranks and such, those are merely superficial. Lin Fei smiled. So it doesn't matter what rank I am, there's no need to concern yourselves. Yi Weiyue understood instantly. A faint smile curled at his lips as he said, you tell us not to mind. Could it be that your rank is too low? Rank. Crank. He chuckled. Could it be drank? You're all wrong, Lin Fei sighed. I'm merely a rank. Please don't put me on the spot like this. Huh. Yi Weiyue and Lin Lan were both momentarily stunned, then said in slight surprise, is there even such a rank as a rank? Lin Fei felt as though another sword had pierced his heart. Perhaps this was what it meant to be strong. They simply never paid any heed to a rank. Life was hard, and Lin Fei sighed. Let's set that aside for now. Upon learning that Lin Fei was merely an insignificant rank, Yi Weiyue chuckled and said, we've taken on this mission, so please the two of you head back. On what grounds? The girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She currently had only 400 points, and to exchange for a gun, she absolutely had to secure today's 100 points from the leader. On what grounds? Yi Weiyue smiled faintly. On the grounds that we are stronger. We have two ranks while you only have one, Lin Lan stated bluntly. Only through combat can we know who is truly strong or weak, the girl said coldly, standing beside Lin Fei. Ranks mean nothing, they are merely a decoration. She was still brooding over Lin Fei's rank. As she spoke, the very air around them grew frigid. We're happy to oblige, Lin Lan said, her right hand already gripping her sword hilt. With a gentle draw, a flash of cold light gleamed. That sword is no ordinary weapon, Lin Fei observed at a glance. Stop. Just then Yi Weiyue called out to halt Lin Lan. Our common enemy right now is the leader. It would be utterly foolish to fight among ourselves before the battle even begins. Sheathe your sword. Lin Lan slid her cold blade back into its scabbard. Let's cooperate, Yi Weiyue said to the girl. Because her rank was a rank, he assumed she was the leader of the pair and only needed her consent. As for that a rank beside her, just an ordinary person, what use could he be? Yet at that moment the girl turned to Lin Fei seeking his opinion. Yi Weiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Their relationship is probably not that simple, he guessed. Perhaps the girl had feelings for Lin Fei. Or maybe they were already a couple before the mutation. Let's cooperate, Lin Fei nodded. It didn't matter to him as long as he could earn the points. Pleasure working with you. Yi Weiyue shook hands with Lin Fei, and so the group of four slowly walked into the tavern. As dusk fell, many zombies lurked in the shadows waiting for the right moment. When someone entered, they suddenly pounced out. Yet, swish swish swish, a flash of cold light swept through. Lin Lan's long sword was already back in its scabbard. A glance beside her revealed 3 zombies whose heads had been severed. They stood frozen in place, for her sword strike was so swift that even the zombies could not react in time. Too strong, Lin Fei exclaimed in admiration. Lin Lan, however, seemed not to hear him. He was merely an ordinary person, so why should his praise matter? She had long noticed the sword in Lin Fei's hand. At first she was curious. Could he also be a sword user? But now that she had her answer, her curiosity vanished. Even if he wielded a sword without supernatural abilities, he was nothing but a waste. An ordinary person carrying a sword was simply embarrassing. The tavern was mostly filled with common zombies. Yet there was an incident. A long tongue extended from the darkness, attempting to ensnare Lin Fei. But before it could touch Lin Fei, Yi Weiyue pushed his hand forward, and a blade of wind sliced into the darkness, severing the tongue. A head still attached to the tongue rolled out from the shadows. Thank you, Lin Fei said with a faint smile. No need. Yi Weiyue waved his hand and said, it was merely a trivial effort. He paused, then continued. However, brother Lin, your level is too low. For now it would be best if you stayed close to us. To be honest, you shouldn't have followed your girlfriend here for this mission. The young girl's cheeks flushed red. Girlfriend, or something? Don't talk nonsense. She protested. Yi Weiyue was taken aback. So she was at Sundara, but what did it have to do with him? When the battle begins, be careful. We can't guarantee your safety at all times. Yi Weiyue said. Don't worry, I can protect myself. I think I'm quite strong. Yi Weiyue actually burst out laughing, but he quickly composed himself. Lin Lan didn't laugh aloud, but her body trembled slightly, as if she was stifling a chuckle. Don't look at me. Yi Weiyue suppressed his laughter and said earnestly, I'm not laughing at what you just said. I just suddenly thought of something funny. What funny thing? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Lan agreed to be my girlfriend. Yi Weiyue replied with a serious You're dreaming. Lin Lan simply replied with these 4 words. Keep it up. Lin Fei patted Yi Weiyue on the shoulder. Young man, you still need some time and effort. Let's go. Yi Weiyue took the lead, finally reaching the top floor. According to intelligence, the leader was inside. They'll break the door down. You all use your strongest moves immediately. Don't give it a chance to scream. Yi Weiyue said seriously, it's fine if it summons ordinary zombies. But if it calls higher tier zombies, things will get troublesome. Lin Lan and the young girl nodded. But before Yue could break down the door, a piercing howl that could penetrate walls suddenly erupted from within. It was the leader. Not good. Yue's expression shifted dramatically. The leader had sensed their arrival and started howling in advance. Boom. He waved his hand, and a cross-shaped blade of wind tore open the door. Unity slash. Lin Lan let out a cold shout, and a flash of cold light illuminated the entire room. By the time the light faded, she was already standing behind. The leader remained standing, but its movements froze, and the piercing howl ceased. Thud. Its head rolled off, and then its body collapsed. That move was so cool. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled. It reminded him of the chivalrous warriors he had seen on TV in the past. Lin Lan merely cast an indifferent glance at Lin Fei, utterly unconcerned with his praise. They got ahead of us, the girl said with some regret. She had wanted to act as well, but her speed was far inferior to Lin Lan's, and this task had been completed first by Yue and his group. Just a mere 1000 points short. Leave here immediately, Yue said. Be careful not to attract high-level zombies. As they turned to leave, they found the corridor and staircase already packed with zombies. This horde surged forward like a tidal wave. Attack! Yue struck first his wind blade, severing a zombie's head from its body. Protect your boyfriend. He didn't forget to say to the girl. Yue merely rolled her eyes at him. Did Lin Fei really need her protection? Nevertheless, she gave her all, and the four of them painstakingly made their way down floor by floor. Suddenly, a zombie darted past Yue and lunged straight at Lin Fei. Not good. Yue's expression changed as he shouted, Brother Lin be. Yet in the next moment, he clearly saw Lin Fei draw his sword and cleave the zombie's head in two with a single stroke. Impressive, Brother Lin, you're not bad either. He smiled and focused on the zombies before him. Let me help you all, Lin Fei said, joining their line and dispatching one zombie after another with a single sword stroke. No matter the zombie, one sword strike was enough. Watching the flashy sword techniques of Lin Lan beside him, Lin Fei realized that being a chivalrous swordsman wasn't so easy. At least he couldn't perform those ornate moves. Lin Lan glanced at Lin Fei and continued focusing on the zombies before her. 10 floors. They had truly fought their way down from above. Lin Fei had only casually dispatched a dozen or so before Yue stepped in front of him, swiftly clearing the rest. The four stood before the tavern with no zombies in sight. Yue, Lin Lan, and the girl were all stained with zombie blood to varying degrees, while Lin Fei remained spotless. After awakening, one generally couldn't be infected by the virus anymore. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, Yue said, We should leave. It's dark now, and this city is very dangerous. You two be careful as well. With that, he turned and departed with Lin Lan. What should we do? The girl looked up at Lin Fei and said, We're still 1,000 points short. Let it be. Lin Fei ruffled her hair and said, We'll continue tomorrow. We'll definitely grind out that gun. Let's go home and cook him hungry. The girl nodded softly and replied, Tonight I'll make your favorite mapo tofu. Love you. Lin Fei happily pinched the girl's cheek, causing her face to flush crimson. You can't say those words casually, especially not to other girls. And also, I'm actually very capable too. The girl was jealous because today Lin Fei had praised Lin Lan twice, and she remembered it clearly. Yes, Lin Fei laughed. You're the best. So perfunctory. The girl pouted, though she was in a very good mood. Meanwhile, Yue and Lin Lan were on their way back to the assembly point. What do you think of that, Lin Fei? Yue asked seriously. Can an ordinary person cleave a zombie with one sword stroke? Perhaps he has an ability, just a minor boost in strength, Lin Lan said coldly. Doesn't he have a sword? Maybe he's actually a master, Yue speculated. Absolutely impossible. Lin Lan said seriously. I've seen him fight. He just uses brute force to cleave zombies apart, no technique at all. He's nothing but a reckless fool. If it weren't for that fine sword, he'd have died long ago. Yue didn't understand this either, but after hearing Lin Lan's words, he still nodded. But just then, boom. A tremor came from not far ahead. What's going on? Yue squinted his eyes. By the faint moonlight, he saw a massive horde approaching in the distance. Not good. When he saw what was coming, his face turned pale. It's rats. He saw clearly that a swarm of mutated rats was approaching, each one as large as a Tibetan Mastiff. One bite could swallow a human head whole. And bullocks. Seeing this, Lin Lan's expression also changed. They had encountered a zombie tide. The direction of the zombie tide. When they realized it, their faces grew grim beyond measure, for the tide was heading straight toward the assembly area. Over 1,000 mutated rats and 3 bullocks. With the current strength of the assembly, how could they possibly resist? Even if the Shrank were to come out, he couldn't eliminate all of them. Go back immediately and tell them the news. No one would have expected the zombie tide to erupt at night and launch a surprise attack on the assembly. Yue picked up Lin Lan, and with wind beneath his feet, he dashed away at breakneck speed. However, just then a huge boulder suddenly fell from the sky. Boom. The stone fell like a meteor. Even though Yue had dodged in time, the shockwave still sent them both flying. It's a bull. They scrambled up from the ground and saw the bullocks 100 meters away. That boulder had been hurled by it. The mutated rats surged forward like a tidal wave rushing toward them. In just the span of 100 meters, they were surrounded. Yue's face darkened. He hadn't expected these zombies to possess considerable intelligence. They immediately blocked their path upon spotting them. "He'll send you away. You take the news back and he'll buy you time." In truth, he knew in his heart. How many minutes could he really buy? Lin Lan remained silent. Though she said nothing, Yi Weiyue understood clearly. She didn't want to leave. "So you do like me, don't you?" Yi Weiyue smiled. "You're dreaming." It was still those same 4 words. But this time Yi Weiyue showed no sign of sadness. Watching the mutated rats draw closer, he said, "No time left. Go." He shoved Lin Lan away. In an instant a gale gathered and carried her far off. The bullocks seemed about to strike, but the next moment a wind blade slashed across its body, followed by Yi Weiyue's voice ringing out. "Big guy, your opponent is me." The wind blade left only a bloody gash on the bullocks' hide, doing little real damage. But even that single wound enraged the bullocks completely. How dare a mere mortal injure its noble body? With a roar, the bullocks appeared before Yi Weiyue in an instant, faster than the wind. A punch was thrown, and the air itself cracked. Even though Yi Weiyue tried to block, he couldn't. Crack. A sharp sound. Yi Weiyue's hands were instantly broken, and his entire body spun as he was hurled dozens of meters away. Thud. Barely stopping, he spat out another mouthful of blood. As expected of its class, Yi Weiyue endured the searing pain, forcing a bitter smile. Truly formidable. Rumble. The heavy sound of footsteps. The iron bull advanced step by step toward Yi Weiyue. But now he felt no fear at all. "I just wonder if Lin Lan managed to escape. I only hope she can find someone who truly loves her in the future." Yet just as he prepared to accept death, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Boom. A gleaming longsword struck the iron bull's chest, forcing him back. Lin Lan. Seeing this, Yi Weiyue's eyes widened abruptly. "Why did you come back?" he roared, having just used his own life. "I wanted to leave, but I couldn't." Lin Lan stated flatly. "How is that possible?" Yi Weiyue glanced behind him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. There were several chasers inside. The chasers had solid bodies hard as iron and excelled at climbing and surprise attacks capable of biting off a person's neck in one go. These were the same chasers that Lin Fei had once planted into the ground like green onions. They came prepared. Yi Weiyue's face turned grim. He had once thought zombies were mindless creatures, but now it was clear they possessed considerable intelligence. "A miscalculation," he said. Lin Lan stood on the iron bull's chest trying to pull out her longsword, but then she was shocked to find that the iron bull had clamped the blade tight with his muscles. Boom. The iron bull threw a punch. Lin Lan released her grip decisively, barely dodging the blow. Seeing the sword was stuck, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She leaped up and kicked the hilt. Squelch. The blade sank halfway in. Crack. The iron bull casually snapped the sword in two, utterly unfazed by the wound. Dying together is a kind of fate. Yi Weiyue saw this and knew Lin Lan was finished. Because he understood her too well. She was powerful, but only with her sword. Without it, she was as helpless as a rabbit. "I never thought I'd die alongside you." Lin Lan said, her words infuriating. Yet Yi Weiyue didn't take offense. He knew Lin Lan was at Sundara. "I just hope Yi Yushue and the others see the zombie horde and send word back." This was Yi Weiyue's last hope. Everyone must die, though he took it lightly. With death approaching, he felt no despair. "Perhaps death is a release," he said. Lin Lan stood beside him silent. But just then, freeze the vast expanse. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, followed by a wave of icy air that instantly froze all the mutated rats lunging at them. Yi Weiyue and Lin Lan both froze, staring at the descending figure. "Yi Yushue!" Yi Weiyue shouted, "Flee! This is a zombie horde heading for the gathering. Send the message back." Yet the girl said nothing. She turned around and looked at Lin Fei. Yi Weiyue was speechless. "You're the only one who can get out of here. Forget your boyfriend, getting the message back is vital." "No." Yi Yushue finally spoke, but only 2 words. Lin Fei walked over and casually shattered the frozen rats with his wooden sword, saying, "Talking like that really hurts a person's feelings." "The greater good must prevail," Lin Lan said. "You two are quite amusing," Lin Fei chuckled. "Since fate has brought us together today, rest assured it'll get you out of here safely. As I said before, I'm actually quite formidable." "Shut up." Lin Lan finally lost her composure. "Even now you still insist on lying. Do you truly believe your so-called strength can resolve our current predicament? Yi Weiyue fought with all his might, and even I lost my sword. And you still have the nerve to joke around." Her voice grew louder. "Why can you still crack jokes so carefreely?" "Lin Lan," Yi Weiyue interjected hastily. "You're too agitated." "I'm perfectly calm." Lin Lan stared coldly at Lin Fei. Even now he can speak such nonsense with a straight face. Lin Fei looked at the woman before him, puzzled. "What did I say that offended you? I simply cannot fathom what goes on in your mind." Lin Lan continued. "You show no regard for the occasion or the situation, boasting of your strength when you're merely in a rank. Are you being serious, or just, you give me the impression that nothing matters to you?" Lin Fei was speechless. He had spoken the truth, yet they refused to believe him, and now he was the one at fault. "And what about this getup of yours? Strutting around with a broken sword, playing the part of a gallant knight, yet possessing not a shred of real ability. What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Lin Lan pressed on. You have no true skill, wielding a sword without any swordsmanship. Merely an empty shell. Lin Fei remained silent, surprised that the usually reserved Lin Lan could be so forthright. Never mind, you're still young. I won't hold it against you. Lin Fei remarked, having long known better than to argue with a woman. It was a battle he could never win. He turned and went to assist the young girl. At that moment the girl stood alone against the towering bull. Throughout their journey her strength had grown. Though she lacked the power to defeat it, she could at least put up a fight. Boom. The bull shattered the girl's ice wall with a single punch, aiming for her head. But just then Lin Fei stepped before her, his wooden sword held horizontally, blocking the bull's full-force blow. What? Yi Wuiyue and Lin Lan were both stunned. What were they witnessing? Lin Fei had actually parried the bull's punch with his sword. At that moment they finally began to grasp what Lin Fei meant when he said he was strong. Step back, Lin Fei ordered. The girl nodded and retreated to stand beside the two. Watching the scene unfold, they now understood why the girl obeyed Lin Fei so readily. He was the most powerful among them. The bull withdrew its fist and struck again. But with a single slash of his longsword, Lin Fei sent the bull's arms, thud. It landed heavily before the trio. How is this possible? Yi Wuiyue exclaimed in shock. Is he really just a rank? I'd swear he shrank. Lin Lan stared blankly at the scene, her heart pounding with awe, at a loss for words. She had given her all just to draw a trickle of blood from the bull. But Lin Fei, with one stroke he had severed the beast's arm. What an extraordinarily exquisite and supremely masterful swordsmanship. Boom. With one swing of the sword severing his arm, the ferocious bull staggered back 2 steps, his eyes turning crimson. Roar. A thunderous roar. The remaining ferocious bulls and the surrounding mutated rats all surged into motion. Most charged toward Lin Fei, but some also lunged at the other 3. Ice flower snow moon. The girl cried out sharply, instantly freezing many of the onrushing rats. Yet one pursuer still managed to evade. The pursuer leaped into the air, lunging at Lin Lan, aiming to bite through her neck. Watch out. Seeing this, Lin Fei did not hesitate for a moment, flinging his longsword away. Swish! The longsword pierced straight through the pursuer's head, pinning it to the ground, killing it outright. It was only then that Lin Lan finally snapped back to her senses. Seeing the sword beside her, her expression shifted drastically. A swordsman who loses his weapon is surely doomed. Give the sword back to Lin Fei immediately. Yi Wuiyue, who was on the ground, also called out at once. Lin Lan reached out and pulled the longsword from the earth. The moment she grasped it, she felt as if struck by lightning, frozen stiff on the spot. What's wrong? Yi Wuiyue shouted urgently. This sword. Lin Lan spoke with difficulty. It's a practice wooden sword, never sharpened. It's nothing but a piece of wood, not even a sword. At this moment, even Yi Wuiyue was stunned. How is this possible? He exclaimed. How could a practiced wooden sword possess such immense power, capable of severing a ferocious bull's arm? He picked up that wooden sword this morning, the girl explained. Picked it up, eh? Both of them were taken aback once more. Lin Lan's body even swayed unsteadily, relying solely on a wooden sword to achieve such a feat. What level of existence was this? She could be certain it far surpassed rank. How could someone like this be a rank? Who would call such a person ordinary? After Lin Fei threw that sword, he was completely surrounded. He looked up and clearly saw the ferocious bull grinning. Lin Fei could actually understand its meaning. It was mocking him for losing his weapon. A swordsman who loses his longsword is bound to face great pain. All right, stop grinning. Lin Fei bent down, picked up a piece of wood from beside his foot, and said, that smile of yours is utterly disgusting. At that moment countless rats surged forward. Yet a cold gleam flashed. All the charging rats froze in midair, and the next instant their bodies split apart. Each severed. In an instant a torrent of blood poured down like rain. There's a limit to misunderstanding, Lin Fei said, flicking the wooden stick in his hand, as another cold gleam swept through. Besides, I've never used a sword. Rumble. A large building beside the street suddenly split apart, its upper section sliding down with a thunderous crash and collapsing. Lin Lan and Yi Wuiyue both saw it clearly. On that building a smooth and clean sword scar had suddenly appeared. This entire building had been casually sliced open. The grin on the ferocious bull's face froze in an instant, uglier than it had ever been. Roar. Another bellow erupted, and the ferocious bull charged forward. Not afraid of death, Lin Fei took a step forward, thrusting the wooden stick in his hand. Boom. The moment the wooden stick easily pierced through the ferocious bull's body, an immensely sharp sword chi swept across the entire street. All the mutated rats, chasers, and bullfiends were cleaved apart by this single sword aura. In that moment a torrent of blood rained down, and a sword scar over 10 meters deep was carved into the ground. Lin Fei casually tossed the wooden stick in his hand, which spun through the air to pin a fleeing chaser against the wall. The once bustling street fell silent once more. All the zombies were dead. Lin Fei walked back to the trio and said, all right, the problem's solved. We can go back now. He looked at the young girl and smiled. I'm hungry. The girl smiled affectionately. It was at this moment that Lin Lan and Yi Wuiyue slowly snapped back to reality. Lin Lan returned the wooden sword to Lin Fei, her body trembling, for she had just shown him disrespect. To annihilate a zombie tied with a mere wooden stick. He must be a godlike SS rank. Have you always fought with a wooden... Yi Wuyue asked. This is a fine sword, Lin Fei replied with a smile. Lin Lan and Yi Wuyue both nodded vigorously. I'm sorry. Lin Lan lowered her head and apologized sincerely. I was insolent to you earlier. Lin Fei smiled. Ignorance is forgivable. I'm not one to hold grudges, and besides I'm used to it. Even if I told the truth no one would believe me. Lin Lan fell silent. Such magnanimity. He truly must be a deity. You're this strong, and you're really a rank. Yi Wuyue asked. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and took out his card to show him. See for yourself. A rank. Laugh. How could Yi Wuyue laugh? He simply couldn't forget the sword strike Lin Fei had just unleashed. A mere wooden stick had wiped out a zombie tide. With power like that he could probably destroy every last zombie in the world without breaking a sweat. Lin Lan. Yi Wuyue suddenly spoke seriously. Give those 1,000 points back to Lin Fei. The mission to kill the leader was never ours. We were presumptuous to take it from you. Lin Fei didn't refuse as he happened to be exactly 1,000 points short. Yi Wuyue took the 1,000 points, finally reaching the total of 5,000, and smiled with joy. Lin Fei was in a good mood too. He had actually grinded to 5,000 points in a single day. Want me to take you back? Lin Fei said. You look pretty badly injured. That would be a trouble, Yi Wuyue replied awkwardly. At that moment Lin Lan and Yi Wuyue were utterly captivated by Lin Fei. Not only did he possess such astonishing power, but he was also so gentle. Even though they had looked down on him before, he had still saved them, and was now offering to take them back. We're sorry. The two apologized earnestly once more. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Never judge a book by its cover. Ranks only classify the power of abilities, they can't truly define a person. The two nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. They had learned a great deal today. Please take me as your disciple, Lin Lan said. The young girl immediately grew tense. No. Lin Fei reached out, grabbed the collars of the two, and after having the young girl cling to his back, he soared into the air. I don't even know swordsmanship myself. I can't teach you. The two were dumbfounded. He called that not knowing swordsmanship. A single wooden stick had split a building in half. And since when could he fly? Are you a god? Yi Wuyue asked excitedly, not minding being carried by the collar. No, said Lin Fei. If there were gods that would be great. I'd love to fight them. It's so boring having no worthy opponents. Even the young girl fell silent this time. And you say you're not a god? Lin Fei was unaware of the profound shock stirring within the two. His mind was preoccupied with hunger. Farewell until fate reunites us. Setting the pair down on the corridor before the gathering, he departed with the young girl on his back. His dwelling lay beyond the assembly grounds. Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan watched the duo vanish into the distance, a long silence hanging between them, for words failed to capture their bewilderment. Ahem. Yi Wuyue coughed, the earlier astonishment having made him forget his own injuries. Let us return and tend to our wounds first. Lin Lan instantly steadied Yi Wuyue. Both his arms were broken, the damage far too severe. Why does he care nothing for his stat? Yi Wuyue inquired instead. He possesses power akin to a deity's, yet why is he utterly indifferent to being labeled Class E? I do not know. Lin Lan remarked. He belongs to a world apart from ours. We cannot fathom him. We must report today's events to the higher. Yi Wuyue said. This zombie surge came without warning. I have a foreboding feeling. Lin Lan nodded. Should we mention him? Yi Wuyue pressed further. Absolutely not. Lin Lan refused without hesitation. He has not stepped forward himself, or perhaps he has his own reasons. We cannot disclose this intelligence. Yi Wuyue agreed. Meanwhile Lin Fei and the young girl returned to the hotel. Thump. Lin Fei immediately collapsed onto the bed, turning into a languid figure, and declared, I'm hungry. I understand. The young girl chuckled, speaking with affectionate indulgence. Go boil some water for a bath first, and then I'll prepare the meal. Both were in good spirits that day, for they had finally amassed 5,000 credits, enough to exchange for an M4 laser rifle. After dinner a plan took shape in Lin Fei's mind. Tomorrow we shall go and claim the gun. The young girl nodded, but in the next moment a glaring issue dawned on her. Oh no, she exclaimed. What's wrong? Lin Fei, we have exactly 5,000 credits, the young girl said. Yes, Lin Fei replied. That's just enough for one laser rifle. That is precisely the problem, she explained. We have no spare credits for ammunition. She brought up the interface before Lin Fei, adding, 1,000 credits only buys 10 rounds. At those words Lin Fei froze. Ah, an oversight, he lamented. He sighed and said, it seems we must take on missions again tomorrow. What a hard life. The young girl nodded. There was no other choice. Thus the very next morning Lin Fei set out with the young girl. Yet driven by a desire for instant gratification, Lin Fei opted to retrieve the gun first. At the assembly center where ability users were evaluated, a trading hub was located. I would like one M4 laser rifle, the young girl said, handing her card to the staff member. You are a Class A ability user. A laser rifle will not enhance your power. I strongly advise you to accumulate 100 credits and exchange them for an ability fruit instead, the staff member advised with a smile. No, I want this gun, the young girl stated firmly. The staff member with no alternative retrieved the M4. Could you spare a few rounds? The young girl hesitated before asking. The gun alone is useless without ammunition. I'm afraid not. The staff member merely smiled. It's the rule. Very well, the young girl said no more. She took the gun and returned to Lin Fei announcing, let us go earn some credits. Earn tens of thousands and exchange them for a whole lot of bullets, she hummed. That's too many, you'll never use them all, Lin Fei said with a smile, though in truth, even a single bullet would have been more than enough. The young girl took out a card and presented it to Lin Fei for him to select a mission. But just at that moment a voice from not too far away called out to him. Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked toward the direction of the voice and saw three familiar figures. They were none other than Shui Long, He Tan, and Shun Feng Er. What a coincidence meeting again, Lin Fei said with a smile. Why are you here? Shui Long asked curiously. Did you take on some major mission? Lin Fei shook his head and said, I wanted to exchange for some things but I don't have enough points, so I'm looking for a mission. A mission? Shui Long's eyes lit up as he said, we happen to have one. A reconnaissance mission. According to intel from 2 rank ability users, a zombie tide appeared in the neighborhood not far from the gathering last night, and we've been asked to investigate. To find out the cause of this zombie tide, Shui Long said. How many points? Lin Fei asked. 30,000 points, Shui Long replied with a smile. The three of us can split 5,000, and we'll give you half of that. Half would be 2,500. Lin Fei asked, this mission isn't difficult, is it? It's very simple, Shui Long said with a grin. Because inner rank is leading us. In truth, he felt that with Lin Fei around, what difficulty could the mission possibly pose? Alright, count me in, Lin Fei said with a smile. Getting 2,500 for nothing. Why not take it? Since inner rank is leading, it should just be a walk outside, Lin Fei. Then come with us, Shui Long said, still smiling. Lin Fei and the young girl followed Shui Long and his 2 companions to the entrance of the gathering, where several people had already assembled. As Shui Long had mentioned earlier, this mission involved not only the 3 of them who were Brank, but also 1 a rank and 2 other Branks. 6 people in total. Just 3 Branks. What a grand display, making me in a rank wait for you this long, a man with yellow hair said with a cold sneer. My apologies, Shui Long immediately apologized. I invited a friend along. The yellow-haired man glanced at Lin Fei and the young girl. His gaze did not linger on Lin Fei, but when it fell upon the young girl his eyes brightened. You're a ranky Yushua. At these words the few people around them all showed expressions of astonishment. It was said that in this gathering there was 1 rank and 17 a ranks. Now they were fortunate enough to see 2 a ranks at once. Shui Long, Shun Feng Er, and He Tan were also slightly startled but quickly calmed down. After all, this was someone who followed Lin Fei. Having a rank strength was not surprising. Lin Fei, what rank are you? Shui Long asked curiously. Lin Fei was so powerful, able to shatter a storm with a single punch. Such strength had to be at least Yet Lin Fei only replied calmly, a rank. Uffed. Several people burst out laughing. The yellow-haired a rank along with the other 2 Branks. Huang Xiaodian laughed heartily and said, I used to think a rank was a joke since it's the same as an ordinary person. I never expected this rank to actually exist, haha. The other 2 Branks laughed, even more joyfully. Initially the sight of 2 a ranks had weighed heavily on their minds, yet the presence of an a rank among them now struck them as utterly ridiculous. Trying to freeload without considering your own rank, are you? The girl said coldly, a chill wind swirling around her. Huang Xiaodian immediately stopped laughing. I see you 2 are quite close, he remarked, glancing at Lin Fei. Congratulations on finding such a powerful girlfriend. The 2 Branks beside him fell silent, their smiles fading. Envy gnawed at them. A mere a rank, yet protected by an a rank powerhouse. To make matters worse, she was stunningly beautiful. Still youthful now, but destined to be a breathtaking beauty. The 2 clenched their teeth, burning with jealousy and I wash my hands of this, Huang Xiaodian said, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fei. You can tag along if you wish, but don't expect me to save you. Your points. Ask your friend for them. My 20,000 are mine. With those words he strode toward the city center. The 2 Branks quickly followed. Only then did Shui Long ask in disbelief, Lin Fei, were you joking just now? How could someone as strong as you be in a rank? Lin Fei offered no explanation, simply pulling out his card for them to see. They were all left speechless. There must have been a mistake during the assessment. Who knows? Lin Fei replied. Let's get moving. They're getting away. Shui Long and the other 2 hesitated as if wanting to say something, but ultimately followed. They couldn't fathom it. How could Lin Fei be so powerful, yet still be in a rank? What did that make them mere Branks? It was laughable. Under Huang Xiaoshan's lead they soon arrived at the street where the zombie tide had erupted the previous night. The ground was still littered with corpses and the 10-meter deep sword scar remained. What happened here? Everyone except the girl and Lin Fei stood frozen, stunned. The wounds on these bodies are incredibly clean, as if cleaved by a sharp blade. That scar on the road is also from a sword, Huang Xiaodian analyzed calmly. It must have been Lin Lan. She's the only one among us who uses a sword. With this many corpses the intelligence must be correct. A zombie tide did break out here, he said. If we follow the direction it came from, we're bound to find something. The Branks remained silent, partly because they were out of their depth and partly because they dared not speak before in a rank. He's quite diligent, Lin Fei remarked to the girl. She nodded, though her impression of Huang Xiaodian was far from favorable. In fact, she found him rather repulsive. They pressed on for a long while. The number of footprints on the ground increased. What kind of monster could leave imprints on such hard pavement? Oxfians, Huang Xiaodian said with a frown. More than one has passed through here. At least dozens of them. And there are other tracks, ones I can't identify. Their owners are no weaker than the Oxfians. Faced with the dense network of footprints, even Huang Xiaodian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. What was going on? I'm afraid an unprecedented zombie tide is about to break out, he said, his expression grave. He pulled out his phone, took some photos of the scene, and then announced, our mission is complete. Time to head back. Lin Fei was somewhat stunned. 2500 points, just like that. This was far too easy. Being a freeloader was truly enjoyable. But just as they turned around and were about to leave, they suddenly halted their steps. For unbeknownst to them, a monster had already appeared. It was a pitch-black creature, vaguely humanoid, but hunched over, standing 3 meters tall, as if clad in black armor. Its mouth was large and elongated, with a transparent liquid continuously dripping from it. It's that thing. Upon seeing the monster, the girl's heart trembled, and she instinctively stepped back. For she still remembered this creature. Back in that abandoned warehouse, it had been guarded by such a monster, and countless people had fallen to it. Lin Fei naturally remembered it as well. It seemed this thing could parasitize a human body. Truly revolting. This monster, Huang Xiaodian had never seen this monster before, but when he watched it approach, he noticed that its footsteps left 5-centimeter-deep imprints on the asphalt road. This monster was the one comparable to this glass wild bull, an unknown creature. When did this thing get here? Shunfinger's expression was extremely grim. Why didn't I hear a thing just now? This thing is glass and you are just glass. How could you possibly hear it? Huang Xiaodian sneered. Prepare for battle, Shuilong said. This thing might have been tracking us all along. Huang Xiaodian remarked, behind this zombie tide there must be a shocking conspiracy. Buy me some time. I need to bring this news back. With that, he leaped into the air, attempting to vault over the monster's head. My mission is already complete. The rest is up to you. Take care of yourselves. But before his feet could touch the ground, a black shadow suddenly flashed before him. It was the very same monster. Impossible. At this sight, even Huang Xiaoshan's pupils trembled uncontrollably. A single thought raced through his mind so fast. Is this the power of its glass? Bang! The monster swung its sharp claws, slicing through the air, and severed Huang Xiaoshan's arm. Up! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Huang Xiaodian collapsed to the ground in disgrace, blood gushing from his wound. What kind of monster is this? The other two class fighters were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as their very souls trembled. And a class couldn't even last a second. What are we supposed to do? But just then 2 roars erupted, nether body, furious dragon fist. Flame arrow. A figure and a blazing arrow shot toward the monster. Boom. The flames exploded, instantly engulfing the creature. Then Shuilong punched into the blaze. The air stilled for a moment before erupting, and the monster stood there unscathed. Shuilong, however, retreated with trembling hands, his fists bright red. That punch felt like striking the hardest steel in the world. The searing pain made him doubt whether his hand was broken. Up! He roared, taking a large step forward and kicking the monster square in the body with his right foot. Boom! Another thunderous crash. Shuilong staggered back, then his right leg gave way, and he fell to one knee, clutching his leg tightly with both hands. It's too hard. His face turned deathly pale. This monster's body is too hard, she exclaimed. I understand. Black charcoal took a deep breath, and fierce flames erupted from his body, then converged in his hands. Crimson Lotus Flame Cannon. With a roar, he thrust his hands forward. Boom! A beam of flame 1 meter wide blasted straight into the monster's body. The heat was so intense that the ground beneath the flames melted. This technique can melt the hardest steel in the world, Black Charcoal declared earnestly. But when he was exhausted and the flames died out, his body froze, because he saw clearly that the monster still stood in its place. The ground beneath the monster had melted, yet its body remained unscathed. It had taken the Crimson Lotus Flame Cannon without a scratch. 3,000 degrees of heat can't melt its shell. Impossible. Black Charcoal staggered, his strength spent. The Crimson Lotus Flame Cannon was his ultimate technique, one that even in a rank powerhouse would evade. Boom. The monster took a step, its foot landing on the magma with a sizzle, yet it was unharmed. It was moving toward the nearest water dragon. Water Dragon's face was pale. From that kick earlier, his leg was broken. Now even standing was a struggle. The monster was drawing closer. Whoosh. Just then a stone struck the monster's head and bounced to the ground. The monster paused and turned its gaze toward Farsight Ears. Because it was he who had thrown the stone. I won't let you hurt my friends, Farsight Ears declared firmly. He strode toward the unknown monster and said, remember my name, Zhang Shuntian. You can also call me Farsight Ears. From now on I am your opponent. Water Dragon forced out the word stop. You're no match for him. Up. Yet Farsight Ears seemed not to hear. With a fierce cry he charged at the monster. He threw a punch. But before it could land, the monster grabbed him and flung him away. Farsight Ears had never been suited for combat. Bang. He crashed to the ground, ungracefully rolled over, but scrambled up quickly. I know very well how weak I am. Not long ago when they encountered the wild bull, Farsight Ears had already realized his own frailty. Back then he chose to flee. Now he did not. Just as he had cried out before. He loathed his own weakness, watching his friends fall before him, unable to do anything but weep. Where in this world is there any good fortune? Today perhaps he could rely on Lin Fei. But what about tomorrow? The day after? They and Lin Fei were not from the same world. One day they would part ways. What then? I don't want such a future. He gritted his teeth and strode toward the monster. No one has ever held expectations for me. I have always known that someone like me can never defeat you. This I understand better than anyone. But Farside ears broke into a run, shouting at the top of his lungs, this isn't about winning or losing. It's about the fact that I must stand here and fight you. If all ability users choose to run, who will ever fight the monsters in the future? Huang Xiaodian stopped his wailing. He stared blankly at that small figure charging resolutely toward the monster. What was it that made him so fearless? Perhaps he could actually win. The two trembling Branks were also stunned into silence. Only Water Dragon and Black Charcoal shouted, come on, throw a punch, hit him, you can definitely win. A person's conviction is a source of strength. When one is unwavering, they often become invincible and indestructible. Sharpier roared and threw a punch. Bang! A loud crash. His figure was seen spinning backward through the air, tracing an arc. Silence. The place fell into dead stillness. In that instant, the monster backhandedly slapped Sharpier away. The gap in strength was ultimately insurmountable. Everyone was frozen. The monster didn't even glance at Sharpier and continued toward Water Dragon, who was closest. Just as Sharpier was about to hit the ground, a hand caught him. It was Lin Fei. Thud. The monster halted, turning to look at the man who had suddenly stepped forward. Lin Fei looked down at Sharpier. He was uninjured but had passed out. Good fight, Lin Fei said, gently laying Sharpier on the ground. What a thrilling battle. Thrilling? Not at all. It was a rout from the start. Huang Xiaodian and the two Branks stared blankly. What is this Arank doing now? Even an Arank is no match. What can an Arank do? Who does he think he is, daring to stand before such a terrifying monster? What he should do now is run. But Lin Fei didn't run. He stood up, walked slowly to the monster, and looked up at the three-turtle creature. My name is Lin Fei, he said. The monster paid him no heed. Whoosh. In that instant, the air was torn by claws that could easily rend steel, descending upon Lin. Yet, clang. A crisp sound. The indestructible claws which had shattered Huang Xiaoshan's arm in a blink now stopped at Lin Fei's neck, unable to advance. The monster froze. It withdrew and struck again with the same claw, this time aimed at Lin Fei's heart. But again a clear ring echoed, and the claws couldn't even tear Lin Fei's clothes. Boom. An explosion, and the monster's figure vanished from before Lin Fei. In that moment, the monster realized this man was different from the others, stronger, demanding its full power. The monster moved at high speed, too fast for anyone to see. Clang, clang, clang. Clear sounds rang out continuously from Lin Fei's body. Those were the monster's attacks. But all were ineffective. My turn. Lin Fei struck his wooden sword, slashing horizontally. Boom. A fierce gale suddenly swept through. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in sheer horror at the scene before. The monster's figure appeared before Lin Fei, who knew when. But it stood utterly still. Moments later, the monster's upper body slowly slid off, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Then rumbling sounds came from the surrounding buildings. The crowd looked around to see houses tilting, marked only by a smooth sword scar. What is this person? Huang Xiaodian was dumbfounded, his heart pounding with shock so intense he could barely breathe. A single sword stroke. It had cleaved apart the invulnerable fire and waterproof monster. All the surrounding houses as well. That sword scar. He suddenly recalled the scar he had seen earlier, which he initially thought was left by Lin Lan. But now he understood everything. It was this man. With a single sword stroke, he had ended a zombie tide. How could such a powerful being exist in this rank? How could he possibly be a rank? Huang Xiaodian was shaken to the core, doubting his own existence. The very man he had mocked earlier possessed such overwhelming strength. First, he stood motionless, enduring countless attacks from that monster. Then, with a single backhanded sword stroke, he cleaved the creature apart. He didn't even unsheath. He watched in horror as Lin Fei merely flicked his wrist, the blade still in its scabbard, yet it was still that sharp. Thump thump. His heart pounded wildly as he realized he had witnessed something extraordinary. Was he a god? Recalling how he had dared to laugh at such a being, he wondered if he had a death wish. The two Branks stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. He's this powerful. They swallowed hard, regretting their earlier laughter. When they learned Lin Fei was an rank awakener, they had been secretly pleased. At least they weren't the weakest here anymore. But now they understood. They were still the weakest. And pathetically so. The one they thought was the weakest was in fact the strongest here. And impossibly strong at that. The two men trembled uncontrollably. If they could travel back in time, they would slap themselves hard. Someone this powerful is still a rank. Is our testing equipment malfunctioning? Huang Xiaodian and the two Branks were all questioning their sanity. At that moment, Lin Fei looked at Shui Long and asked, "Are you alright?" Shui Long snapped back to reality. No matter how many times he saw Lin Fei in action, he was always left in awe. That strength so inhuman. It had to be S rank, or even SS rank, like a deity. Can you still walk? Lin Fei asked again. Shui Long nodded and struggled to his feet. His ability was body enhancement, so these injuries were minor. Good. Lin Fei then turned to Huang Xiaotian. What about you? Are you alright? With today's advanced technology, your arm should be reattachable, right? Huang Xiaotian was startled. Lin Fei's sudden concern caught him off guard, filling him with both gratitude and deeper regret for mocking such a person. I'm sorry. He lowered his once arrogant head. Lin Fei smiled. You're still young. You'll make many more mistakes. Knowing your faults and correcting them is a good. Huang Xiaotian felt only shame. Let's head back, Lin Fei said. In truth, he wanted to collect the points and exchange them for bullets. He had a gun now, but no bullets, and the itch was unbearable. Back, yes, let's go back. Huang Xiaotian nodded eagerly. At that moment, he felt Lin Fei was radiant like a celestial descending, dazzling and brilliant. He was the first to agree with Lin Fei's suggestion. For a moment, he even forgot the pain in his arm. Lin Fei was right. With modern technology, a severed hand could indeed be reattached. And that was still a relatively basic procedure. With sufficient resources, they could even regenerate a lost limb. Back at the gathering, Huang Xiaotian, despite his broken arm, insisted on submitting the mission first and transferring all 30,000 points to Lin Fei. It's all yours. Without you, we could never have completed this mission. Lin Fei accepted gladly. After bidding them farewell, he took the girl to exchange for bullets.